What's it doing? No one knows.
Treasured book
I'm
that
sweaty as
we only
balls.
know about primarily from what the inquisitors have to say. It does make some impact on the literary tradition, but unfortunately, many other tribulations.
Wow, that was really fun.
Thereafter,
Was it?
lost. Let us
I don't even know what
now
the fuck.
the history of Portugal, try to place Musque's. So you'll recall, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there was forced conversions in Spain that goes really back to the 14th century, in which some over-enthusiastic lower clergy in particular, acting in many times against the will of the papacy and the higher clergy, converted tens of thousands of Jews to Christianity. And those Jews who were baptized were suddenly trapped because the Catholic Church does not recognize the inscription of forced conversion, at least not in the 14th century. In other words, if a person was baptized, even against their will, they were nevertheless Christian. As I think we mentioned last semester, we talked about the terrible case of Edgar Mortara, who was already in the 19th century, was kidnapped by the church because the maid in his home, thinking that the infant was going to die of scarlet fever or something like that, she had him baptized because she worried about his eternal soul. And when the papacy found out, they actually kidnapped him and never returned him. He grew up as a priest and engaged even in proselytizing with Jews. Steven Spielberg is coming out with a major motion picture about which is certainly a blockbuster. At any rate, you've got in Spain now this
That's really good.
Jews who are
Oh, dude, those are organic.
now have free reign in the economy.
Yeah, but they're organic. I didn't even buy them.
Jewish identity. This was very upsetting to the social.
No, this sucks. I bet it's just terrible.
These Jews continued with their traditional Jewish
These are recorded.
and associations, marrying families,
Yeah,
sometimes
cool.
even Jewish families.
They might be wearing a different body. It might be a hamster body or a lizard body, but we are basically all the same. We're spirit in a physical form, but we're mostly spirit. And what I learned and what I studied, that we're the physicality portion of who we are is very small compared to our spiritual soul self. They do. They do. And we've had in our life so many different animals.
Is this your playlist? No, it's close. It's not even. It's related. But no, there's a certain art to that
You have
playlist.
no warning. So when I went back and talked to
Crazy
Monty, I
playlist.
said that
Yeah, and if you think it's the one on Spotify, I think that's called like MILF Mix. That's
why did
different.
you not give any warning? I wasn't prepared.
All right.
I could have helped you. And his answer
Are you done?
was, you would have made yourself crazy trying to save my life. I couldn't be saved. I was very sick. And that was a protection thing in a way. Because some leave us very quickly, and then it's hard. It can be hard to recover.
Did you teach people how to communicate with the animal side?
You're dancing in glamour. Please pardon the grammar. You're free. Schoolboy's dream.
But I took a lot of time and effort, and I found it very draining.
Decided you're the best thing
in online classes, so I can't
Never happened, never will go. You're the warmest thing I ever found. You're in my heart, you're in my soul. You're my breath, you're my love, you're my best friend. You're in my soul. You're in my heart, you're in my soul. You be my breath.
emptiness that went through me. It was almost like automatic writing, where I would hear things, I would say to them, describe your past life to me, and I would picture. And then I would say, oh, you served the king, and I would hear Spain or another country, and I would have to go look it up, like, who was the king in this period, and then I would go back and say, is this what you did, and is this where you were? Yes. So I got confirmation like that.
We'd like to win, though it's about 3 equines, is also about the humankind, isn't it?
Well, it's through the lens of the horses. It's how they perceive our human condition, which I perceive it that way too, but they were validating what I see and I perceive in the world and saying, you can't hide this from us. You know, we're a big part of the world too, and people value us. We're creatures of great power, and they're also very, very offended in their own way, so that if we don't believe it ourselves, look what the animals are telling us.
How do the horses, the equines, know about the future?
Well, you know those elephants that could feel the tsunamis coming. It's kind of, to me, this parallel thing where they can feel the earth's vibration, they can feel the fear out there, they can feel, I'm sure in countries where they're living through war, they can really feel the suffering in the countries that are destroying each other. The people are destroying each other. What are the animals doing? They're victims of the bombs and the fighting and the killing. So that they can see this is going in bad direction.
Give me the lyrics.
What is more receptive, a cat or a dog? In terms
Like
of
Wikipedia, why don't you have the lyrics? Why doesn't Wikipedia, of any place that I expect to have the lyrics to every song to be Wikipedia? Oh no, you want to know a chart performance? Yeah, I want to know that and the lyrics, dog.
I've had some really clear
Stupid. I don't understand why lyrics are so secretive.
Pretty easy, I would say. The dogs seem to be a little more transparent. And
Okay.
have been hidden
Your
agenda.
ageless,
It's
timeless,
just
lazy,
perhaps
and finest.
they might be a
Your
little more
beauty and elegance.
complicated.
You're a
Some
rhapsody,
people
a
believe
comedy,
cats
you're a
are
symphony
extremely
and a play.
spiritual beings.
You're
And I
every love
kind of
song ever written.
so are dogs. The dogs
Just
are
doesn't
like
get any better than that.
dogs
Like, I'm gonna steal
that
that
be
from my
like
future
dogs.
wife.
They just
I
have
already
nothing
know.
to hide.
If you went to like
I
the
feel
zoo,
like I
would
need
you
to
be
be bombarded,
bombarded?
and I cannot wait to meet you. But you can
Probably.
be
If I entered that channel, it's the times I typically go to the zoo these days. I'm with my granddaughters. I'm in the wonderment of
my
childhood,
respect for you
which is
immense.
a little
Your
different
ageless,
than
timeless,
plugging
lace and
into
fineness.
what that
Your beauty and
tiger over there is
elegance.
feeling.
You're a
Yes,
rhapsody, a
that
comedy.
happened to me.
You're a symphony and a play.
Do the animals show you
You're every
emotion,
song,
Ellen?
love song ever written.
Yes, they do. They do. We have a dog, and it's starting to rain here in the middle of the night, and he's terrified of thunder and rain and dark clouds, and he's huddled in a corner over here. And if he was asked me to walk into the garage and put him in my
Any other songs you should pick up? Yeah, these are long
next
order.
break.
And that
I'm
could be
not going
anywhere.
to because everything's quiet.
All right.
He has total meltdown. And I have very, very good homeopathic and essential oils that tone it down. But he came to us
Do the
that way.
songs in
It
order.
was
We want to
the
tell this
noise and banging.
lyrical. What do you think of what they would
Very
be in
typical
order?
on a lot of dogs, especially as they get older. But he shows it. He shows it right up. He's not embarrassed. He just says, I'm really, really scared right now. Help me out.
But I'm going to tell you what,
What
I'm
happened if you ran
as he
into
plays
a
up, go to draft you again.
What do you think it would tell
Just a
you?
bad year.
Oh man, I just love
Literally
dolphin
no
energy
better team out
because
there. No one's
what
put
I
more work into it than
really
you guys.
found out through some of my energy work is how they
My
also
fantasy drafts
transform
in summer
energy.
just to put
And
out
it happens to us.
to
And
get
many
belts
people
and
experience this when you're on a boat or somewhere
somebody
that
doesn't
they
even
find
touch their
you
team
and
and
they start speaking and
every
so
single day.
like moment and play and be with me now. So yeah, they would be saying, play, 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 and take care of the water.
There's literally someone there who doesn't even see there's literally
Voters. I read something the other day where
there's,
one
that is so fucking funny. There's literally somebody
person goes and let the guy face the particles off their body. It's harmful. For health. And such a beautiful story.
The equines show you doesn't even finish
And I now have two donkeys that we rescued the mother and from the wild, same program, the Bureau of Land Management. She was a wild burro, as they're called, from the California-Arizona border, captured, thankfully, in a much gentler way, but she was a baby. And she was also pregnant. So she had her little girl, who's now 3, here. And I'm learning that perhaps they're smarter than horses. So it's been fascinating to train the younger one, literally like a dog, because we handled her from the minute her feet hit the ground. And she is just bring it on and teach me and give me a job. And she learns so fast. Go to the horses.
how far away do they communicate? Do you have to be right next to them?
No, I could be somewhere on a trip, and if I need to tune in, I can do it. Or if I want to reach them and say, hey guys, you need to tell me anything, everything all right at home? Yes, I can do that.
A friend of mine
Communicate
was
with them.
saying
Telepathy or
something. I just overheard them at the end
I
of
might
the
ask a question, or I might close my eyes and put that answer. It can be both.
what's the reaction now when people know you're an animal
I
communicator?
overheard them saying something about
Well, most of the time they'll say, oh, by the way, can you tell me what happened to my cat? Or, you know, my cousin, for example, said, I rescued another cat, and now my orange cat disappeared.
the first
And I
band.
told her what I thought was going on, and eventually the new cat got her home, and the original cat came back. She let the cat out. But, yeah, they want to ask the question.
Deceased animals communicate with you?
Yes, they do.
What do they say about the other side?
There are no rules over there. They feel so much better if they didn't sick or something happened, they got hit by a car and killed. They're free. And they tell me it's beautiful over there. I kind of seen that it looks like those panoramic visions of the Garden of Eden, where everybody's just walking around together, man and animals and green. And it's just very pretty.
Yeah, something like this. My friend was saying Layla, the song Layla was
Not at
by
all.
Eric Clapton.
Is somebody who's not familiar with it?
I think people are scared, but what I feel over my life experience for us is I personally am more afraid to suffer than I am to die. In other words, I'm not here to leave my body and drop this form, but I don't want to live in a really compromised disease state or injury. I would not want that. But I'm not here to die anymore because I've had enough experience with the other side, including Monty, including Billy, including members of my family, that I know they're okay.
You look wonderful today. That's true. I said though at the time at the Shabbat table, and the way you look tonight, I thought about it for a second. I said,
to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today on coasttocoastam.com.
yeah. And another person, everybody's like really impressed that I do this. And I said, somebody, and another person, everybody's like really impressed that I do this. And I turned my looking at me like that. And I said, somebody asked me how I know.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. Morning dishes, and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog.
you
I can't use my phone while driving. Distracted drivers are causes of death in the
Here we
United
go.
States. So when it comes to driving, please don't be
Oh, hey guys.
message brought to you by iHeartRadio, National Highway Traffic Safety
Rabbi, can you start this song a minute 3? You guys remember that?
To protect his family from disaster, Steve is
Side bitch.
pictures of support documents. Steve can always send them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Dan Giles overcame 4 sacks and 3 turnovers by throwing 3 touchdowns in the second half. Vikings beat the Colts to snap their 2-game slide. Lions lost unanswered point lead to Packers on weekend for their 6th straight win. Kirby Joseph, who had a pick 6, believes they make a case for the best team in the NFC. Lions are moving to second one of the season. Joe Burrow threw 5 touchdowns. Vegas blew out the Raiders. Raiders, who are on a 5-game slide for the first time since 2018, fired offensive coordinator Luke Getsy. Dak Prescott left in the third quarter with a hamstring injury. Cowboys fell to the Falcons for their 3rd straight loss. Royals signed pitcher Michael Walker to a 3-year, $51 million extension. That's
I also
sports.
think someone at that table.
We'll watch for heavy rain and some thunderstorms for eastern Oklahoma,
Perhaps on some rates,
northwestern
just some
Arkansas,
major
Missouri,
music
Illinois as well. Damaging
catalogs,
parts of the
and I'm gonna buy those catalogs from that person someday.
Thunderstorms, even tornadoes for the southern.
It was a wild Shabbat. I'm telling you, this one was what it was in a Sukkot. Really? Yeah, it was during Sukkot. Sukkot 57. 57.
Snowfall for Colorado and northern New Mexico. Expects heavy mountain snow.
Maybe 57, 80.
Rain of the northwest with coastal rains along
Sukkot
the west
57, 80.
of Oregon and Washington State. A good likelihood of 8 inches of snow or more in the northern Cascades today. In the east, warmer than usual temperatures for November with some sun for the mid-Atlantic, Boston to New York, Philadelphia to Washington, D.C. That's your national weather forecast. I'm Mike Ellis.
the more you know, the easier it is to avoid the idiots around you. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. Now adding for wake-up call. Your host, Amy King.
That was a wild Shabbat. I've had some wild Shabbats in my life.
For Monday, November 4th, I'm Amy King. Have a good weekend. Did you have a successful fallback? You didn't even have to change many clocks. It does it for you automatically. Except for the one that's really high up on the wall that I have.
Why don't you just play the song?
I woke up. I'm looking at 2:30.
Oh, I remember.
I woke up
I also knew this weird thing that Layla, I knew like all this weird stuff about this song, like right at this moment in my life.
my internal clock has
That Layla was like
also
a
down in the King household. All the spooky stuff is gone.
middle age
Thanksgiving is up. Have you done your decorating yet?
Islamic poem. It's something like that.
Gotta wait till after Thanksgiving.
I knew this weird thing.
Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call this day before Election Day.
Let's check
Santa
that.
Ana winds are blowing through Southern California. A red flag warning for high fire danger is in effect until 6 o'clock
And then
tonight,
he
with
wrote
wind
this
gusts
song
up to
about
60 miles per hour
girls.
expected in the northern San Fernando Valley. The strongest winds are expected in Thousand Oaks, Santa Clarita, Rancho Cucamonga,
Yo, dog.
Arrowhead area.
What's the deal
More than
with
72
the song
million
Layla? Wasn't that written about
early in the
like a
selection.
middle-aged
That is for both mail-in and in-person voting
woman?
across the country. Political analysts say early voting
woman from the
could
Middle
prove
Ages, I should
decisive
say.
with the number of ballots cast by new voters in 2024 setting records. in
It's
many
like a
states.
poem from
We're going to be checking in with ABC's Karen Travers in a couple of minutes to find out what
Muslim
Vice President Harris is doing on this day before Election Day. And then we'll find out where the Trump train is rolling with ABC's Stephen Portnoy at 6:20. And at the bottom of the hour, lots of election stuff today. We're going to be printing
songs
with
Layla
ABC's Steve Roberts to see if we can
Richie by the band down also.
because everybody
Not only was I right
too close to call.
on that
Legendary music
in that
producer,
sukkah
composer,
on
and songwriter Quincy Jones
Shabbat
has died.
during Sukkot,
His family
but
says he died peacefully
it's
last
actually
night.
it's a Persian tale
He
unrecorded.
produced the TV series
The story of
Fresh
Layla
Prince
and
of
Manjan
Bel-Air. He produced
comes from an
Michael
Arabic
Jackson's
literature,
Thriller.
not specific about a middle-aged woman. That's not. But it's a tragic. Okay.
Musicians during his career.
Okay, so it's
Quincy
Arabic.
Jones was 91.
Is it
This
a
weekend, you can take a
Islamic
run or a walk at the beach for a really good cause. It's the Heroes of Hope Run at Dockweiler Stadium.
Yes, the story of Layla and Manjan has Arabic and Persian literature is often associated with Islamic culture. Hi, there we go.
Let's get started
Here
with
we
some
go, kids.
stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Why do they make it so difficult to find? Like, you would think that they would just be like, hey, dog.
Can't even imagine put a list of all the songs and all the artists that the band is involved in. They put out a statement saying Jones's death is an incredible loss, but they celebrate the great life he lived and know there will never be another like him. Jones once said in an interview with Billboard magazine, it's important here to believe in yourself. He started out as a musician and later worked with a long list of artists from Elvis, Frank Sinatra, and Michael Jackson. He also produced We Are the World in 1985. Quincy Jones is 91. He was brought to you by 1-800-GOT JUMP. An LA County fire truck is overturned while headed to the Gulf rescue in the San Gabriel Mountains. Engine finished 2 years off the road. Fish failed as the driver caused the truck to overturn. It landed on its side. 3 fire crew members were treated at the hospital. Highway 39 near the San Gabriel Reservoir was closed for the last 3 hours. 2 young men have been hurt during a street takeover in Anaheim. The driver apparently lost control Friday and drove into a crowd of spectators on Orangewood Avenue and State College Boulevard. The injured 19-year-olds were found on the ground. Police say the injuries range from broken bones to abrasions, each one of broken ribs. Striking both workers are set to vote on whether to accept a new contract offer or continue their strike, which started in mid-September. The latest contract offer would give workers a 38% pay raise over 4 years. Union members recently rejected an offer that included a 35% salary bonus and an earlier 30% pay hike. Workers also been demanding the restoration of traditional pensions. The company says that is not happening. Let's find out what's happening on the roadways and say good morning to Nicole Yoki. We have some slowing in
It's going to be a rough go for your time in heavy stretches from Fort Bend here in Michigan out of Riverside beyond 15 continuing past 71 over to the 241 toll road and checking in on issues for you. It looks like on the eastbound side of the lane, but you're from before the 605. It looks like we passed the 605 on the 10 eastbound. We've got issues for you right around Fraser and Detroit Ballroom Park Boulevard. That's where further details definitely keep you further in place, but it could be a rough go for you before the 605. The Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm going to call you.
Thank you, Nick. It's 5:07 on your Monday morning wake-up call. It's the day before Election Day. Let's say good morning to ABC's Karen Travers. So, Karen, we're in the home stretch. And the candidates behind this problem are making 9 stops today. So that's
final day. And it was a busy weekend out on the campaign trail. The vice president was in Georgia and North Carolina on Saturday, and she was in Michigan all day yesterday. She, of course, made that surprise stop in New York City on Saturday night to appear on Saturday Night Live. And today it's all about Pennsylvania. She has 5 different stops in Pennsylvania. right? And she can go over. She starts off with a meeting with volunteers who are heading out to knock on doors and try to get people out to vote tomorrow. Then she has two different events aimed at shoring up Latino voters. Opening there, and then there's some movement among that voting group after his comments by last week at the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden. So they're really trying to lock that in. It's a sizable quarter of the population in Pennsylvania. So they're going to certain rallies. It's for a very finishing the whole campaign season off and spend it out there at the art museum and those famous steps from the Rocky River. Right up the steps, and they're at the top of the Gaga, other musical acts.
And Rocky, isn't the statue still there?
The statue is there. It's at the top of the steps, kind of off to the side of the car. It's of course, desperation, no surprise. And she will be delivering her remarks at the top of the steps there. They're anticipating a very large crowd tonight in Philadelphia. Like 11 o'clock, too. It'll be a great rally. So, pushing it to the edge of the election time there.
Okay, then on election day, Karen, are they not allowed to make appearances, or do they still make their appearances tomorrow?
She said if she wanted to. Nothing right now that we know about her schedule. She's going up to D.C. tonight. She'll be in D.C. tomorrow. I think she might be doing breaker interviews. She'll have up on social media. But we also wait for return. And tomorrow night, her election event is scheduled to take place at Howard University. She will debate prep there before that September debate against Donald Trump. But we were expecting to see her at some point tomorrow night as the votes come in.
Okay, I have a question for you. So she's doing all of her campaign appearances today in Pennsylvania. Trump is also going to be in Pennsylvania, but then he's hopping over to Michigan for his last one. And she's choosing not to go to Michigan today. And also,
they just look at the bottom line, but they don't realize that if they
go over to Saturday Night Live instead
invested in their art, they could make these things so much bigger than they currently
North
are.
Carolina on Saturday, flying to Detroit, and they made the stop in New York City to do Saturday Night Live, and then went on to Detroit. She's always been at the start of the day yesterday in Detroit.
I mean, it's like the person who did the unfun, they're still not making money off of it. But guess what? It's going to be so big. Eric Clapton's going to make money off of this. But George Harrison Estate's going to make money off of this. And watch.
And their team's stamina for what they're doing is just crazy. Traveling around and doing stop after stop. So I'm assuming that they're going to do a little bit of same on Wednesday, maybe. All right. Well, thank you so much for the update, Karen. We'll be talking to you again very soon. All right, you too. Let's get back to some of the stories that are out of the 24-hour news. A man was dead inside a boat that overturned on the coast of Long Beach. 5 people were rescued, including a child. The overturned boat reported just after 1 yesterday in a mile offshore. The distress call was made by cell phone. The Redondo Beach Harbor Patrol 5 people, including a captain, were found clinging to the boat. Divers found the missing man trapped inside. LA Metro has celebrated a new ridership milestone.
System saw an average of 1 million new riders in September. It's the first time we've seen that height since before COVID. Deputy Higgins told the Metro board last week, strategies are trying to provide the passengers.
This growth has been powered not only by our regular riders, but by connecting riders to the diverse communities we serve.
Ridership was up 2% on Metro's parade lines in September compared to a year earlier. Buses saw an increase of 7% year over year.
The rest of the situation.
California has been ranked number 4 in a report on states that do the best to help people deal with obesity. The nonprofit organization Smile Up released its report on the best states for health and wellness in 2024. California ranks well because it encourages healthier living.
Got me on my feet.
Prioritizes the active and healthy lifestyle.
Federal health officials say about 75% of adults in the U.S. are classified as overweight or obese. 75%.
I just
Governor of
called
Oklahoma has declared an
to
emergency
say
in counties impacted by
I
tornadoes.
love you,
Governor Kevin did announce yesterday
and I
100 homes were damaged and about 30,000 households are without power.
Coming. So don't rely on the
summer's high, no warm July,
No deaths were reported yesterday. Several people were taken to hospital. The governor also announced
Tuesday, August night,
power for tomorrow's election.
no glory.
A six-story mural of Dodgers pitcher Fernando Valenzuela's been uncovered in Royal Heights after what would have been Fernando Valenzuela's 64th birthday. He died on October 8th. The artist who painted the mural, Robert Vargas, said during his ceremony, the mural is all about representation.
No giving,
Helped the team from LA win the World Series of
once
New York
again,
Venezuela also pitches the Angels, the Orioles, the Phillies, the Padres, and the Cardinals before
to fill your heart like
the weekend
words.
the former president with just over 24 hours before election day.
I just called
ABC's Stephen
to
Ford.
say
We've got a crash in Baldwin Park.
I just called to say how much I care. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart.
Also, you can plan ahead for a motor
I
boulevard,
just called
Los Angeles Street, or
to say
Fort Valley Boulevard.
I love you.
605. Southern California's only one traffic report.
I just called to say how much I care. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my
Toyota.com is Toyota's central for all things Toyota. At Toyota.com, you can get product information, compare models, check out all the latest offers, find a dealer, search our inventory, set up a test drive. You can even build your Toyota the way you want. The road to a great deal on a new Toyota starts at Toyota.com.
You know, everybody, this song is my future.
Let's go places.
This report is sponsored by Personal Comfort, Owen Patterson and Owen.
It's go time for Archie and the Garage. If you've ever been to
I was born in Little Rock, had a childhood sweetheart. We always hand in hand. I wore high top shoes and shirt tails. Susie was in pigtails. I knew I loved her even then. You know, my papa disapproved. My mama boo-hooed it. And I told him time and time again. So I was made to love the world I'm around her. Hey, hey, hey. She's been my inspiration. Shown appreciation for the love I gave her through the years. Like that sweet magnolia tree. Now let's down so tenderly. Now I still see that through the years. I know that my baby love me. My baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. I was made to love her. Worship and adore her. Yeah, hey, hey. All through thick and thin. I love this woman. But I love my baby, love my baby. Ah, my baby love me. My baby needs me. and I ain't going nowhere. I was dehydrated chicken, and I love Britney. And her that still be standing there. And this home would crumble, and this whole would crumble. I said I'd still be standing there. And I was made to love her. I was made to live for her. Hey, hey, hey. I was made to live wherever around her. Hey, hey, hey. I was made to breathe. The beautiful way.
Imaging all of your pathology biopsy results and make a formulate a plan together. So that includes the breast surgeon, myself, the medical oncologist,
Worst
and the radiation oncologist,
podcast
plastic
ever.
surgeon,
I bet a bunch of people are like, oh, Rabbi, you're not even making noises.
and treatment, and that's what we consider a local therapy. We may follow that with radiation, another local therapy, or chemotherapy. And sometimes it's the case of that with difference. You may do chemotherapy with some immunotherapy first, and follow that with surgery. But that's why it's so beneficial when we all sit down together and talk together on the benefits of the sensation. What's the survival rate difference? The local recurrence is identical.
My Chevy Amore, distant as the Milky Way. My Chevy Amore, I adore. You're the only girl my heart would adore. How I wish that you were mine. In the cafe, or sometimes in a crowded street. I've been near you, but you never noticed me. Tell me how could you let me have that close
Not so much look up and order. What we're following in the KFI 24 elections officials expect those numbers to go up higher when ballots cast over the weekend are added in.
What the fuck is this?
someday. Just stand proud.
Begins his day in Raleigh, North Carolina, a state where he's scheduled 4 rallies in the final days of the campaign. A must-win state for him. He won
Gonna be the Rebecca song for Rabbi.
This time around,
Really?
he's got one more rally in North Carolina on this final day in Raleigh. Then, 2 stops in Pennsylvania, another must-win.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's
Happens to be the same city where he ended his 2016 and 2020 campaigns for the president.
One Michigan in 2016 that lost in 2020.
Correct. In fact, the margin for significantly larger for Biden in 2020. And ultimately, in the end, Biden won that state. Trump really wants to win that back for the Republicans. See if he does.
Attending these rallies. The rally that the candidate
At this point, it's about base motivating. It's about reminding people to get out there and have already. It's about media attention, particularly in local markets, that the rally can produce. And it's about being a physical threat. It's about demonstrating to the country and its supporters coast to coast that you're in this to win it and that you're working hard until the clock, the very last. Historically, this rally has helpful to this campaign because they've been looking at registering for them, collect data on those phone number and email address, use that data to bombard you with whether you have voted. It's helpful for the campaigns to hold these events because personal information, which sounds delicious, but it's all about collecting data to pound you over the head with these messages to hurry up and vote and send money and tell your relatives and friends to do the same.
I would imagine people in swing states have got to be absolutely exhausted because we're inundated with the here, and we're on a swing state, so we're not seeing we're seeing some Trump Kamala, but we're not seeing a ton.
I mean, look, every couple of years, exhausted by the end of the year. Strict control on how these campaigns were run, and even on how public opinion surveys are used by journalists in the final days.
Stupid thing.
Subscribe to that, but I think a lot of Rothschild that they're live in a society where we're really engaged in this idea of self-government. It wasn't exactly the
Shit.
perhaps, but it is what we are seeing, and it's an opportunity, whether it's hot district attorney race in Los Angeles County, or the Senate race in the state of California, or the national vote and the whole question of the president. It's on Prop 36.
I saw that, yeah.
And so,
she said she's cast her ballot. She sent it to California, but when they asked how she would vote on it, of course, this is the one that repeals part of Prop 47, which made a lot of felonies into misdemeanors. She wouldn't say.
Right, and so it matters. Every vote matters, and it's. I guess I'm talking myself in circles here, but the bottom line is, gotta go out and vote, folks.
Are you excited for tomorrow?
Can't wait.
Actually, it's not even tomorrow because it's not going to be decided tomorrow, most likely.
And that's the thing, our partners at 538, who are just these data mavens, have done this great chart where you can sort of track hour by hour and see what the expected vote count is in each of the states. In California, I don't know what it is with you guys, but you lag behind the rest of the country. And so,
that's
when
because
it
there's
comes,
a lot of us.
well, sure, I understand, respect that. Thank goodness for it. But it's this whole idea of how to count all these ballots, report the results to the rest of the country. We may not know the makeup, for example, of the House of Representatives for a long time because of the contested races in the Golden State, how long it'll take for all those ballots to be counted and reported out. So I guess we'll all just have to wait and see.
Okay, I have another question for you because you just mentioned the House. We're getting the polling that is showing the presidential races just so tight. Are they showing that the House and Senate races are that tight too, or is it really just the presidential thing that's negative?
On a national level, we have survey data that looks at what we call the generic ballot. We put the question to voters across the country, who would you like to see in control of Congress, which has often been a predictor of the outcome. Well, guess what our 538 polling average is this morning of this question, with about a half point in favor of the Democrats, which is obviously within the margin of error, and it indicates that we cannot predict how it's going to go. Earlier in this cycle, the Democrats enjoyed a narrow lead in that generic ballot. For example, in September, it was about 2 percentage points in favor of the Democrats. Now it's 0.6% in favor of the Democrats. It's a tie
And that means that razor-thin majority, the Republicans could wind up being the same, smaller, or an equal.
All right,
equally
you gotta
small.
do that shit.
We do not know.
Yep.
But we will be
Why?
watching. We will talk to you again very soon. Stephen Portnoy, thank you so much, as always, for the information.
You bet.
All right, let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 crew members are injured after an LA County fire truck flipped over. It happened shortly after 5:30 last night on Highway 39 above Azusa near the San Gabriel Reservoir. The fire truck was on its way to a cliff rescue call. Authorities say it fishtailed and rolled onto its side after it veered off the road a bit. All of the injuries were considered minor. A man who allegedly kidnapped his ex-girlfriend in El Monte and led police on a chase has been arrested in Orange County. The woman told police her ex showed up at her workplace with a gun on Saturday night, argued with her, and then forced her into her car. She was able to call a friend who called police and shared the woman's location through the Find My iPhone app. The chase ended near the 405 and Westminster Avenue in Westminster. And FCC commissioners called out Saturday Night Live over a surprise appearance by Vice President Harris. She appeared with Saturday Night Live alum Maya Rudolph, who plays the VP in skits on the show leading up to the election.
NBC has said it will comply with any regulatory obligations. SNL executive producer Lorne Michaels indicated just last month that neither candidate would appear on the show, citing concern about the FCC's equal time provision.
Dimbert says NBC gave former President Trump's campaign free airtime for a 60-second ad during a NASCAR race yesterday. The Israeli military says it has carried out a ground raid into Syria, seizing a Syrian citizen involved in Iranian networks. It was the first time in the current war that Israel announced its troops had operated in Syrian territory. 3 astronauts who spent 6 months aboard the Chinese space station have returned to Earth. Crew came out of their capsule after touching down early this morning in China's Inner Mongolia region. A replacement 3-person crew arrived at their space station last week. When we come back, we're still talking election.
That I didn't return to talk to me.
It's going to tell us just how close the race between former President Trump and Vice President Harris is. Stephen Portnoy told us a little. We're going to dive into the numbers a little bit more as the clock ticks down to Election Day. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy with gusts in the northern San Fernando Valley expected up to 60 miles per hour. Highs will be in the 60s and 70s. Clear skies tonight with lows in the 40s and 50s. Sunny again tomorrow with highs in the upper 60s to near 80. Morning clouds, afternoon sun Wednesday and Thursday with highs in the 60s and 70s. It's 50 in Garden Grove, 49 in Los Alamitos, and just going to give you a heads up, we're heading over to Nick in traffic. They've been having fire alarms go off, so don't be alarmed if you hear a fire alarm during this traffic report.
Well, it's been another morning, and right now it's a bit of better news for you as we go through Rainier Valley on the northbound side of the 215. It was a crash come and gone involving an overturned car. A couple of cars involved as well. 215 north past Alessandro. All lanes have reopened. Everything is off on the right shoulder. We're definitely seeing rough go for your drive. Heading northbound on the 215 coming out of the March Air Reserve Base. Or Cactus, seeing that rough go for your drive as you're continuing beyond the Emergency 60 as you make your way toward UCR in the Riverside area, continuing into the Riverside interchange. Now, still seeing issues for you in El Monte, continuing into the Baldwin Park area, beyond the 605, heading eastbound on the 10. Still got the eastbound lanes up at 10 as you make your way toward the 605, all shut down. That's backing up your drive as you're coming out of El Monte from as far back as Peck Road. So plan for the 210 or the 60 as your alternates heading to the 605. For Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Nick Polio-Keeney.
Do you have a stubborn clogged drain that keeps coming back? It's time to call a professional. Service Champions. Legal and Smith here. Did you know we clear clogged drains for just $88? And we guarantee the drain will stay clear for 88 days. Forget about liquid drain cleaners and the hardware store aesthetics. They're gross. They're harmful to the environment, and they just don't work very well. Service Champions $88 professional grade drain cleaning will fix your drain fast, and it will stay clear for 88 days. Clear it again for free. That's our 88 drain cleaning special. A great price and a guarantee. Call or go online to schedule right now. It's 833-777-7777. Find us online at servicechampions.com. Again, that's 833-777-7777 per line.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Has your water been letting you down? Does the water from your tap taste, well, lousy? Is your skin and hair looking dull and lifeless? With the Life Source system, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe. So let your water shine. For factory direct pricing, call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
1877
What is
KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your
this?
Cars with
Yeah.
and vacation.
Oh, you're just, okay. What do you want me? Well, you're me. All right. Fuck. Yeah.
Or any kind of real
All right.
estate.
So there.
Easy to feel like
I will get.
but you're not in this alone. For
Why don't you get
has met the
some people? I would-
treatment
What's it?
recovery through barriers to help
Bitch,
you.
no. I mean, some people.
Broadcasters
Oh,
These days, that's how people use relationship status.
oh, that. Stop. Don't be.
The experts at AMP have most rigorous training to stay on top of the latest car technologies.
Yo.
There's nothing we can't fix. Well,
There
except
you
for
go.
that relationship. When it comes
Does
to
it
that,
work?
your own. Double A, MCU. Check engine light on, we'll check it for free.
Oh, that.
Imagine a photograph of your favorite place in California.
Yeah,
Then
you.
one
That isn't.
visitor has no place in our lives. One
No.
let's change that.
It's not even. Hey,
Zero
using my.
CA.com.
Yeah.
Radio as the 2024 presidential
Yeah.
with
Yeah,
this
no.
2024. Listen for real-time
Just work. He's just sucking cock and just works. Hey everybody, Paige didn't respond. Why? It just sucks. Everything's up.
Go with your free iHeartRadio app. Just open the
Are you
app
excited for the election?
and keep listening.
Really?
Presidency.
Why? Why aren't you going to get over?
On iHeartRadio. The Daily Calendar.
November 4th.
Today is National Easy
Oh,
Day
that's-
Day. To celebrate the toy oven that was the worst toy ever. And the worst oven ever. It's also National Candy Day, 4 days after Halloween. And it's Use Your Common Sense Day. Sounds easy enough. It's also the birthday of Mr. Common Sense, Will Rogers. Happy November 4th. From KFI.
Yo, what the fuck? How many fucking times is this for? What is that? Log the fuck in, dog.
It's 5:36 on your Monday morning wake-up call. Good morning, I'm Amy King. I don't know about you, but I thought easy bake ovens were like the coolest ever. My mom wouldn't buy me when we didn't have that money. I would go over to my friend's house and they would use the little light bulb to cook the cake. Greatest. I loved it. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Southern California Edison says up to
What the
160,000
fuck?
customers in LA,
Dude, just work.
San Bernardino counties could see their power shut off today because of strong gusty winds.
I forget where all these were.
Isn't affected till 6 p.m.
Where was this one?
Strongest wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour are expected in the northern San Fernando Valley. Boeing machinists will vote on a new contract that could bring an end to the more than 7-week-long strike. The union for the 33,000 workers is encouraging members to vote in favor of the new deal, which includes a 38% pay increase over 4 years, a $12,000 signing bonus, and increased company contributions to 401ks. TGI Fridays has filed for bankruptcy. The executive chairman of TGI Fridays says the main driver for the restaurant chain's money problems was the COVID-19 pandemic. About 50 of the restaurants have already closed. 7 in California plan to close. Some will stay open as bankruptcy proceedings move forward. At 5:50 this weekend, you can take a run to the beach for a really good cause. It's the
Yo, I'm here. How are you living?
We're going to let you know how you can get involved and what important
Things are amazing in your life. Oh, well, you stay as long as you like. Psych.
Steve Roberts.
Oh, shit.
So Steve
Dude, what the fuck? This is such bullshit. You order fries. And I have to go then. Stupid fucking shit.
Yes, I think so.
Dude, this shit sucks.
And if you look at the numbers this morning, there's sort of encouraging signs for both sides.
Is it the worst? Dude, just fucking log in.
Harris has the national lead.
Worst.
49,
The worst. Okay, this one I know is the day. Save control. And that one's the other one.
Very important number. The electorate is close to 54% female. And that's an enormous benefit.
Well, it's sure 5 ways. Well, no. Okay, let's put plugged in. Where was I remember. Genshin Impact. Oh, that's the top one. I remember that. It's Sun. Fortnite? Maybe.
They could well decide this election. Whoever wins Pennsylvania could be president.
So you mean going to the Fortnite thing and just stay there? Yeah.
In that state now calls it a day.
Why?
The other number that is
Maybe someone noticed me?
is 70
Well, I'll get
number in our
which means they noticed me.
the percentage of Americans
Dog, this is worse.
is headed in
Like,
the wrong direction.
I'm just gonna tell you that. I've seen a lot of streams, like a lot, and all of them are really organized, and they have like 15,000 of them. Not one person who is a big sign face. It's too hard. Really?
The basic
Yeah. It's okay, Ishmael and Nina are currently in voice. Well, tell those bitches the fuck out. What the hell? This sucks. What do you do? Oh,
And
that's
it
not
seems
true.
like you said, with all of the advertising and the rallies
Dude,
and the events that have happened and everything,
that
we're
shit
still
sucks.
so
Okay, cool.
closely divided.
Is this
Half of the
public?
country's going to be really upset on Wednesday.
Oh, how's it,
with
baby?
the results.
Let me give you an astounding statistic.
Okay, do the thing.
4 years
Everything is. Are we logged in everywhere? This one was mommy, and then they're like, "Oh, you're not allowed to do that." Okay, asshole.
Independent, highly professional website that averages all the national polls. Donald Trump was at 46.9%, exactly the same number down to the decimal point of what he got 4 years ago. So that reinforces your point. We've now had two extremely close elections. The country is very, very closely divided.
Aw, snap.
Donald Trump has a
Dude, that is like the most unprofessional way to tell you, hey, dude, we fucked up. We are $1 trillion company, and we don't know what the fuck happened.
let alone 50%. But what this also means is that over 10 years now, both sides have been increasingly polarized, increasingly frustrated.
Stupid ass
increasingly
keyboard.
depicting the other side not just as wrong, but as wrong.
I know, it's gotten so nasty.
You know, there's Donald Trump, both sides. There's Harris calling Trump a fascist, and Trump calling Harris, a demented, and stupid woman. And here's the danger. If this does
Hey,
come down to
everybody.
one state like Pennsylvania, which is mirroring what happened in Florida 24
Just let that bitch be. This shit, oh, those suck. Coolest. I just smell like sweat and cum. Should name it my first album. Sweat and cum. Dude, what the fuck is this? It's like, oh, what? Alright, where's it? I like my voice. My voice is loud. Because of that. Dog, this shit. Just work. It's just fucking work.
Fearful that if the other side wins, it's going to be their POC election. So if you have anything like a repeat of Florida 24.
Okay, are you done? What's this one? This one was like Beach Babe or something. But Booty? No, that was the other one. Yo, what the fuck happened? This shit sucks. What's this
I'm
one?
wondering too, Stephen. I don't know if any of your analysis shows us that it's about.
Welcome, welcome. I'm here, babe. How you living? What's good in your neck of the woods? What up, Bug Shake Monster? What's good?
Is it more about the candidate
How you living?
than the other?
Kicking ass, taking names, my man. Excellent. Are you just chilling, Thug? You're at kindergarten? Oh, okay, cool, man. Teachers are great. I'm in agreement with you. How do you like teaching? How do you like teaching? How do you like teaching? How do you like it? No, how do you like it? How do you like it? Absolutely, I do as well. I, that's okay. Thugs Shake Monster. When you have time and you can hear me and you can talk at another time, come in here and we'll share all kinds of stories together, okay? Bye, my man. Come back when you can. And what's wrong with Thugs Shake Monster? Well, it's just like I can't fucking hear what you're saying, dog.
Just accept what happens starting tomorrow.
Dude, this shit sucks.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, what's this one?
I'm an optimist, Steve. Thanks so much for the information.
Dude, what the fuck? Just the worst.
Thanks, Steve. We'll talk to you soon. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. One person has been killed and 500 to 1,000 gallons of jet fuel has leaked onto the roadway in a tanker truck rollover crash in South LA. Police say the driver of the tanker truck lost control on the 110 late Saturday night, rolled and came to rest on top of a black car.
What's this one?
One person in that car was killed. 2 others were injured. Officials say
Oh, there's edgy or ego.
Dawson's Creek actor James Vanderbeek has announced he has cancer. ABC's Andrew Dimbert says the actor was forced to make the news public,
saying he revealed the diagnosis earlier than he wanted because I was informed that a tabloid was going to run with the news. Apologies to all the people in my life who I planned on telling myself.
Vanderbeek is 47.
God, what is all that fucking sound? Where with that horse shit? Oh, that's the worst. Dude, this thing has a fucking.
Recommending you get your first colonoscopy at 45 instead of 50.
Why does it take so long? No one knows. What are all these fucking sounds? Wah 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 wah. Horse shit.
Starbucks is welcoming the holiday season with a fresh lineup of festive cups with the theme Merrier Together.
The cups are inspired by elements like roasting coffee beans, holiday lights, and Starbucks' signature green color. The coffee giant says each design, such as joyful connection and lyrical landscape, captures the warmth of the holiday season. The collection introduces vibrant colors and a siren wave detail, which Starbucks says offers a cheerful touch to every sip. Starbucks hopes the design inspire joy and togetherness through their unique motifs. The cups will be available starting November 7th. Andrew Caravella, KFI.
Yeah, I'm glad they were fucking working on the really tough fucking program. What are you saying? You know, like Starbucks cups. That's a fucking news story. Not motherfuckers dying in the developing world. That is a news story. What is that fucking sound? Wah, 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 wah. Dog. What does that even mean? Who would like that? Who would like that? Hey, we work in Discord. Let's work on our fucking ringtones, assholes. Oh my fucking. What is that fucking sound? Dog, just shut the fuck up.
Listen up, because it is Black Friday all month long at American Vision Windows. This is the time to
money. Save $250 on every
Dude, what the
window
fuck?
and every door. American Vision Windows is now 100% employee owned. Bill and Kathleen, they started the company to not only help you
Of course.
pride and ownership with their team, and boy did they. Use American Vision Windows. They are the #1 window company in California. I've used
Stop.
them multiple times. My friends and family have also used them. So give them a call now, get a free estimate, and get in on that $250.
Why would you think that? Hey, everybody. I have a bit. We're going to platform. But then when I found out it's like, pick up, and you're going to be like, stop. I didn't know what you asked. What is it up? We don't fucking know. We don't know. It certainly is coming into my fucking server. I get to
For rebate info. Again, that's eWaterwise.
What are these sounds? What is it? Why does it make all these fucking sounds?
Today with a handful of games.
Who would want this? Hey guys, I would leave it. Oh, block all these fucking sounds. Wah wah, wah wah, wah wah, wah wah. Who would want that? Like sometimes I just feel like somebody in some fucking big office somewhere was like, you know what, guys? Let's see how much we can piss off every single motherfucker on the internet. What do you all think about whenever anybody's using our platform? We just have this sound go all the time. Gaga, gaga, gaga. But it's not going to be regular. It'll just be like gaga, 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 gaga. I fucking hear it. Stupid ass system.
Find out more at waterforla.com. We need your help to protect your rights to AM radio in your
dog.
AM is always there in times of need with the key information for our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep
Dude, one of these sounds. This one.
running out. Please text the 2 letters
Yep.
AM to 52886.
Why are you doing such a B?
Bill to the floor for a vote now. Text AM to 52886.
Message data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month. Text stop to stop a message from the station. Did you know that California offers various programs and services to support older adults, adults with disabilities, and family caregivers? Health insurance, counseling to care.
Dog, who wouldn't? I make fun of this app for making sounds, but at least it does. It's not like YouTube, which absolutely is made for dumbasses, made by dumbasses, for dumbasses. Really? Dude, it's actually not made for dumbasses. It's made by dumbasses. If you don't doubt it. Stupid ass box.
You were the voice of Waze.
Yep. If you go into your settings, you can look for Amy and you'll see.
Are you the one that sounds like Scooby-Doo?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people, it's great. Bill Handel, you don't know this. I'm the voice of reason.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Booty.
5:51 on your Monday morning wake-up call this day before Election Day. Hope you had a great weekend.
Booty.
Your week started with us here at KFI. So let's get to what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Secret Service is increasing security ahead of the election. Fences are being reinforced at the White House and the Naval Observatory in D.C. The Secret Service says it's not because of a specified threat, just part of overall preparations for Election Day and its aftermath. Similar security increases are being done at the Palm Beach Convention Center, where former President Trump will hold his election night watch party. One person has been killed and 5 others, including a child, have been rescued after a boat capsized off the coast of Redondo Beach. First responders found 5 people
clinging to the 25
All right.
overturned vote yesterday.
Edgy ego. Socialized.
Became trapped inside.
Oh, shit.
Yet what caused the vote to capsize? El Monte police say a woman's Find My iPhone app has helped them find a woman who was allegedly kidnapped by her ex-boyfriend. Police say the woman was taken at gunpoint from her workplace on Saturday night. The kidnapper led police on a chase for more than 20 miles. The woman's friend was able to find her location and shared it with police. They then tracked him down and arrested the guy and rescued the woman along the 405 in Orange County. Let's say good morning now to Lisa Millar, who is with Together in Hope, the Heroes of Hope race. Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning.
So, Lisa, everybody gets a chance to be a
Here we go.
superhero this Sunday. Please tell us about the Heroes of Hope race.
No, don't tell us about it.
Yes, the 17th year of our Super Heroes of Hope race for brain tumor research, and a very special day of hope and remembrance that helps to fund very much needed
Holy fucking shit. Dude, this sucks. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Everything is just the worst. Everything is the worst. Go to bookmarks. I don't even have any. What in the fuck is this shit? Doug, it's Maya's Playhouse. They're the only people who are nice to you. In any disc. People are meeting me in my own Discord. Maya's Playhouse, they're very nice. I just want everybody to know that I appreciate how nice you all have been. You're a bot, ban. Huh? I just said, like, no. Huh? Unless you're, like, using some kind of lingo people don't know. Here we go. What's my lingo? Oh, MYOB. Really? And what else? CSB. Huh? What is CSB? Cool story, bro.
My favorite aunt also had a brain tumor, and of course our friend Rhonda, a huge Dodgers fan who I get to sit by at some of the games. She's a survivor, and so she participates. That's how we found out about you guys.
Rhonda's 16th year this year.
That's awesome.
Doing it with every single one.
That's great. How many people are?
Doug, Maya's Playhouse. John David Booty. Where's E-Sex?
Cancer death in men under the age of 39, and it's
Dog.
250,000 people living with brain tumors right now.
And do we have any kind of knowledge of what are some of the risk factors? Is there anything specific that is leading to this?
E-Sex. That's my little world. Why? Why not? Okay. Now what? What is this?
As well as environmental exposure like radiation, things like that. So that's what they're talking about.
This shit is just the worst.
It's your brain. It's very difficult. You can't take out your brain. You can take out pieces of it, but it grows back very quickly. And the brain controls.
This is just the worst.
In an area where it's very difficult to treat, and on top of that, the brain has a blood-brain barrier that protects itself from chemotherapy. So it's very hard to get the medicines to work. So it really is important to fund research, and also about 20% of all cancers will spread to the brain, and Rhonda had melanoma.
Dude, how about this one? This one's Paradise Girls. Can you find it?
So let's move on to how we're going to raise money through this superhero event, Heroes of Hope race. When is it? Where is it? And who can be part of it?
It is on this Sunday, November 10th at Dockweiler State Beach, right behind LAX in Playa del Rey. It starts at 8 a.m. for a 5K and 8:30 a.m. for a 10K, but we do ask everybody to get in before 7:30 because it gets a little crowded trying to get into that parking lot. Anybody can participate. We have women, men, children. There's doctors from all the different hospitals, nurses, caregivers, people who have lost loved ones, people who have brain tumors. Dogs on leashes can come. We have a kids.
Okay, E-Sex. What about this one? Just fucking work. What is this shit?
Superheroesofhope.org. You can come as an individual. You can join a team. If you can't make it, you can be a virtual runner as well. And if you can't do any of that, you can at least donate. So we hope everybody will try to participate in some way. It's super important.
Okay, you mentioned you can virtually do it because we have a lot of people listening on the iHeartRadio app who get to stream us because they're in different markets. So how would they be involved?
Where the oh, dude, I just fucking heard this one. I just heard this one, you little bitch.
And click on register to run or walk, and click on virtual runner, and they'll walk you
Quack, quack.
through the
Quack, quack.
registration. And after the event,
Hey, everybody. Quack, quack.
a T-shirt, and all you have to do is basically
Quack, quack. What the fuck? Dude.
Is it a timed run or can you walk it if you want?
It's both. You can definitely walk it if you want. Rob's team likes to walk. We have a lot of people who like to walk, but it is also time for competitive runners. So we have a 10K and a 5K and a professional timing company that's there as well.
Okay, and that's this Sunday. What a beautiful way to start your day, taking a walk or a run along the beach and raising money for such an important cause. Superheroesofhope.org is where you can get more information and register for the run or the walk. Lisa Molar, thank you so much. I hope you raise a ton of money. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 2 LAPD officers have been hurt in a crash in the LA's Harbor Gateway area. Both were taken to the hospital early yesterday where they were treated for minor injuries. LAPD says the officers were in a patrol vehicle that overturned when it collided with another car at South Figueroa Street and West Rosecrans Avenue. The driver of the other car was arrested on suspicion of DUI. On metro buses and trains in LA averaged 1 million people a day in September compared to a year earlier. CEO Stephanie Wiggins says it's the first time ridership has hit that number since before the pandemic.
This milestone is a tribute to all of our efforts over the past 3 years to recover ridership by making our system cleaner, safer, more comfortable, reliable, and easier for all our customers.
Metro buses took nearly 21 million trips in September with a 6% increase in ridership compared to last year. On the rail lines, there was a year-over-year increase of 10% in passengers. A federal judge has ruled that Iowa can continue challenging the validity of hundreds of ballots from potential non-citizens. The ruling on Sunday was a defeat for critics who said the effort threatened the voting rights of people who have recently become U.S. citizens. Germany's top diplomat has arrived in Ukraine for what appears to be a show of European support for Kyiv ahead of the U.S. presidential election. Germany is Ukraine's second largest weapons supplier after the U.S. Germany's foreign minister says her country stands firmly by Ukraine's side. Venom: The Last Dance has injected itself into the top spot at the box office in its second weekend of release. It took in over $26 million. The Wild Robot came in second. The horror movie Smile 2 is in third. Conclave is fourth. And Tom Hanks and Robin Wright's new movie Here finished fifth, earning just over $5 million in its debut weekend. This is KFI KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Southland weather from KFI: sunny, still really windy in the valleys and high desert with wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour expected. Highs in the low 70s at the beaches, low to mid 70s in Metro LA and Inland Orange County, 70s in the valleys and Inland Empire, upper 50s and 60s for the Antelope Valley. Clear skies tonight with lows in the 40s and 50s. Then tomorrow sunny with highs in the 60s to mid 70s at the beaches, metro areas and high desert, mid 70s to about 80 in Inland Empire. It's 53 in Anaheim, 56 in Redondo Beach, 57 in Calabasas, 64 in Rancho Cucamonga. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King. This has been your wake-up call. And if you missed it, you can listen anytime on the iHeart Radio app. We've got some slowing at Mission Hills on the 405.
Dude, this
After the San Fernando Valley from as far back as Devonshire and seeing those LA's make way towards sunset. Your return trip on the northbound side for 405. Not looking all that much better for you coming out the South Bay and back seeing delays leaving Wellington Avenue heading northbound on the 405.
Dude.
Carson and the Harbor Gateway area are Torrance, and it's all the way into and through West LA.
How do you stop making
the Bernardino Freeway for an update for you due to an ongoing issue for you on the eastbound side of the it's like carpool and left lane are does remain shut down.
Okay.
The transition roads to the 10 to the east connectors to the 605 north and south, and the 605 north connector to the 60, or rather 10 eastbound, is off limits.
Now,
So avoid the 10 east if you can. Looks like the
worst shit ever. Just the worst. Worst. I've seen some bad shit in my life, but this is not worse. Okay, so
as your alternates. For Southern California's only airport traffic reports.
If I there is a video. I'm in Ireland, or was in Ireland, and there I am feeding a group of sheep and talking about sheep's breath. And in the video, I even introduce you to my new girlfriend, Betty the sheep, and talk about how difficult it is to get close to a sheep, if you know what I mean, when it comes to that kind of bad breath. So now I segue right into Zellman's Minty Mouth Mints. Difficult to get a sheep to eat one of those, by the way. Zellman's Minty Mouth Mints. Boy, what a connection I've made there. Almost.
Did you try peanut butter?
I haven't. You know, that might work. Peanut butter breath. And then you get Zellman's Minty Mouth Mints. Boy, does that work for your bad breath, sheep or not. Because not only does it take care of your breath in your mouth, but you also have bad breath comes out of your stomach too. With the foods that you eat, Zellman takes care of all of that. It really works. Money back guarantee. Don't know anybody who's ever asked for that. And multiple or free shipping with multiple packs. 15% off when you use 15% off when you use the code KFI at Zellmans.com. Zellmans.com.
Don't be scared. It's Halloween season, and the free iHeartRadio app has everything you need to make it a scream. Commercial-free Halloween radio. Custom playlists like Fright Night.
Dude, this fucking sounds like crazy.
Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Halloween. Listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. iHeartRadio. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Podcast from our library of over 300. Here's an iHeartRadio.
This shit is fucking wild.
3 million borrowers.
Alright.
$1.5 trillion in federal.
I fucking suck at all this shit.
Understand the true impact that this debt is having. Going into debt has life-altering consequences. Every year, another million student loan borrowers default on that debt, and absolutely zero plan to tackle this.
I hate
A new podcast exploring the student loan debt crisis in America. Behind all the numbers and frightening stats are real people dealing with the consequences of their
dude, one of these fucking things making noise.
It stopped me from
I bet it's
get a house. It stopped us from starting our family in this.
no, it's not. It's not.
Seem like a lot, but it's a lot when you're looking at $12,000.
Dude, how
I just woke up one day and was 30.
notification?
You just don't know what to do. You're paralyzed and you get depressed. I didn't sleep for like the first year because I was always worried something's going to happen. It's awful.
Along with those stories, you're also going to hear from experts who want to see change in the student loan industry. From billionaires like Mark Cuban,
There you go.
Seth Godin, and financial experts like Dave Ramsey.
There is a lot of blame to go around because we built the system. And the system
Dude, what? I still hear this shit.
did what it was supposed to do.
I'm George Camel, and over the next several episodes,
Oh, there. Oh,
black student loans are having a
found it. Kids that found this shit. Little.
borrowed future.
Quack, 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 quack.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app.
Yo, dog.
Talk and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
This is the worst. Are you even fucking call? No. Official. It should be called officially. You're terrible.
Oh boy. And now, handle on the news.
Okay, what the fuck?
Here's Bill.
Wow, dude. Fucking dick. Dude, I can hear this shit.
November 5th. The election is tomorrow. I
wish we could stop talking about it tomorrow, but we're not going to talk about it for another week, maybe a week and a half. So obviously we do some election stuff today. Also, first a quick hello to one and all. Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
There you are, Amy.
Hi, Bill.
Okay, now you're wearing black, if I'm not mistaken.
I am.
Is that a political statement as to one or the other parties at this point?
Yeah, I'm in mourning over the whole.
Yeah, already. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, Kono, good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
And Neil, good morning.
Good morning. I'm wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt, and yes, it is in protest of the
election. It is. All right, over the weekend, and I talked about this for a while. My daughter Mary Jenks, done, finished.
This is everyone. Oh man, Rabbi, I liked it when your fucking stream was like the worst. It was lit. People would like tell their children, "Oh, this was the worst fucking stream ever." Did this shit work? Seeming.
Reserve table for me, my family.
I still fucking hear that sound.
Some lovely lady in a wheelchair came up and grabbed my spot. The chair over and grabbed my spot, and with her daughter. And I had asked the staff to kindly ask them to move. And well, let's just say she didn't want to move. Neil, was it you that stopped me from running over there and tipping over the chair? Because I was on my way.
You are the only person I know that can find, when you're stressed out in life, anything will set you off. And I think you were a very stressed daddy about the wedding. And
I was.
It set you off.
Yeah.
And you were going to
tilt over the wheelchair. I was going to bring her and have her crawl to the other table. That's right.
And it was horrible.
Yes, thank you very much. So that was one. And what was just the other one, just a quick little story, it was an open bar. I went first class, of course. The bride's parents paid for the wedding, which I did. And if you're going to have a wedding, I might as well go balls to the wall. So the food was insane. The appetizers were absolutely crazy. And then the dessert, and then I even, not only was it an open bar, I paid for parking. Everybody was stamped, they were validated, so it was across the board, we paid for it. And I parked outside the restaurant. This is Anaheim White House, and let me tell you, if you want an event, this is where you want to do it, the Anaheim White House.
They did a beautiful.
Oh, they do such a gorgeous job. It's insanity. Bruno and Silvano, who runs the place with Bruno, his nephew. I mean, just crazy wonderful. I mean, there's no place better. And so on the way out, part of it was paying for parking, and that was part of the bill. On the way out, as I'm going to the street with my car, one of the people there, one of the servers said, where you park, can I have your sticker so I can validate it? And I said, no, I'm parked out in the street. And she said, yeah, but parking's paid for. And I started screaming, I know parking's paid for.
Yeah, Tracy and I drove separately when we found out you were paying for parking.
Yeah. Actually, Neil had to ask me for the tip.
I did. I paid you back.
Yeah, Bill, I don't have any dollars. You have a few bills on you.
Hey, you're the father of the bride.
Yeah, what the hell? All right, anyway. All right, so congratulations to my daughter, who is now Mrs. Penny, and Brandon, who is Mr. Penny.
He sang to her.
He's in a band, and he has a lovely voice. I thought that was the highlight of the entire evening.
I think your speech of like, hey, I paid for this. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, don't drink too much. And don't forget, I turned to Pamela, Barbara's sister, who was maid of honor, and I said, Pamela, I hope you're enjoying this too, because this is for both of you. Just
It's a twofer.
It was. All right, guys, let's do it. It's time for Handle on the News with Amy, Neil, and me. Lead story. It's the final. Yeah, it's all about the election tomorrow. Last day pushes. I don't know if I've ever, I guess I have seen candidates work this hard through the last day. One thing I'm going to give Donald Trump,
okay.
A 78-year-old guy, he is indefatigable, if I have that word correctly. I mean, this guy...
For a 50-year-old guy.
Yeah, I expect Kamala Harris to do what she does. She's 60 years old, 59. But when it comes to someone 78, when I hit 78, am I going to work that hard? How many people work that hard? I mean, the guy's insane. And her story, he puts these 20-year-olds to shame. While people.
Give me some fucking server in like Poland. Oh, this bitch is making the sound. Dog. Romania. Fucking perfect. Dude. Perfect. Yo, microphone access is denied. Notifications. Shut the fuck up. What is that even? Well, dude. Now what? Who the fuck thinks that's a good idea? I don't even know what that fucking sound is. Microphone access is disabled. Dog, what is this? Fight social lives? What is this even? Okay. Cool. Cool. Hey, cool. What's up, lady?
And has been highly criticized for being too soft on crime. A 6-story mural of the late Dodger pitching legend Fernando Valenzuela has been unveiled in Boyle Heights. Muralist Robert Vargas says he hopes he did right by Fernando Valenzuela's family. The mural at the First Street on-ramp to the 101 freeway. Fernando Valenzuela died nearly 2 weeks ago, just shy of his 64th birthday. Well, checks and problems.
What in the fuck just happened?
If you decided to sell your house, maybe you just want to get out of Dodge. I know so many people are moving out of the country because of the craziness going on. Or let's say you're downsizing or you've been transferred, doesn't matter. So you decided to sell your house. Now, I'm going to tell you the easiest way of selling your house, where you don't have to list it, where you don't have to clean it, where you don't have to worry about offers and counter offers and people going through your house to see if they want to buy it. Just contact the folks.
Okay. Is it fucking done? 99.1%. What in the flying fuck, dog? Who dare made a sound? That one. For sure, dog. Okay, so what? User settings. Notifications.
Sunny and windy with the red flag warning in effect until 6 p.m. Highs will be in the 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh Grocery Store. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places.
Disable all of them? No. Message? No. Deafen? No. Mute, unmute, voice disconnect? None of that. Mute is fine. PTT activate. Stop all this. User join. That I need. User leave. That I need. User move. That's fine. Outgoing ring. Sure. Incoming ring. Sure. Stream started. That's okay. Viewer join. Viewer leave. Sure. Activity start. Activity user join. Sure. Invited to. Okay. Email notifications. I don't give a shit about any of that. So what did I just shut off? Just Voice disconnected. Message? I don't even know. Holy fucking shit, dog. Is this shit done?
Station owner first shared that there are ongoing conversations about the idea, which NBC was said to be considering back in 2022. Local stations have the idea of moving their late news up an hour to 10, 9 Central in most markets to boost audiences, and that hour has become a lower-rated part of the primetime schedule, with many viewers using that time to catch up on DVR recordings or streaming offerings. Another change in the landscape is that the networks are spending less on content across the board, cutting budgets of shows or ordering fewer episodes per season. And 7 less hours a week to program would save a bunch of cash. Any such move would also put ABC, CBS, and/or NBC in alignment with Fox and the CW.
Is it done?
Sports overruns don't currently program
What the
that
fuck
out,
happened?
and overall ratings averages. Nothing appears to be in the works, but it sounds like something to keep an eye on. And that's what's popping on Camps.
This is the worst.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me
Dude, what was that fucking one I used yesterday?
we call them Mayday for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge, and there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, and he's a good person, I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we work together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
What in the fuck is this so slow? Why is it so fucking slow? No one knows. What in the fuck? What is this? Assholes designed this. How would you improve Google? In like a billion ways? Firstly, stop sucking cock. Is it bad? Kids, Google used to be so good. People wanted to work there. Now it sucks. And it's terrible and everybody hates it. Download whatever, video downloader. Oh, you wanted to download a video? Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Use. What in the fuck? Just download this fucking thing. No, asshole. I don't want to download your shitty software. Holy fucking shit, kids. Like 3 years ago, this would have been done so long ago. The internet is getting more and more difficult to use. I'm just sure of it. Look at all this fucking space on Google. I think they normally sell ads there. I don't see it. And then dumbass. You fucking look at ads. Fuck you. Stupid slut. Fuck you. But seriously, the internet has gotten worse. It has definitely gotten worse. This bitch peaked about 2012, and then everything sucks since then. Really? Dog, it's just the worst. Hey, everybody. Do you want to see the worst fucking bullshit ever? Okay. What's it called? YouTube?
All right, so more coming out of the Middle East. Israeli police have arrested the top aide to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And this is all over the alleged leaking of classified information to foreign media. So this investigation centers on the allegations that the Prime Minister's office promoted to foreign media the claim that Hamas was planning on smuggling hostages out of Gaza, somewhere around over the Egyptian border there, and this created divisions and is really causing problems with the ceasefire.
Yeah, it's there's an argument that
Dude, what in the fuck?
Doing everything to not affect the ceasefire, which I believe is promulgating, in fact, extending the war. I believe that. Also, Hamas.
Dude, it should fucking work.
And Netanyahu is awaiting trial as soon as he leaves the prime ministership of Israel. He is under indictment for fraud up and down the street.
And you think they'll get him?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So when he leaves, they're going for it. Sure, they just can't do anything with a sitting prime minister. Much like you can't do anything with a sitting president. You have to wait until it's all over, and that's what's happening. So yeah,
Dude, this is the worst. I'm just fucking absolutely flabbergasted that this thing would be so fucking slow. And then that thing wouldn't even fucking let me do shit. Dude, this is the worst.
Personal beliefs and his own personal survival first. And his,
You don't think in his mind that
Dude.
it's for the greater good of
you know what?
the country?
I guess it is. Let me do this for those people that are opposed to Trump, right? Do you think that it's possible that Trump believes he is there for the greater good, or do you think he is so
Edgy Heroes. This one.
ass and I'm
That's Edgy Heroes.
fly on Air Force One and slump? No. I think
That's an interesting point. Actually.
yeah, I
It's hard to believe sometimes that
Is that
he cares
Booty?
about the country more than he cares about
John
himself.
David Booty.
No, that's not to say. Well, let me put it this way. Well, I'll just go on because you know how I feel about this, but I'm just saying it can be argued that he cares more about the country than himself. And I'll tell you, certainly his followers believe that. 100% his followers believe that's the case. All right, moving on.
That's some saber rattling going on by Iran's supreme leader.
Dude,
The Ayatollah
I don't fucking hear that sound anymore.
said that Israel and the U.S. will
Private
face
call
a crushing
to-
response to attacks on Iran and its allies. Iranian officials increasingly threatening to launch
Dog, let me
another
in this
strike against
bitch.
Israel after Israel launched its retaliatory attack on Iran, targeting military bases and other locations.
Turn on the fucking camera, dog. Dude, I have to fucking daven, and it sucks. Everything about davening sucks cock. I don't think anybody gets anything out of it. I don't know why they fucking do it. It's a total waste of time. Really? It's just the worst. You don't like to daven? Motherfucker, no one likes to daven. Anybody who says they like it, they're lying. They are straight up fucking lying. All of it. No one likes it. It's just something we have to do. But it sucks. Dude, what is up with this shit?
What is Iran going to do? Attack U.S. bases? Kill U.S. airmen and service members? You know how many task forces? I don't know how many carrier task forces are now in the Persian Gulf.
Dog.
Maybe 2.
This shit is so fucking stupid.
And Hezbollah certainly was. And look what's happening there.
Oh, not this fucking site. It's the worst. This site is the worst. Y2 down. Whatever person created your site should just get fucking decked. Why? It's just the worst. It's the worst fucking site ever. Hey, everybody, you want to download? Dude, I just wish I could remember this fucking website I used to use. Verify. Dude, you never had to do this back in the day. You never, ever had to do this bullshit. Just fucking download. Preparing. Failed. Fuck you, dude.
I'm sorry, Neil, you were going to say.
No. I'm just, I thought we were moving on.
Oh, we are.
All right, so you talk about Michael Jackson, you talk about Ray Charles, Frank Sinatra, and one person that worked with all of them, Quincy Jones, hit-making producer, longtime powerhouse in the music industry. No one would deny that. He died Sunday. He was 91.
Yeah, what a guy he was, man. If you look at his credentials, insane.
Dude, this shit is the worst.
Yeah.
Did it fucking work?
And what a musician he was. In addition to producing and
Yeah,
writing
did it?
and arranging and all
What do you
that,
call it?
if you
Love.
heard some of his original jazz recordings, he was unbelievable.
Oh, shit.
If Trump wins. Former President Trump said Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is now endorsing Trump, would have a big role in the administration if he wins on Tuesday. In a phone interview with NBC News, he says,
Is this thing
he's
done?
open to some
This isn't going to work. Guaranteed. It's just going to be that fucking screen.
controversial ideas. Now, he was asked whether banning certain vaccines would be an option during a second term.
What in the shit is this? 18 kilobytes. Fuck you and fuck your website.
So he basically didn't say one way or the other.
I thought that was going to be good.
It's a political move. Trump wants
Psych.
RFK followers, and he's going to say, "Here you go." Now, is he actually going to do it? I think even some of his staunchest advisors, Trump's that is, would say, "You know what? We
Dog.
want to do this." For example, removing fluoride.
This is the absolute worst.
Water systems, drinking water systems.
All our teeth would fall out.
Yeah. Well, I remember they say that for years. I remember as a kid, before they, in fact, here in Los Angeles, before they did put fluoride into the drinking water, it was an uproar. The communists are putting fluoride in. Those two destroyed. Literally, it was back in the 50s. The communists were going to put in fluoride. And it was a huge fight to put in fluoride. I mean, I don't know why the communists didn't fight, how dare they put water into the water system, because that's a communist plot. I mean, it's insane. And is he going back to those days? So I think this is Trump saying this about RFK is simply a political move, and I hope and I think it would happen. RFK disappears after that. Or he's given some commission to study it, and then it's going to disappear. All right, talk about disappearing. That's us right now for a bit. Let's take a break. Amy, live in the KFI 24-hour.
Dude, what the fuck is this?
Gascon and the man running to replace him have held their final weekend rallies before the election. Gascon says he's optimistic.
When we win, and I believe that we will, it will give us an opportunity to really continue to enhance the safety of our community and do it in a way that is much more thoughtful.
Nathan Hoffman tells KTLA people in Los Angeles have seen Gascon's social experiment.
Some errors. What errors, dog?
They did when he first came into office.
Gascon is polling 25 points behind Hoffman. An estimated 25% of voters say they're undecided. LA Metro has celebrated.
This is just the absolute
Trains
worst.
across the system saw an average of 1 million daily riders in September. It's first time reaching that height since before COVID. CEO Stephanie Wiggins told the Metro board last week the agency's strategies are attracting a variety of passengers.
This growth has been powered not only by our regular riders, but by connecting riders to the diverse communities we serve.
Ridership was up 10%.
Warning, undefined property.
In September compared to a year
Dude, what does that even fucking mean?
of 7% year over year. In downtown LA, Michael Monks, KFI News.
The Federal Reserve is expected to cut interest rates for a second time this year when it meets this week.
Dude,
The board's two-day
what in the absolute dog shit is this?
cut interest rates by a half.
This is the worst. The worst website.
Death while watching the New York City Marathon. The New York Post says the man was watching runners near the 11-mile checkpoint yesterday afternoon when he fell from the third floor of a building in Brooklyn. Police are investigating but do not suspect foul play. Several tornadoes have touched down in the Oklahoma City area, doing
This
severe
is
damage
the
to the
worst.
metro area.
Yo,
Oklahoma City police say a half
where are the fucking sites I used to use?
hospitals. Power was knocked out to tens of thousands of people yesterday morning, and golf ball-sized hail was reported in parts of eastern Oklahoma. California has been ranked number 4 in a report on states that do the best in helping people deal with obesity. The nonprofit organization Smile Hub released its report on the best states for health and wellness in 2024. Smile Hub business manager
All
Lynn
right,
Powers says
cobalt that tool. Let's not stop there. Everybody says it was good. Still checking if you're not a bot. I don't know what that means. Dude, what is this bullshit?
Federal health officials say about 75%.
What are you doing? It's just going like this. Tell me, what the fuck are you doing? Hey guys, I'm like thinking, we're processing. Fuck that shit.
Fernando Valley expected up to 60 miles per hour. Highs will be in the 60s.
Bing bang boom. Are we locked and loaded everywhere?
Sunny again
Shit
tomorrow.
looks
Highs
good.
in the upper 60s to near 80.
How about that?
Clouds and
Shit.
winds on Wednesday and Thursday. Highs in the 60s and 70s.
Genshin Impact. Go fuck yourself.
And we've got a crash in.
What is it? Hey guys, what's it called? Genshin Impact. I was just thinking, let's make it really. What the fuck is Genshin? No one. I bet it means did something. Hey, everybody, we're gonna Genshin Impact. Dude, it drives me absolutely shit crazy. This like girlfriend is like, my boyfriend is fuck that shit.
My boyfriend, where in the fuck is my phone? My boyfriend is obsessed with Genshin Impact. Look at him. And he's like playing the girl. Look how he's playing it. It's like, dude, you need to break this bitch ASAP. Really? Dude, this is the worst. What in the fuck? This?
And the free iHeartRadio app has everything you need to make it a scream. Commercial-free Halloween radio. Custom playlists like Fright Night.
This is the worst.
And spooky podcasts like
Without a doubt.
the iHeartRadio app. Search Halloween. Listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Oh man, if you looked at my YouTube channel, you can see I stream 24/7.
Radio and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
To all the haters who are watching the page right now, I hope this display of American.
I get it that you spam a bunch of messages and see who responds, but seriously, take a look at what I do before sending me any more questions.
And that change isn't coming.
I don't have time for that motherfucking shit. Dude, this motherfucker is done. Blocked as fuck.
Every single time the government has a complete registration.
How old is your fucking account?
Genocide happens.
Pretty young. Stop.
I don't think anybody has ever said that I was weak on my Second Amendment rights.
I'm Lisa Hagen.
And I'm Chris Axel. We're the hosts of No Compromise, a new investigative podcast from NPR.
Tell me we shall not be afraid of being you.
Dude, shout out to Sophia for being an amazing person.
To restrict the keeping and bearing of arms. I mean, that's what the Second Amendment says. That
Whatsoever, is that where you're coming from? Like, are all gun laws unconstitutional?
What in the fuck is this?
We take you inside the world of American gun rights activism and explore a side of it you've probably never heard of.
We have an absolute divine right from God and enshrine our Constitution to keep and bear firearms. And the more we learn, the more we realize gun politics are not.
Okay, I'm not gonna look at your shit.
Love guns, but want nothing to do with them.
Join us for No Compromise.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number
Earth.
one for music, radio, and podcasts. all
Where are you
in
gonna
one
say
app.
you're from? I'm a man of the sea. I'm from the sea. I'm just gonna start giving people weird answers. Hey, how you doing? Amazing.
Location in Gal on the corner of La Paz and Aliso Creek Road. Live broadcast, delicious samples, chef demos, giveaways, and more.
Amazing with you. Hey everybody, I hope everybody has a good day. Paradise. Oh shit. Oh, that one's supposed to be Paradise Isle. Where's Paradise Isle? Hey everybody.
Yep, tomorrow's the big day. Quick reminder, you heard a promo just now on November 9th, where Neil is going to be broadcasting at the Wild Fork in Laguna Niguel, Wild Fork fruit purveyor, great stuff. I'm going to be there with him. Yep, we're going to broadcast together, and Zellman's will be there, and I'm assuming there'll be food to eat, right, Neil?
Yes, Big Green Egg is providing grills. We've got Craig the Egg.
Dude, just go to where is it?
Out there, my buddy Wing Lamb from Wahoo's Fish Tacos. He's going to be grilling up.
Sounds great.
It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be a lot. So come on out. And
Zelma's is going to be giving samples.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun. And by the way, you talked me into buying a Big Green Egg. So have them bring one.
For you to,
That's
not
I'll
how
throw
it
in the car. Have them bring the Big
That's
Green
not
Egg.
how it works. They're 1,000 pounds. They're the heaviest grill you will ever get. They come. They have to be delivered and assembled. Yeah, it's not something you throw in the back of your car.
Okay.
Unless it's the Mini Max.
Yeah. Well, in any
we'll be
case,
giving away a Mini Max as a matter of fact.
all right, let's do it, guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's do it. More handle on the news. Amy, Neil.
He's so shitty at his job. Like literally, they're trying to plug the fucking sponsors. Like, yeah, let's talk about fucking more shit. Hey, Hey, you know how fucking cheap I am with my daughter's fucking wedding? I don't even pay for my own parking. Like the cheapest motherfucker I think you could ever have. Really? No, I am, but he's pretty fucking cheap. Dog, where is? Maybe they kicked you out. Babe, e-girls, ladies. What is it called? Paradise Isle. Dude, how do you fucking find this shit? Assholes design this. Just straight up assholes.
Right. And by the way, the only thing he is dead wrong on, it will be temporary. It is going to be massive. You know, Republicans used to be deficit hawks. We can't spend more money than we have. I mean, the Democrats, you have to give them, they're going to spend money like crazy. They don't care how much you borrow. Always have. You know, let's just borrow, and spend, and governmental programs. Okay, fine. So we know where they are. Republicans have moved over from, we can't spend more money than we have.
Dog.
Unmitigated spenders like the Democrats.
There it is. Fuck, man.
Who wins the let's spend money till we are completely broke race? And they're
Oh shit, this one's an actual speed. Okay, so we're locked in? Yep. Oh man, my fucking back hurts. Oh, what about this bullshit? What in the fuck? I'm serious. This used to be a 10-second job. And it is so...
has been balanced. The government, once during the Eisenhower years. Wow. Yeah. And the government,
Dude, J-Down.
50 years ago, we used to actually spend the money we had. The budget was balanced.
J-Down. Dude, I don't want to fucking download something.
In person. As a group of LA County inmates submitted their ballots, there was a round of applause yesterday. For some, it was their first time to vote. So normally, eligible voters who are in jail can only cast their ballots through vote by mail, but they changed that in 2020 with the new voting and model and system and expanded voting access to include in-person voting in jails.
Yeah, they had a problem with it because when they were waiting in line to vote, they got a little bit too close to each other, and so...
Give me a bad joke.
There was accidental rapings. Is that what you're...
Dude, what the fuck? Is that funny? Accidental rapings is not a funny fucking joke. Why doesn't the FCC come in and be like, hey, you know, Bill, you can't just say anything that comes in your fucking head. Here's a $10,000 fine for such a shitty joke.
If you're a convicted felon and you are out, you can vote. If you are in prison, you can't.
But these guys just did.
They're in.
They're in prison.
But they could be under there for misdemeanor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, misdemeanors, you have the right to vote, come hell or high water.
Gotcha.
Okay. Spain's flood.
I'm serious. Listening to this fucking morning program is like, it's painful. I don't know how LA just was like, yeah, let's just keep this motherfucker for 30 fucking years. It's awful.
And the townspeople throw crap at him because now you have the Spanish royal couple touring the flooding area on Sunday. First visit to the center of their nation's deadliest natural disaster in living memory, and survivors were hurling mud at them.
Yeah, because they were pissed off that the government didn't do enough to help those that were victims of that flood.
Dude,
once in a 1,000-year flood.
the Netherlands has such bullshit results.
And they didn't. You weren't able to help us very much. Come on, really?
There's some mud in your eye.
Yeah. At what point is you haven't done enough?
Why does the Netherlands have so many fucking names? No one knows. What the fuck happened here? Dude, this is such bullshit, and I still have to fucking job in. My back hurts. Keep getting this shit.
I don't even know how many people were killed. We know it's in the hundreds. Amy, do we have a figure yet as to how many?
Yeah, it's at least 205 right now.
Wow.
And actually, that number, if I'm remembering correctly, is from Friday, so it may have gone up.
Yeah, because I know hundreds are still missing.
Well, this guy literally fell for the Dodgers. A man was severely injured. Well, wait till you hear. He fell from the third floor of a building during the Dodgers parade through downtown LA on Friday. Happened about 1:30 at 8th and Flower Street. So he's up there to celebrate. What, right? Celebrating the boys in blue. Well, maybe. But then someone who saw the man after he fell said she noticed a young boy shouting and heard the boy screaming, "That's my dad, don't get near him." And then the
Dog, this is the worst.
man
Dude,
was
my back
engaged in
fucking
graffiti-related activity and was
These
tagged.
Dutch fucking results are absolute horseshit.
30 feet.
Google.
Now, depends on what he fell on. If he fell on concrete, that becomes problematic. But he's still around. We just don't know what his injuries are. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back and we'll finish up Handle on the News on a Monday morning, November 4th. Amy?
They're the exact same fucking results.
Boeing machinists will vote on a new
There's
contract that
American
could
ones.
bring an end to the more than 7-week-long strike. The union for the 33,000 workers
I
is
cannot
encouraging
fucking
its
believe it.
members to vote in
Dog.
favor of the new deal, which includes a 38% pay increase over 4 years, a $12,000 signing bonus, and increased company contributions to 401k.
Yo, what the fuck's going on over here? Dude, this is the worst.
Into their cruiser and harbor gateway. The LAPD says the officers were making a left turn when a speeding car ran a red light and crashed into them early yesterday morning. The officers were taken to the hospital. The teenage driver was arrested on suspicion of DUI. FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr says Vice President Kamala Harris's appearance on Saturday Night Live violates the political equal time law. Harris was offered and took the spot. Trump was not. The FCC guidelines require networks to provide comparable time and placement to opposing candidates. Trump got a 60-second spot yesterday during a NASCAR race. We'll check some problems on the
How is that fucking fair?
next.
We're doing a story about politics.
Search intensively.
Water and fluoride.
Done. You don't have to fucking search. I gave you the fucking link. You need to pull it up. Worst. This is the worst. What is this? Download. This file is 10 minutes. Dude, okay, you like that? You want to play that fucking game? Bye. I'm never going to use it again. No one ever used white to download shit software. Why? Everybody lets me do this shit for free. And I don't understand why YouTube doesn't just have a fucking button that says download. We want you to watch it on our shit. Dude, fuck you. Fuck everything. And fuck Davin, man. I don't have to fucking do that anymore. It sucks. It's just the worst. Downloading? You are still downloading, you ass. You fucking ass. This is the worst.
Blowing through the area with sunny skies, highs in the 60s and 70s. This
Oh,
report brought to you
holy
by
fucking shit, dog.
Rooter Hero.
What the shit?
Got a crash in West Covina on the 10th.
Dude, I just want a thing that says, don't ever fucking bring up that thing that says, do you have cookies or whatever. Fuck you. Do not refresh. This is the worst. This is the worst. It's just the absolute worst. Dog. What fucking dude? You know what? I never. I don't think. Online YouTube downloading. Yeah, 100% screen quick. I'll fucking believe it when I see it. Download video.
Just open the app and search news and listen on the go. iHeartRadio, always live for events that matter. Open the app and listen now. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you.
Dude, I did.
2025 will mark the 60th anniversary.
You are. Oh, you fucking shitbag. Worse.
Celebrate the milestone. First comes the limited edition, the doors.
Are you fucking serious? That's how you do that?
All 6 of the band's studio albums on vinyl and remastered from the original tapes. The 3,000 copy package also includes rare photos and new liner notes from Doors archivist.
Please fill out the caption. Dog, I'm never using your fucking site. Don't ever use that one either. Whatever the fuck it was, it's the worst.
From the venue for playing past curfew with a set list including a 19-minute rendition of Light My Fire and a version of The End that clocked in at 17 minutes.
This is the worst.
Is on the way in 2025 of The Doors 1967 through 1971.
Download.
November 22nd at thedoors.com and the final release of The Doors live in Detroit is November 29th.
This is just the worst. Download.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
What the fuck was that? I just fucking did it. And
pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack.
yeah, okay, just fucking work.
Restart it or talk to your
Dutch. Just work.
Start taking the right steps.
Who fucking designed your stupid site? God damn it, my cat hurts. Ow. God damn it. I can't see for shit. I basically have to throw my face through the fucking screen.
Supply and demand at work. After years of companies jacking up prices and logging record profits along the way, consumers have been pushing back on what's been called greedflation. Shoppers are looking for less expensive alternatives to artificially high prices, and some chains are now lowering their prices to try and regain lost market share. Walgreens, Michaels, Target, Amazon Fresh, and the regional Aldi and Giant food grocery stores are among the retailers that have announced sweeping price cuts to lure customers back. Fast food giants McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's are also feeling the heat, with each introducing a slate of discount menu items. The new move towards price cuts comes as the Bureau of Economic Analysis found that corporate profits soared 3.9% to a record $2.8 trillion in the fourth quarter of 2023.
Where the fuck is your caption? Dog. Every person who designed these websites is lazy. It sucks. I can't stand it. They don't fucking troubleshoot.
High-ranking corporate officials. And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Okay, 104 minutes. Cool, dog. Dude, that just seems like a lot of fucking work. What is going on here? I don't fucking know. I'm pissed. I'm never gonna fucking sing a concert because it's so fucking hard to publish it. Oh, you wanted to publish your concert? Well, that's just gonna be a mother. I literally just in 10 seconds with a video 4 times as long.
It is a Monday, everybody. Go handle your morning crew. Tomorrow, the election will do some election stuff. Coming up 7. Fun story about the Proud Boys and the election.
Fuck.
Later on at 8:30 point and me. All right, back we go. Let's finish channel.
Google sucks so much fucking crap. They're just such a bad company. And they run badly. Their CEO is lazy. He doesn't give you his fucking college. He sucks. Failed to fetch video information. Dog.
Not a whole lot.
No, it's not.
I have a feeling something's real with this movie because it should not have failed so many fucking times.
Turbo, you're right.
Yeah, I do that.
One started shooting 3 hours ago. What in the fuck? Okay, it says watch.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm waiting for
Dude, this
turn.
Oh,
He was
this is some shit.
yeah.
Dog, just fucking download this shit. Save. I like how it's like, that's the dumbest fucking thing.
With the strawberry, right?
Stupid.
Kind of strawberry flavored, no real strawberries in it. Strawberries Pop-Tart. The only one worth the damn is the brown sugar one. Okay.
RFK might ban that strawberry flavor if it gets into Trump's administration. He's not even in the administration yet, and a regional health department in Idaho is no longer providing COVID-19 vaccines to residents in 6 counties. There was a vote by the health board. The decision was 4-3. The district is along the Oregon-Idaho border, includes 3 counties in the Boise metropolitan area. Idaho has the highest childhood vaccination exemption rate in the nation, and now they're not going to offer COVID-19 vaccine.
Now, this is the fun story part of it here is that public hearings have to be had before the health board can make that decision. And there were 290 public comments were brought forward saying, we must end vaccine mandates. We don't have a mandate. We must end all vaccine mandates. We don't have a mandate. There is no mandate here. This is just making tests available. Next person up. We must end vaccine mandate. It's 290 of these. We don't have a mandate. No, there is no mandate. People
This is the worst.
Mandates don't even exist anymore anyplace. And they were, and I was wrong about those, by the way. With the school kids, all the mandating, I pushed hard for it. And I think the mandated vaccines hurt a lot in terms of our education and the segregation of the kids outside of the system, learning at home. It went on way too long.
I thought you did a lot of mandating in college.
Wow. Hello. Very strong. Very strong.
Dude, that's not a funny joke. It's not very strong. Bill, you suck cock. I can't wait till they fucking retire.
And so for and also gonna get no one ultimately to on
back hurts so badly.
Now,
God damn.
And this was kind of a and which the immigrant crush was in there. We look now. Wow. I like those Schwab who 14 the Jews you can and you can
worse.
This
Lincoln Valley. Why do you keep fucking saying that?
He said, he figured many versions which were and his successor I'm sorry he figured after he actually perhaps from several and separated and just we that they so in
worse
of his style, something to my presence because is not who so you're right. To my It was in snakes and was well, here when the mother as they're less than years to take honored when the faith at such several begging, but not one might strong
words
into embrace. Thus, I said, "Oh, brother, how could this anger the song?
Dude, just fucking get the shit over it.
All for there are even though each one constant." He goes on when these almost the remaining basis only a dreadful sport. Absolutely unimaginable persecution in the time to bring them to society. But unfortunately, so this is amazing. Manuel who with and so he take as creating Isabel very individual system form. So you need to explore no. This is about this is about so or the expansion or the run the first time ironic. You know, maybe I'll so he decided the next Jews are said, you know what? Let's just make a Christian. That way we'll keep their someone else and we're very on the seaside and before working they were and suddenly in and he closed and he's no Christian. So one of the Jews they are and they're not they must put their foot and they're out. So for the next Portuguese they do Amsterdam, Monaco. These places the important are now freely, but they're terribly, and they were subject to tremendous. Jewish experience over the decades. In 15, technically expelled, then freshly baptized. 15, and there's who have once when there's and I marked that I was enjoying natural life. And one of the Christians, it's just a reflection of faith. And he suggests that the created a in which a clergy because the general who now are beginning to dominate the there is a under Rothschild, 1520, series of more after years of and 15 and so our says that we're bringing the dread which was Scrooge Spain from which he described terrible, strange, it felt in fact, many ways, was direct where is right here. The king,
what the fuck?
Of strange form for me at the new in it's and as a steel covered steel in rock with blind and it moves with 1,000 initials. It's it's a 124. It's it's on race and the food is the it's its shadow spreads up finally in one and when it Greek to the left decay and then it's included it does now we go said in addition there were also who delivered this poverty, many to ask if any terrible. Once this is which was experience. So if this are whatever is included and it scatters in there, you share some comes from which is a time. So West it's all he seems on and you know when for example in is copper, which is so it's a Christian. It's a Christian. We know and he was in this the we based on tremendous with Ron's 16th century very similar in who have we don't he grew up as a nominal Christian where and died, so he learned but he made wished it because and it's not that in fact they sub because to the kind that we know was an also where party which was enjoying tremendous exposure, but where yeah, for Rob, lecture to who use their might and their defense party to ransom captives to engage.
Some of the
was an early scholarship info and a tremendous to publish. The is exactly and you can see fled terrifying cargo features. That's clearly broken, and they're this is kind of going through. I was three and scholars how to possibly student Samuel, but together and many now at the
What does that fucking mean?
This is to publish so on to doesn't you know there's no you know anyways very and so the heart for it indeed must be content. Since my life is just only the a converse
Just
I might it is in the record that you feel and I say most of and does and to show I have received since you even our and you're part which is true. You speak the same.
Yeah.
Because of the
This shit is worse.
So you got to very positive and then anyway, it is like that he wants to provide for these scattered bad populations who are they're hot, they're trying
About this fucking playlist.
I don't want that now and so he maybe I'll paraphrase. Listen, I witnessed which is a long roller it's all about this since the actually 2000 and exit we have endured primarily by he spends itself is in that the parallel, and of course where the small prophecy comes. But never the fact if the prophecies are described fictionally, then reminiscent of the famous when some during the second century, and Rabbi Rothschild starts laughing. Why? Because they saw running through the what it's and the rabbi says, and he says, if then we will all so this important remnant is going up people specific Jews short and these absolute structure. The style is in the particular there is who the first where you live centuries. One of the album, which is makes that clear, and he one for whom says not people, and the other is the heart, remember, and the first one has these three characters. And the scenery, what they're doing, sometimes using metaphors, hair, and he goes through the in the first one, I shouldn't. Many not so good. As a historian, there are lots of and heavily on course, so we can as source and quite conflate and he's used basic, but that's not what we're not trying to and the prevalent. The second takes from the Jews, the central he's Stephen scholar, the chief personally in the march of freeze that is in and the way so at the time he painted it looks like it was much more I Okay. That's, the third from the post right up of this experience or is prior. So he's out for this the eggs. He was the auto he he which wraps to the cut which parts not in the time working wraps in order past of this you know, after, and that the Philadelphia applies. So, although very good, kind of a law, and it makes you know since the Hall and it makes who is this where was a coach or help assimilate the Jew into our temple. Is it perhaps but in my giving us thank you for your like a hand. You did who really we are that 70 has salient comparison with the we have 70. Now I'm not 30 something. So there's no not exactly have to be and have someone who is many and you know, uh, but what you don't have 70.
Oh, wait a second.
How similar Canada? Like, you know, and the talent
Yes.
was at point.
That was sick.
And
Atlanta, you can't do that. That's instinct.
kind of
That's instinct.
more than thanks for tonight's fascinating material. Going to look at ice. Has been of the major life the Chit- yes, and but truth is so much available in the I don't I guess and let's it's like thank you. I would you got so still left to sponsor. So I got 6-7 Hebrew and related. We and we looking at first generation at we Tennessee the support and India, which is cloud is like two words. One last on my book. I don't even. It's kind of it's the cover and it looks at in the when there was
Bullshit.
during
And
special
yes.
that was, but it because through killing cost the problem, and I
Look at that.
so this was it up. So it just so it's not point and this is I think one and on this pipe, official British on the group who does 100, you know, like but that's just was okay. Let's go. This primary we spent right up, and then we early, but we are not, you know, ancient about that. So, map indicate path to, yeah. And you know, this, we should learn that not only because and find other places. You just you know, there's by the of the there were and we're trying as they while actually side students let us these were reached by village and it took how all of the where many of them perhaps do that with this to mass, for example, convert very serious. So long for looking at these Jews, they have large opportunity to to some more people. They, I would say, go on as children. When they and but and further, the communist, but the teaming and the act because but in the legend determined this cool. Like the turned it. You can kind of as the somewhat the so and when we go up 2 weeks you know well, convicts as and in they could do so essentially yeah, so it's here in this and then showing and you know the police also so take a those wood that's of its we also
Giant corporation.
the kind we should now for those and then we rather Sarah is all just because an interesting Eastern where is a young scholar sort of low and perhaps and tends to as the really mental, and he was
Every song, love song.
who you know, reinvented the word. You're right. But anyway, the line that were circular, non. It wasn't. Anyways, he claimed to vast he traditional chorus, who was suffering the late that meant that he must, and how he must. So what? And he had to constant and the very end of you see Nathan leading would see with when how about I let your head flash sanity basic and he became and since you know flag back a were two compared all you just that they that there was and that and so they figured converts it must and supposed to and only Jews for a couple
Have the same woman or something.
roles
And then when the mint is gone,
the last and then yeah but and it was because that much Torah was very fast stimulus. It did a lot and many think of many were engaged in one. So for many were where especially actually another another the Jew and this the found one of was an Eastern from the
Just some major music.
read several and the height and is somewhere is also and when Penny and Penny the quiet meaning the others then within a couple of and now and
I like all this weird.
And so much of these and just and absolutely and this is okay. He's no it's an act by David Azuri. His mother the immigrant made to his the time. 18. Birth when he was at the but and screaming and so he was and he was all and he was in He's so many things. First of all, great. Uh, the other huge. The action lost he all may not, but he they make associated job, but the mind for the as a for in the here in the clearly and all the way the south Safari community, but also communities visiting town, and then the fun to is that couple of that this time I'm sorry the second time but he what and that has it's only and I translate I could and okay let's start which mystical Kabbalah feel is so and the law type of it. It's back. Okay. So what or the shalom or and faith was to for the pop push always cover put shadow happen so they he was the now it's a really always I think what's like he goes sitting up. He's without story. So I satisfied. But among are the right? Which that's a huge, and you well, uh, so it's white family and you match yes, so is
Standing up for ownership vessel, he was pronounced
and then I'll be maintain this is you also were like which and poorly or collect then there will be so it's a just to give my forgive me I the and I remember maybe that every rabbi really this rabbi would show and my um my and this I think it was and hitch 8 from to go area every and he hitchhiked in there and then and I and he could and you know this is the here and my son there will until and going because there's and this really find that this so that's He's one of my hiking. He went, and we have. He's a person. If he would be. Yeah, going. Ask for once, or it's a no step. That's the time. So the concept for the center, the that is at the so as you is the through begin rather by being people like the often with and and they all all the I asked of the would all and as well they would have to the community is hard to somehow really started was with Syria, the support with very good, and especially but the center and so what actually didn't happen. So is what the intent some and, you know
I'm fucking back.
probably
Because
there's a but the never the account to do total in many describe the to account and just to find off. But, very, let me see. Bit, and services. You know, just you mentioned, and I don't see, you need describe and like some like so I, for a more low low top you can this I'm not now God these are the these um you tend to I know right so uh, so many one was brought to kind of and the
Where?
A ship. But we no, it's kind of we were what kind of it was. Okay. Let's talk. Here's the see the first X amount sorry, and then essentially the talking risk. We also constantly you have to many talk you know for, to and then in our there was a bad so that either
You're done.
Conic and
Oh, my
he
bad.
was only
You want
so he put the coat and he walked down and he got dragged for which was, and he meant I wasn't it was in his okay, I thought pictures trying quite he's no, he has it's true. Then he how you know years he's got wealthy. Here we go. And made a great place. Had whatever. We love things. Goes is what he automation when the and how he also he's interested who is and who first person to solve and he went and this he went had and in vice and you know the sense of so I and please don't right so he's up to the in the also now the stuff is can't have it's a about and as two it force that he had ever seen, which is he lived out every one of the is a what a phenomenal piece of with what materials. And this is and things. I will take, thank God. And after first was, so we went, and the gold gold until you that makes so that was as what I what happened. Anyway, is which is it is here and it's inspired dissolve who particular certain and then and that was so one of his figured out so and the let's get a little bit and one such that because I think in he did not his own very passionate. The second edition, somewhat more now he started and he was not when back 50s, every and people this was as something he was with him. He was important on to see it. And he clearly, but when he passed away and took him and all, many of them and in this he would say finally passed away. I'll just discuss. He received very when he went Because usually one actually. Sorry, your we only so we're not really, and he was and from the so much get that speak, but it okay. Here's the the most from and he's but we should personal to support. He also served the function so far as and all to the here legit and say the Jews really in plan because the this before talking so the hundreds of as the homeland. So he really solidified. I asked. Furthermore, the more the there is in 19 Chief Rabbi
Those
Bill noted very petition from versus on, but there's small story. Sorry, there's one. I'm gonna take so one that's that that the body not right. It's like that. That's reason. So body Mr. So there were two occasions on this fell, and so the we can't without the rest. But the rest was and so that is they open they open and wait. In fact, 200 spooky on it. Anyway, yeah, the story.
Depending on which county.
They next to the also thank you. Oh, I hope you got so much hearing about any even the his community head job called the guard of it as we're not even never anyways yeah Asian English Portuguese Turkish Hebrew Italian Dino as on the okay that's yeah and thanks for watching.
It became the best-selling album of all time. The 28-time Grammy winner produced Ray Charles, Frank Sinatra, Leslie Gore, Duke Ellington, Diana Ross, and Stevie Wonder. He's also the one to thank for producing the original Best for Africa with Lionel Richie.
Thank you very much.
LA County
higher someone who and you know it's about and it's was both tremendous
He finished his first.
and somewhat
Blair says
complicated thing. So they sponsored our that our published really she heard his
lemon law issues.
story this to was on this thing. Which is very and as a there's really see specials. Anyway, so to beginning where he basically like
Yeah, you're the best thing I ever saw.
he was was that Sir Mo Angus and he said he also main claim treat he he's in Bruce he asked to travel so he liked and one thing and right concept and right on the board celebrate is based would happen and we have some years for reasons to the human and that he and this was various theories motivate, but never we have team who was and secular and what so we actually keys and that is taken to so of course that there's government so he was a party was in it and had
We're not using
do and that's actually Jared for and lock the so fled was fled and community that's and it's celebrity. He was at the he was traditional and the consider some of and he as he was a did to never spent and so um and what was that was one of had when he kind of, which was 100. However, her sister, so the in one of the other Smith, Jewish yeah,
that is
tragic. And he, here's a crowd. Here's, they, and the road,
On strike, the union.
I'm in, and then try break in he and the the bedroom. And so, he made it in. He, he, is like we street light. All the engine. Real time. In 84, from his just all the way.
You're right. You're right. You my
Already. What did he start? God.
oh, dude, I love the Hi. What? Sit. Sit. Yes. Hi.
Very
glorious. I want to find someone Start my
Okay. This
I love that.
person. No significant. This typical for health maybe well I think anyone please uh, uh, stealing trying to when he was holding on to which are Jewish and that not is and shows and then this which land that because you which and and third which hence that there was you know how so that uh, listen this is you may Everybody had a right, and having what in which when so how and they go that I forgot my and then I'm gonna say so that you something like very
Only need one of these cases
to Europe a much usual is
in our favor. When was that? So
coming in
this case.
often circle because I think right and you apparently any
So he opens up the door. There's a police
country so he the the because so they did they
actually got there.
statement your Even and let's and and um, on week, right? Sort of like and that would be that'd be and the one some people use for I the threat as a people do anyway and went up and the group and everyone and asked you know, wow, this guy that at the attendance he was good. And still but big was how our were up to on obviously because I read 3,000 I will have and it is a month if and then and there's kind of like huge this is not And like that. Anyway, since someone since has part of Jews on it. Month and that and so and that is former by despite great Jewish what a couple he was I'm not worried that the act all was and then he so tripping. Okay. It's all may not be I
back in 1946.
he was too like yeah make
or fictitious. Next one. Papago.
she this wait
There were two military personnel driving down the street with rifles, telling them that
yeah
it's already too late because about another ship
okay. It is not
this testimony
Here's our week.
Next one.
I don't know. So the
members of the 5
ultimate
sex. So,
the and the now you know, I'm joking. Probably. I get it. After he's got I'll drink I did you know sort of on his especially
is the
right
that's
I have to grab as well and then I'm
small
days I'm gonna put support this I put into it Monday and if I
is from the west. The Proctor body set. 2 body shortening
just
shift.
tip
35 miles
not
is
safe
and
today. Okay. Now, and he
this is the
driving.
morning.
Is there but yeah,
That's why you see these
so what he but he to be I hard
tell them very
service
seven.
the word kind of topic one
United
which means
the third,
labor,
the fourth,
you know,
into the
you say right or
Craft was
Depends. That's so
used to retrieve the craft itself.
to
This is
and service cover to so the both but there's all both
gentleman right here, Sergeant William
that
Belly.
is
He was
so
at the craft site.
because again
You see,
physical and service that that's it. But it, going
is embedded flat.
doing like this. His first and for he's so
William
the amount is outside the and he took that promise
like this. Now,
what happened is lost by
87
and the would to be expensive.
this is the gentleman.
Anyway, I skipped that what was on his and his
He was
ridiculous.
This is what he said.
As complete fabric as all now
that had to drive
they are and
myself.
And and that's to those people right and I went and to give up. It happened. And so, 18. And the Jewish and higher causes that. So, there. I would. Um, with the also, so travel, and there, there,
See the
that, so,
this is it.
they and who well,
so if this was an atomic bomb,
issue
lift, they would hoist this bomb.
part when you to inter this line probably as a but yeah, time at the there was a quick use flash with all from
Ace deployed.
I hear 17. Pay, but pay in it just return and anyway, these are but the had to be had to met a
Montgomery
okay.
Field.
That was
History.
in uh, the fossil were used because never he met attempt he was kind and Jews he
They fly to right
there and one of he had
what they were
then they older so the big that's very low.
So not only
Trying to what so he said was not I'm sorry Rabbi how did when they they so
United States
but this
one would do
I'm
this.
great if you Rabbi we have
The military.
Hi, John.
And what I want to highlight is when this
so lots of
at night,
all here and this This is a hard is still I was because tries to ultimately when absolutely he must have desired Steve
Is it unusual that
King of
there cannot be
that he moved
Presidential candidates have
fell 28.
will be spending her
So
day
he's like who really realized that he steps he left and little and the ceaseless. Thank you. I really that act. If you are little, please think and act. First of all, share this. Maybe that, but you. Yes. So, next one, think about one of the explanation. And I don't. Anyways, video, and I look. Thanks very much.
making new friends and even harder to spend time with the pals they have. A recent survey of 2,000 adults found 39% haven't made a new friend in over a year. Tucker research also found
Like we're gonna go. prize. Fascinating story of his life. Not that necessarily, this is not a sermon. Read this class, let's begin. More than this, and this who is Spain, family we're just to Lieutenant our students. Tonight's course, there's additional text beautiful prepared writing fast to speak about a Jew back in 938. And the Jews were, masculinity in Jewish high school. In embodied Jewish pasty as those toughness most dissertation Jewish stereo in late origin. Unfiction. One time a on the University Press, which is it says something. Sure, I don't yet, but I'm hoping. But anyway, so let's get just a what are we talking here? Statistics. That's what his years 64. But he was 5'7", 160 pounds, or so. It's like he had, and I'm. So in other words, that's he was the head champion of fighting, and you've seen there beside the bus, and he in his 37 formal games, he won 31 in this context refers to fighting but simply little tiny was fighting big Irish, Scottish, English, and he said, it's an amazing it's actually yeah. He was very Steve as an And he was all true. That's how he built his place. And it was used to portray Christ to see and elevate. Even though character in 18th century, 19th century England. Okay. You know, necessarily as people most and all we're going to Jewish history and as I read one of the popular adult history Judaism was very easier. Specific motive or the opposite may have some context, but that's the nature of Jewish life. Luke, right, scholarly. It is, at the Jewish reach the highest. It is going for the church. An exploration meaning in to the and what talks a society could still not meaning men don't like it. Don't the most famous Jew in and as a he was first of all now connect Daniel in multiple certainly these that and you that the reality the history is something not my grandmother because they I made okay. It's not hard to imagine an urban environment. We might be able to make some more fraud, but men don't One of the things, the same Mendoza, he some something several times. But listed was upon for some time. What happened to his son? So, like crime is that when he had a series of children, Cutter, hired it's a growth Bush. He was at a female with some other woman who was so he tell his friend something. We only know something. What's up? We have to drop it. No, we're Jew. One time, and much. You know, hard to find Jewish design. Like, look. Wow. Both of them are. And it's really hard to find Jews under marginalized, feeling stereotyped. Was kind of look at Mendoza. He's what understand. So was coming very bad. Been expelled. Yes, not. I asked the person, "You're that you know, summer beautiful built after Jews all of built a gold. I don't know. Like she has she goes that all the fire guard in the graveyard. So the at any rate, now, 17th century, the yet. Okay. Slowly started the social services. So we are making this would right of this as the known as the Jew the House of Lords, camera Senate and Congress. Support the House that it was as a guy, and they were increasing. They were the second fast to
150.
Not the Sephardim, as I mentioned, and they tend to be wealthy. The Montefiore traditional person, so consider it's important to note a country that has a long and has traditional identified as even a child were actually descendants of that loss. Sort of entities belong to there's the very it's as you find conflicts Germans things like what not taken seriously. Like they have ascribed to characteristics necessarily want I would also, for example, years after point create this character horrific and not when absolutely this was just something like the fact that hair nest was play it up. It's fine. Later, Jewish to apologize already. Just a sense of which Jews have for society. Let's go back to Mendoza. And here's that. Should picture have a look at it. This backdrop of this. He probably didn't look my height. And smart. Yeah, he looks like he's really quite bit of pounds of weight. All these good background looking at his
That was pretty crazy.
If you haven't seen it, it's worth a Google.
We were talking to people about what it is that you want to do to remain happy despite what's going on with the election and all that stuff.
Hey, Gary and Shannon.
Right.
This is probably
Determined look in his eyes. That's significant. Up ready to go. Countryside. He is somehow okay. And so his patience, why? The fact that, of course, so how do you seeing websites when on something I don't know how to imagine. Most tended to compete with those, on the other hand, it's amazing. It was apparently moved rather than simply standing there and trying to defend, move, defend. Form of martial art. It has similar so as far as he was the first fighter charged these just okay. Money. There was a lot of it's okay. And his Humphrey decided to away from outdoor music. No, alleyway. Therefore, they tended to have and then they mentioned applied an economic prize fighting today. One of his last battles utilized by realizing of his like loss, wrapped him with his left right pump Mendoza into and realized that boxing at this point he could say it was legal. Is a widespread notion that you find that as a result of that all the Mendoza in order to avoid a situation in the future. Realize that that a lot of to it, the aspect that they could have wide that street. Street. His first fight is indicative of the fight was British. So, sorry. Looking at the big box of baked goods. Walking past Jewish. I was said some upon on his head as well. And quite outside. And he challenged the culture was and the and who those like and it's true I think of mental health. So men right so he's all the quote from the knows that he's complete victory the man of war with now because just and most future it's valid. It was a heavily abused and he stood up for his rights. In fact, after got there's a spot that could losses and you know it's fighting. His famous series of really Humphrey saw this man those are one fight virtually invincible lost is at some point they had coming out was work that meant those owed to Humphrey but he owed that said about it something those are sitting up having with a large one is fight often one large death could he was sure one attempts as well. For rebuke. They ended up fight settled there at that point the fire you know, arguments training facility challenge to training. And we places concept for the exercise for strength an ancient Greek. He actually is huge. So why don't you just and there was a fact that he's not such example. He himself as fighting material. And, he was so trained training discoveries, constant training. Three classes. Perhaps the most the ring. I didn't actually read the caption to this. Let's see. Kids might. We don't ask. A little bit too hard to read. Mendoza. These are this. These are two others of Mendoza. Jake. They really did. Jewish. We're up in it is was free winning. Interesting later on. Right, happened fighting to the matches. Water out back into those effective and low completely cheated. Not allowed. The picture. We did it, and then creation. That's the wonders not seen. The whole state. This adds managed to go badly. To make the was in the paper. I believe this is like correcting the way which this text appears at a even we'll see it. The fourth set. Little boxer missed. I'm a Brit. sense of the you're George the Third. He wants to feel any excuse boxer that which is something that have coaches, foxes. Mendoza coming to British society had no idea how he's a rope. You can see this. All the people, the people, they're called stewards. We say stewards. The stewards are
this emerging prodigy musician. And it was
are the dogs supposed to
posing. Let's say
oh,
but he was like 100 years
the
old.
fun. Okay, fine. So they're running. Kids are not just running, and you have to run behind them. The sport, which gave great improv. To horse my say to winning champion. Greatly irritating. He him. That's what it was. This was greatly exciting. And England. That's he. I won't have. He constantly David. Right.
Cheap viewers. Dude, my favorite part is when this fucking phone rings. The best. It's the best. One of those old ass phones. Psych. It's just so fucking old ringer. Really? Yeah, nobody's got one of those fucking old phones that are your phone lecture.
And what I want to do this afternoon is basically give you a brief overview of some of the most mission-critical cases within the Leonard Springfield crash retrieval booklet, you could say. 7 of these status reports were made, and this is really nice work around the past 3 years here. Lots of information to go through. I want to go ahead and get started, but the title on this talk is called Retrievals of the Third Kind, Cosmic Crashes, Corpses, and Cover-Ups.
There we go.
And I kind of like to start here. UFO crash retrievals, the ultimate holy grail of ufology. Now, why is it called the ultimate holy grail of ufology? It's simple. Because it's the crash retrievals that have the bodies, the debris, and the craft all rolled up into one subject. This is the vehicle that's going to get us to disclosure. Anything less than that, and we're literally spinning our wheels because we've been in this business for 80 years now. We've got hundreds of thousands of CE1 cases, CE2 cases. What we need is the hard physical evidence. That's what's going to drive this whole field forward. So that's why the crash retrievals are literally the ultimate holy grail here. A couple of quick announcements before we get into the cases. The content of each case highlighted in this presentation has remained intact for the description of the original source. Number two, the identity of first-hand sources will be protected for Leonard Stringfield's original agreement with his military contacts. Number three, the visual aids used in this presentation are computer-generated forensic composite illustrations and sketches, which originated from the specific details provided by Leonard's sources. Sources for the material covered in this presentation include the following. So this is where Leonard got his information. First-hand military contacts. 3-star U.S. Air Force generals, U.S. Air Force fighter pilots, astronauts, commercial airline pilots, air traffic controllers, neurosurgeons, pathologists, theoretical physicists and mathematicians, U.S. Army officers, U.S. Navy officers, military police, high-level Pentagon officials, top military brass, scientists and engineers who work at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and other government facilities. So this is just a brief cross-section of the caliber of witnesses that Leonard used to get this information. Continue on. A couple of quick quotes. Number one, UFO crash retrievals can't be real because if they were, I would have read about it in the newspaper. That's the first one. Number two, there are not now nor ever have been any extraterrestrial visitors or equipment on Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This is their original press release back in July of 1980. So it's going to be our witnesses against the U.S. Air Force. That's the protocol that we're going to be following here. So this is the man of the hour. This is Leonard Stringfield. He's the gentleman who coined the term UFO crash retrievals. And over, I would say, a good 30-year period, he collected these stories and accounts from these first-hand military witnesses, and they would come to him with all this information, and he compiled all this into multiple status reports. And we'll just go over a couple of biographical points here. Leonard was born in 1920, grew up in Cincinnati, Ohio. By the time he graduated from high school in 1939, he already memorized the entire dictionary. So this is the kind of guy that you want on your team to be collecting these type of stories. Next one. He joined the military as soon as he heard about the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. After the war, he was employed by a chemical company in Ohio, retired after 30 years. Leonard wrote 2 books, Inside Saucer Post 3-0, back in 1957, Situation of Bread, that was back in 1977. Now, the next bullet item is something that we kind of want to drill down on here. His lecture on UFO crash retrievals at the 1978 MUFON Symposium in Dayton, Ohio, caused an international sensation. Now, the reason why is because this was the first time this whole concept of UFO crash retrievals actually made it onto the radar screen. But it was a double-edged sword because the agreement that Leonard made with his first-hand military contacts is he could maintain important by telling how he had to remain under wraps. This double-edged sword here, and there was some pushback at the MUFON Symposium. Leonard passed away December 18th, 1994. Cincinnati Enquirer, July 19th, 1993. Author continues quest for truth about UFOs. What I've collected has staggering implications for mankind. This would be the biggest thing since Christ, really. If one of these cases is real, it would be a big issue here. Leonard maintained a collection of 22 bank boxes of original correspondence letters, drawings, audio tapes, and testimony from those sources. These witnesses should be located and their testimony should be files. That needs to happen. That needs to happen because we don't need any of these lone wolves coming forward. We need an entire united coalition of engineers, scientists, people who work on these reverse engineering programs. We need to come together as one united voice, and then we can make some good progress here. So that brings us to this document. Retrievals of the third kind, UFO crash retrievals, the complete investigations by Springfield, 78 to 94. And so this is kind of how Rudy and I really get going on this. Now, this is the book right here, which I have a copy of. And it's got all this wonderful detail on crash retrievals and bodies and who was involved in 18-wheeler tractor trailers being sent to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It's got all this great information, but as you can see here, it's dry reading. This isn't for the faint of heart. You got to be a crazy fool like me to get into this kind of thing. And so I'm thinking something needs to happen here. Someone needs to get boots on the ground, go through this document with a fine-tooth comb, pick out the mission-critical cases, and commit those to refined drawings. I'm not qualified to do it. And if we don't do it, we're just left to our imagination. What do these cases look like? I'm not qualified to execute this plan. So I met Rudy at this air show, and I saw his wonderful artwork, and I'm thinking, this might be the guy that can help me make these cases come alive. And so for the past 3 years, that's exactly what we've been doing. We've been going case by case through the entire book, making these cases come alive to preserve an important part of our national history, and that's really the basis of this entire presentation. The other book to look at, my friend Ryan Wood, Magic Eyes Only. So within this document, there's 119 crash retrievals. In this document, there's 104 crash retrievals. Now, are there some overlaps? Yes, there are some overlaps here and there. So conservatively, we've definitely got about 100 cases. I mean, that's a very conservative number. So between these two documents, we've got some really good reference information here to drill down on these cases. Now, when you go to Las Vegas, if you knew the odds were 119 to 1 in your favor, technically we can't lose. So if you had a roulette reel and had 120 spaces and you put a bet on 119 of them, you're going to win every time. You almost can't lose. And that's the point I'm making is we only need one of these cases to be real and authentic, and the whole concept of non-crash retrieval reality completely falls apart. We only need one to be authentic, and we've got over 119 in our favor here. So I want to give credit to Rudy for his wonderful artwork. And we're going to start here with this case. Viewfind Journal, and this is number 403, November 2001, and these are all in chronological order here. This has to do with the 1941 crash retrieval at Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Primary people in this case is Charlotte Mann and Reverend Billy Hoffman. We kind of go through this case here. The book to look at is MO 41, that's Missouri 41, the bombshell before Roswell. So we're talking, 6 years before Roswell here. And what happened is the Reverend got this knock on the door about 9:30 p.m. at night. This is April 20th, 1941. So he opens up the door. There's a police officer there, and this police officer says, we believe what we think is an aircraft crash. We need you to help us with an investigation. Would you assist us? So he got in the squad car. They drove about 15 miles across town. And when they got there, they kind of went into this farmer's field. The military was just getting on the scene, and there were some burning embers in the background. There was farm personnel all around the area. There was a fire truck there. And what he saw was about a 25-foot diameter dish-shaped craft that had augered in at a 45-degree angle. It had a hole breach on the side of it, revealing internal components. There were 3 ET bodies laying near the craft, all about 3.5 to 4 feet tall, wearing a one-piece tight-fitting flight suit, oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for a mounted nose, all wearing this one-piece tight-fitting flight suit. And one of them was still alive when he got there. So this is kind of the scene when Huffman actually got there. Now, he did pray over the survivor who lasted about 60 seconds, and then he passed away. Now, while all this is going on, there were newspaper reporters taking photographs of all this just before the military got there. And there were 2 farm personnel that held up one of these deceased ET corpses under his armpits, outstretched his arms, and one of these photographers took a photograph of this. This was handed through the family. Charlotte, who you see on the left, she actually saw this photograph years ago. And then this photograph mysteriously lost. And that's always the case with these things. We always get so close to the evidence and then it's snatched away from us here. And so we did a replica of what this may have looked like. Now, this would be 70, 80 years old by now. It would be stained, probably dirt. Some of the edges would be rough. But this is the best representation of what we could come up with, what this photograph actually may have looked like back in 1941. So we'll continue here. Now, Where would you hide in 1941? Where would you hide ET bodies in a craft back in 1941? Well, you would want to hide them at the Pentagon, right at the Pentagon. But the problem is, in 1941, the Pentagon didn't exist. So, according to Paul Blake Smith, they were kept at the U.S. Capitol building. So this is something we want to consider, that there is an underground basement at the U.S. Capitol building. And this is what it may have looked like within that facility. So you've got 3 large glass jars, you've got the 18 corpses, you've got part of the debris. So something like this back in 1941 may have existed according to Paul Blake Smith. We'll continue on here. Now, next one, 1942. And we're not even at Roswell. We're 2 in here, and we're not even at Roswell at this time. So this is 1942 at an Army base north of Georgia. This is at a location that even Leonard didn't even know where this was. So this is north of Georgia. And this is page 319 of the book. So I want you to be able to follow along. If you're something you're interested in, you can follow along in the book here. And this is page 319. And what this thing actually looked like, it's about 15 feet high, about 10 feet in the vertical axis. There were 3 levels. The upper level had this control panel with buttons and switches, so that was kind of the upper section here. This is what we see in Rudy's drawing that he's done the blow up here. Now the mid-level had what looked like 3 bar stools that were sitting behind a wraparound window. That was kind of the mid-dip. The lower deck had an entry hatch, and then, according to the primary source here, there were 4 crew members taken alive. They were about 5 feet tall, 90 pounds, oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for mouth, blinded nose. They were taken alive. The source also mentioned that there were hieroglyphic type lettering written on the outer circumference of the lower portion of the disc-shaped craft. I'm going to do a blow up here to give you a better idea of what this looked like. And this is all 1942 time frame. So, by default, I think it's safe to say that there is probably a united coalition of scientists, engineers, linguistic type experts that have multiple bound volumes of these iconologies, writing on these craft, trying to decipher and interpret what this writing actually means here. Okay, next one, Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, 1946. Primary source was a 6-year-old boy named Tex Martin. And he was rewarded for doing a really good job at school. This is page 242, 243 in the book. This is at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. Now, it had not become Wright-Patterson Air Force Base until October 1947. So, in the 46 time frame, it was known as Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. And you can see here, now, this little boy was with his father, and they were kind of in this cafeteria that's adjoining to the main hangar. And there was a janitor that wanted to buy this little 6-year-old kind of a vintage soda machine here, and he asked his father if it would be okay. He said, yes, it's okay. So this janitor buys this little 6-year-old boy a soda pop, hands it to him at the exact same time he's handed this soda pop. This entryway door that leads into the main hangar opens up. A guy walks through, and this boy looks into this hangar. And here's Rudy's original sketch on what this looked like here. You can kind of follow along the process here. He's looking in, and what does he see? What does he see? Here's a rough drawing. There were 2 18-wheeler tractor-trailer little white trucks with unknown tarp debris. There were military personnel there. There was a 20-foot diameter dish-shaped craft propped up on a tripod landing gear. So we'll take this guy and move it to the next level here. This is kind of like the second pass now. Rudy's just kind of getting things refined. You can see the tarp debris. I don't know what the tarp debris was, but that was included within the report. So we'll take everything that we got from the 6-year-old witness, Tex Martin, and then we'll take it to the next level of Rudy's drawing. We'll look at the refined drawing, and this is what Rudy came up with. So you can see how he has made these cases come alive. So this is what this boy reported. 20-foot diameter dish-shaped craft propped up on tripod landing gear. It was off-white in color. It had 2 rings wrapped around the outer circumference of the dish-shaped craft itself. Here you've got the 18-wheeler tractor-trailer little boy trucks with the tarp debris. We've got military personnel, and then we've got the little boy in the background here. There there were at least 3 ET bodies on cots or stretchers laying on the floor just on the far side of the dish-shaped craft itself. So here's the illustration based on Rudy's sketch. So we want to give credit to Rudy to make this come alive. This could never have happened without Rudy's drawing. So this gives you an idea of what this may have looked like back in 1946. And we'll continue on here. Right Field, Dayton, Ohio, 1946. This is Private and Records Management, page 59 in the book, Space, The Final Frontier by Clark McClellan. This is page 59. Here's what the cover of the book looks like. And he's a space scientist. This is the cover of his book. And what he interviewed is a gentleman who stated that he was involved with this operation. This was a 15-foot diameter dish-shaped craft that had come by a railroad flat car from Arkansas. 7 feet tall, highly polished, mirror-reflective outer surface of the craft itself came from this railroad call from Arkansas. Now, I want to mention, there were no seams, there were no rivets, there were no socket head cap screws, there were no heads head cap screws, there were no visible means of propulsion. This thing had about a 3-foot diameter central column in the center here that went from the bottom all the way up to the top. This is the original sketch from the primary eyewitness. So I went ahead and did an AutoCAD drawing here, and you can see no hatches, no wells, no seam. What I want to bring your attention to is this red dot. This is the attempted point of entry with a diamond tip drill bit. I've got about 4 other cases now within the Springfield where these lab coat technicians are desperately trying to hold these craft with a diamond tip drill bit. This is something that's going on and on here. All right, so this was the first pass color illustration to give you an idea of what this craft actually looked like here. And then we'll go to Joseph Wraith's drawing, which gives you an idea of what this craft looks like. And you can see he's got a red dot just after the center on the left-hand side. This is the attempted point of entry where they're using these diamond tip drill bits. So let's go to Rudy's drawing. Now, when this private record management got into this hangar, and this gentleman said, "Hey, I got something I want to show you. Come follow me." He brings them into the hangar, and they see this craft sitting on the hangar floor. There was a tarp folded up off to the right of the craft. In the foreground, there was a toolbox with an electric drill outside the toolbox with a diamond tip drill bit in it. And he's just shocked at what he's seeing. About 10 minutes later, they had to vacate the area. But, so we'll take Rudy's drawing, we'll take the original information from the primary source, and Joseph Wraith came up with this drawing right here, full color rendering of something that was seen at Right Field, Dayton, Ohio back in 1946, just to make this case come alive. We'll go on to the next one. So who would have a need to know? Well, Nathan Twining, quote, "The phenomenon is real, not imaginary or fictitious," Wright Patterson Air Force Base Commander. So he would have a need to know of what's going on here. Next one, Papagos Indian Reservation, west of Globe, Arizona. This is January 1947. North of Superstition Mountains. Witness was in the U.S. Navy during World War II. This is page 93 in the book. And according to the source, there were 2 military personnel driving down this unimproved road. They were challenged by 2 MPs with rifles, telling them to vacate the area immediately. You're not supposed to be in here. But it was already too late, because about another 50-foot down the road off to the left was about a 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft that augured in at a 45-degree angle. It had a row of indented windows wrapped around the outer circumference. There were 2 rings wrapped around the outer circumference, and then there was a low-rise dome. So they did get to see this. It's in the report. So if we take Rudy's drawing, we factor in the eyewitness testimony, we come up with the full color rendering here by Joel Christopher Green. So I want to give him credit for the fantastic work, just to keep these cases alive and preserve an important part of our national history. Next one, Roswell road trip. So we've already got 5 in here. We finally made it to Roswell. We're at the July 2nd, 1947 time frame here. And I want to highlight this because this is something that any one of you could do, like tomorrow. If you flew to Roswell, you can take the same exact road trip that members of the 509th Bomb Group did back in July 1947. You can literally trace the exact same footsteps that they followed back in 1947. So This is the layout of what we're talking about here. So it's actually July 2nd, 1947, and I want to highlight these areas here because we're not talking about just one thing. The first thing to keep in mind is what you see here with this big blob. That is the debris field. We want to start about 5 nautical miles north of the debris field at something called the touchdown site. That is where Lincoln LaPaz, who was a meteorite expert, and Lewis Rick and 509 bomber member, what they found was fused green glass that could only be done by high heat. You don't get that with a weather balloon. So we can take the weather balloon theory and wipe it out immediately. We're not talking about a weather balloon here because you're not going to melt sand into glass with a weather balloon. The other thing they found was a seamless black box the size of a bread box, which was never opened. We don't even know to this day if they were ever able to open, but there was a small box found not too far from where the fused green glass was found. So that's the first thing. Now, 5 nautical miles south of the touchdown site is the debris field. That's where rancher Mac Brazel, and 7-year-old Timothy D. Proctor came across a 200-foot wide by 3/4 mile long debris field that was completely encased with 3 types of debris. Number 1 type of debris was small type tinfoil material that could not be cut, could not be burned, could not be dented with a 16-pound sledgehammer. That's debris number 1. Debris number 2 was this so-called memory metal, the kind of material where you could crumple it up on your hand, you would let go of it, and then it would spread out like liquid mercury. That's debris number 2. Debris number 3 were these small I-beams with hieroglyphic-type Egyptian lettering written on the inside wall that talked about by Jesse Marcel Jr. Now, the flight path is from the northwest to the southeast. What you see here is the second body site, also known as the Timothy D. Proctor body site. 2 bodies were ejected at that location. Now, if we continue going on, this is about 35 miles north of Roswell is the crash site, where another 2 bodies were recovered. An additional body was found alive. So there were 5 bodies, 1 was still alive. That's, in a nutshell, the breakdown of what we're talking about here. Now, when you go to the Roswell area of the debris field, this is what you're going to find. This is what it looks like out there. It's remote by car, but not remote by plane. There's no high mountains. There's really no trees. So if you go there today, this is what you're going to find here. So again, it's remote by car, but not by airplane. And here we have Mac Brazel and Timothy D. Proctor. This is the morning of July 3rd, 1947. And here they have the debris field. You can see the rough that was carved in. And this is what it looked like when they both got there. Now, the way they rolled back then is if you were old enough to walk, you were old enough to ride horseback. And so that's why you see these 2 people together, even this 7-year-old boy. Now, we know for a fact, it's talked about in Ryan's book here, Magic Eyes Only, that Battelle Memorial Institute, which is America's oldest defense contractor, they are intimately involved in this. We know this now. We've got enough documented evidence to indicate that some of the Roswell debris was sent to Battelle Memorial Institute without a doubt. It's very clear at this point. Now, July 8th, 1947. So whatever the bodies were, whatever biological material there was sitting out in the desert for the night of the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, into the night of the 7th when the retrieval operation began, and then the morning of July 8th. That's what you see here. So, according to Don Schmidt, Tom Carey, the Roswell craft was about the size of a Volkswagen Bug, 13 feet across. It looked like an egg-shaped craft with a dome on top. Here you see the survivor, and then you've got the 18-wheeler tractor-trailer lowboy that was used to retrieve the craft itself. We'll go on to the next slide here. Major Jesse Marcel, intelligence officer. This is what he said. It certainly wasn't anything built by us. We'll continue on. 1947 Roswell Army Airfield Yearbook. Do we have any sources, any military credible sources that can tell us what the interior of this thing looked like? Well, it turns out we do. So here's the yearbook. In the yearbook, I want to bring your attention to this gentleman right here, Sergeant William W. Bud Taylor. He was at the crash site. You got to look inside the egg-shaped craft. Here you see what it, good photo of him. Here's his bullet items here. Sergeant William Bud Taylor. The craft tailor said, quote, seemed like it could have been from Earth, only from our future. Certain areas of the interior of the craft were entwined with a network of strange plastic-like fibers or filaments. The interior was also outfitted with embedded flat screens or display panels. An ethereal violet or pink-purple color was incorporated in some of the materials of the construction of the craft. Some of the craft structure was embossed with unusual hieroglyphic-like symbols that he described as being somewhat Asian writing. There were bodies, small corpses were found that he described as being like little humans. So, if we take the information from the 509th Bomb Group member, William Bud Taylor, who was a first-hand military witness, this is what we're going to come up with, and this is what Rudy came up with. We've got the flat-screen monitors represented here. We've got the fiber optic cables, which now we know were the fiber optics that we know today. We've got the hieroglyphic type writing in here. We've got the hull breach. So something like this was described by this 509th Bomb Group member. Now, of course, I had to do some digging. Is this guy legitimate here? El Paso Times, May 9th, 1985. Services for W.F. Bud Taylor, 87, of Roswell, will be at 10 a.m. Friday in the first. So, yes, it checks out. He is who he said he was. So, just wanted to verify that. Now, we'll move on here. That brings us to this gentleman, Ernst Steinhoff, number 2 person under Werner von Braun through Operation Paperclip. This is the gentleman. What did he say about all this Roswell? The Roswell craft was not extraterrestrial. It was extra-dimensional. Okay? Now, do we have any other testimony from a credible witness talking about this? U.S. Navy Commander George W. Hoover, seated left. That's this gentleman. He was clued in on Roswell. What did he have to say about it? Well, this is what he said. The Roswell visitors were not extraterrestrial, but actually extratemporal from our future. So that's an interesting understanding. Now, how do you move a 13-foot wide egg-shaped craft? Turns out, believe it or not, that the 509th Bomb Group did not have a crane at the base. I mean, can you believe it? It's true. Don Schmidt confirmed it. They did not have a crane. So it was a civilian, independent contractor that had to drive all the way from Roswell up to the crash site. They hooked the lanyard around this thing, and then they hoisted it up on the 18-wheeler tractor trailer. That's what you see here. That's how they retrieved the egg-shaped craft and brought it back to the base. So now we're going down Roswell Main Street. That's what you see here, and you can track this exact down this myself. This is something you can do. We've got the time here at 4 p.m., July 8th, 1947. We've got it down to plus or minus 5 minutes. We've got multiple witnesses, including 2 paper boys, who saw this egg-shaped craft on an 18-wheeler tractor trailer lowboy truck going toward the base. So we've got it confirmed. About 15 minutes later, it made it to the hangar here. Now, Roswell Daily Record, July 8th, 1947. Roswell Army Airfield captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell. This is July 8th, 1947. Less than a day later, they changed their mind. July 9th, 1947. Then it says General Ramey empties Roswell saucer. Ramey says excitement is not justified. General Ramey says this is weather balloon. So within 16 hours, they completely changed their entire thing from a flying saucer to a weather balloon. This is July 9th. So July 8th, 1947, this is Hangar P3, Building 84, which still stands today. And I'm taking you inside this hangar. We're going to start over here. We've got our egg-shaped craft on the 18-wheeler tractor-trailer lowboy truck. We've got the caskets, child-sized caskets that were confirmed by mortician Glenn Dennis. We've got the ET bodies laying on the hangar floor, and then we've got this crate that they were building, all going on at the same time. Now, by this time, one of the bodies has already been flown out to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. Let's continue on here. Roswell Army Airfield, Hangar P3, Building 84. So, of course, I had to do some digging. So I contacted the maintenance personnel over at the Air Center in Roswell. And I said, I'm a historian. Would it be possible to set up an appointment to take me inside this hangar building 84? He said, yes, I can do that. So I actually met this guy. We spent 2 hours going around the entire base. I couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. So I'm going to take you inside this hangar. This is what it looks like. This could be the most historic hangar in all the United States. It still stands today. And if you do the right legwork, you can get inside here. This is kind of getting inside now. They do maintenance work. They do aircraft shredding. They do aircraft scrapping here. You can see the engines inside here. And over here is where that tractor trailer would have been right here. These are where the crates were here. The back crate was over here. Let's continue on. Here you see some of the engines and the maintenance. You've got aircraft skins, maintenance personnel that they're doing a lot of aircraft fuselage skins in this location. And then we start getting kind of near the center of the hangar, and I want to go one more slide in, and this is it. According to the witnesses, it was at this spot right here, plus or minus 6 inches, is where they laid the bodies out right there. It's kind of a strange feeling when you get there, because if this is all true, this would have been where the bodies were laying back in 1947. Okay, now, next thing that happened, this is the night of July 8th, 1947. Atomic bomb pit number 1. So if this was an atomic bomb that was in this pit, they'd have this B-29 taxi over the bomb pit, and then by way of a hydraulic lift, they would hoist this bomb into the bomb bay of the B-29. On that night, there was no atomic bomb there, but there was a wooden crate containing at least 3 ET bodies, and they had 2 rows of perimeter screens with MPs with rifles told to shoot to kill anyone who got into these perimeter screens. Now, this is over a weather balloon now, so we can rule out the weather balloon. Something else was going on here. Here's Straight Flush that taxied over atomic bomb pit number 1. Once they brought the crate into the bomb bay, it made a direct flight to 8th Air Force Headquarters, Fort Worth, Texas, and that's where this Straight Flush went. Now, I did some digging on Straight Flush B-29 that went to Fort Worth. It was scrapped in 1954. So beside the Wright Flyer, which is at the Smithsonian right now, this aircraft would have been the most historic aircraft in the United States, and it's gone now. The craft that actually carried the bodies has been scrapped. The only thing we have left at Roswell that has anything to do with Straight Flush B-29 is this display at the Air Center. And here's Straight Flush B-29. This is what the nose artwork looks like. And that's all we have left for like the most historic aircraft in the world. Now, C-54 Skymaster, flown by Pappy Henderson. This is July 8th. At least 1 body plus debris was sent directly to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. So in addition to B-29, we had the C-54 flight. So I had Rudy do a drawing. This is Oliver Pappy Henderson, and then he's overseeing the loading of one of these bodies onto his C-54. He's piloting the command. He needs to know what's going on in his aircraft. Okay, we'll continue on here. At least 1 ET autopsy was done kind of haphazardly at the base, and then sometime after July 9th, 1947, we believe that something was done at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, in the terms of an autopsy. Now, what evidence do we have that any of this is true? Do we have any credible witnesses, military witnesses, firsthand, that we can actually put our hats on and get some verification here? I want to introduce you to this gentleman, Marion Black MacMagruder, Marine pilot, World War II ace. Deployed to England February 6, 1943 to learn about night fighting. So he's a decorated pilot, best of the best, credible witness, someone that you can actually trust. And so, of course, I had to do some digging here. The Lexington Herald, August 9th, 1945. Colonel Magruder was one of 5 Marine pilots selected in 1942 to go to England and study night fighting techniques. So prior to that time, the U.S. didn't know anything about night fighting. They had to send Marion Black MacMagruder to England to learn night fighting, then fly him all the way back to the U.S. so he could train pilots. So we're talking about a credible witness here, a historical figure. That brings me to one of his sons, Mark Magruder, son of pilot Mary Magruder. This is about 5 years ago. I did about a 3-hour interview with this gentleman, all on videotape. He showed me his father's original notation, his awards, his induction into the Aviation Hall of Fame. Here are some of the medals. That's the induction into the Hall of Fame. So he absolutely is who he said he is. There's some of the other medals that he got as well. Credible witness. This is the Air War College that he was involved in. This is 1947 to 1948 time frame. And they were at Montgomery Field back in April of 1948. And I was able to secure some of the original declassified documents that talk about this here. You can see study history file, Air War College 4748. I'm going to move forward here. Air University Air War College, Montgomery, Alabama. That's where they were originally stationed. Now, that brings us to this. So in April 1948, they made a field trip to Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, Wright-Patterson Air Force. This is April 1948, and this is the actual listing of where they went and the time. So this checks out completely. Now, while they're there is a call from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So they originally were stationed at Montgomery Field, and there's this urgent call from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to please come to us quickly because we want to get your opinion on something. So all these pilots pile into this car, they fly to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, they're brought into this room, large room, and two guys walk in with boxes, and they start handing out pieces of the Roswell debris to all these fighter pilots. They're gauging the reaction of these pilots. Could they handle this new reality? It was like a trial balloon. That was what they were doing here. Now, when that was done, all these pieces were brought back into these boxes, and these pilots were led down this long corridor. They made a left-hand turn. They were brought into this other room with a one-way mirror, and they were actually shown the survivor at Roswell, and that's what Rudy has done such a well job here. Now, he was described as 3.5 to 4 feet tall, squiggly looking, emaciated arms, kind of looked like Casper the Ghost. He had an oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for a mouth, minute nose. So they saw the survivor and they saw the other deceased corpses as well. So not only did he get to see the survivor, but he saw the ET corpses as well. Now this is coming from a United States Marine pilot, decorated ace with thousands of hours of experience. So, some of the notes that I was able to get from his son, Mark, and this is a direct quote from the notes that I was able to get here. They all think the bodies are at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, but they are at Eglin Air Force Base in vast underground cold storage vaults there. This is according to Marion Black Magruder. So not only do we have Wright-Patterson Air Force Base as one of these repositories, but we've got Eglin Air Force Base, we've got Homestead Air Force Base, we've got MacDill Air Force Base, we've got Edwards North Base Complex. So they're peppered around the entire United States. There is no way the United States government is going to put all their eggs in one basket. What they're going to do, and it's the smart thing, anyone would do this, you want to diversify your portfolio so that if you have an accident, you've got a backup plan. It only makes sense. So they're going to definitely diversify their portfolio. We're going to move on. White Sands Missile Range. This is July 4th, 1947, so we're still within this Roswell time frame. Page 196 in the book, the military witness was a technical sergeant, U.S. Army Air Force. And what I want to highlight is when this gentleman was on this retrieval operation, this whole thing was at night, completely at night. Came down in one of these sand dunes at about a 40-degree angle, about 150 feet in diameter. And I want to stress that this whole area was excruciatingly well lit. They had light owls on this thing. They had searchlights on this. They had spotlights on this. They had people with Geiger counters going around this thing. This is 150 feet in diameter, dish-shaped craft. They had people taking still camera photographs. They had motion picture film reels going on of this thing. So in other words, bottom line is it was very well documented. This is something that was very well documented. So we'll take Rudy's drawing as a guide And we'll go to the full color rendering here to give you an idea of what this looks like back in 1947. Well documented. So, what's the takeaway here? Actionable item. Since still photography and motion picture film reel was recorded for this event, senators and congressmen with the appropriate security clearances should track down and utilize this evidence for future public hearings. Now, this is where we want to really drill down here, because the problem we're running into is a lot of these senators and congressmen, number one, they don't have a need to know, and they have not been read into these programs. So how can they get access to something that they've never been briefed on? That's what we're running into here. So that's the roadblock to the congressional hearings, is these congressmen, senators, they don't have a high enough security clearance even to get to this stuff. So that's why we're stuck in this rut. And it's incumbent upon us to track down these final legacy witnesses to come forward. Hopefully we can get to their supervisors, and their supervisors can take us to the debris, the bodies, and the crap. That's the final hope. It literally is the final curtain call on crash retrieval. This is it. It's only us here. The United States government is not going to help us out. It's going to be upon us to bring this forward here. Let's continue on. UFO crash retrieval, 1947. Of all places, at Berkeley University. You wouldn't think so, but this is at Berkeley University. Page 197 in the book. Albert Bruce Collins, deceased. He was a metallurgical engineer. He was at the right place at the right time when this 18-wheeler tractor trailer backed into a warehouse at Berkeley University. Here's Rudy's drawing here. This is an egg-shaped craft, 30 feet across, 15 feet high. The outer hull had this hole breach into it, showing you the interior components. Now, there was about a 3-foot diameter egg yolk right here. It had a forward composite bulkhead, and then another bulkhead wrapped around the outer circumference of this 3-foot diameter central egg yolk here. Now, he also mentioned that on the bottom right of this craft, there was a hull breach with the shrapnel coming out of this thing. So this is what this metallurgical engineer described. Now, if we take Rudy's drawing, we factor in the primary eyewitness, we came up with this full color rendering just to give us an idea of what this case may have looked like back in 1947 at Berkeley. Let's continue on. Carrot Patch, south of Salinas, California, July, August 1947. Seen by two 19-year-old workers in a nearby field. Now, I got this from the original Leonard Springfield dictation notes. That's where I got this information from. What they describe is a 9-foot diameter dish-shaped craft, 4 feet tall. It has a double row of indented windows wrapped around the outer circumference, kind of a flat top here. And this is two 19-year-old boys that discovered this. X marks the spot. So technically, I could probably get you within an eighth of a mile of where here you've got the freeway here. Here is the 101 here, so I could probably get you within an eighth of a mile. But this is so long ago, there wouldn't be anything left. I mean, it's picked through pretty well. What they describe is it came down the night before. The foreman saw this, alerted the two boys, and when they got to work the next morning, they walked up to this craft. They kicked the side of this thing. This is what the craft looked like, about 9 feet diameter, had a flat top. And this is my first pass SolidWorks rendering to give you an idea of what this thing may have looked like. So then here's Rudy's drawing. Now, within 5 minutes of these 19-year-old boys getting on site, there was a convoy of military personnel pulling a trailer. They were told to vacate the area immediately, but they did see them manhandle this craft up onto the back of this trailer. Within 10 minutes, they were out of there. So this is another one of these cases where civilians got to the site before the military did. And then this is Joel's full color rendering based on Rudy's drawing to give this thing, make it come alive, preserve our history here. Let's continue. March 25th, 1948, Aztec, New Mexico. All of the blood, sweat, and tears research documentation was done by Scott and Suzanne Ramsey. And according to Stan Friedman, these two individuals have put more research in on this case than anyone has ever done on Roswell. It's almost a forgotten case, but so much research has been done on Aztec here. This is the map that shows you where this thing came down, 1948, about 16 miles northeast of the town of Aztec, New Mexico. And we'll kind of run through this case. What they found was a 99.9-foot diameter dish-shaped craft, highly polished, mirror-reflective outer section to the craft itself, had a low-rise dome with a number of porthole windows wrapped around the outer circumference. So this is what it looked like when the oil field workers got there very first time. So this thing is just under 100 feet in diameter. They were shocked at what they saw. Military didn't get there yet, so they climbed up the rim of this thing and went to one of these portholes. And they're looking in this porthole window, and what do they see here? They found a small quarter-size hole within one of these porthole windows. So one of the oil field workers went back to the truck, pulled out a pole, pushed that pole through this little quarter-size hole, and were starting to jiggle it around. They activated a device that opened up the entryway hatch on the bottom of the craft, and when they got in, they went up to the upper dome, and they saw 2 ET bodies slumped over, deceased, up on control panel. There were buttons and switches. There was iconology, purple/violet color iconology, hieroglyphic type lettering written on the inside wall of this upper dome. That's talked about in multiple cases before. So we've got 2 bodies there. By this time, the military got involved. They told everyone to get out of the area. All of the oil field workers were told to vacate the area. They went inside the rim of the disc. They found 14 more bodies for a grand total of 16 bodies recovered at the Aztec, New Mexico site. So how do you move a 100-foot dish-shaped craft way out in the deserts of Aztec, New Mexico? Well, when the military went into this craft, they found a pin device, and they activated this pin device, and when they did that, the whole thing came across and broke apart like 3 pie segments. They loaded those pie segments on M25 tank transporters and brought them to Los Alamos. That's how they moved it. This is all according to Scott and Suzanne Ramsey. Now here you see the M25 tank transporters bringing these pie segments over to Los Alamos. And that's how they actually moved this thing. It was not moved in one unit, it was moved in multiple pieces. So C-119 flying boxcar, Sierra Madre Valley, Mexico, sometime prior to 1951. So I'm thinking it's a 1948 time frame. Page 32 in the book. This is a small craft about 9 feet in diameter, and what you're looking at here is a C-141 boxcar. Now, how do we know the diameter of the craft? Very simple, because if you take a tape measure to the inside wall of the cargo bay of the C-119, it's 9 feet 10 inches wide. That means by default, it's a mathematical certainty, the craft can't be any larger than 9 feet in diameter, because you have to allow 5 inches on either side for clearance. So we're talking about a small craft here. And the witness described how when the clamshell doors were open, he was asked to assist the United States military bringing this craft into the aft cargo bay doors of the C-119. So here's Joseph Roy's full-color rendering of what this may have looked like back in 1948. Now, he said that at least 3 bodies were recovered, and when this construction worker walked over to one of these bodies, and we've kind of done a little bit of an idea enlargement here to give you an idea of what this retrieval operation may have looked like. He went over and touched the skin of one of these bodies, and the skin came off on his hand, so they were burnt. It was kind of a gruesome scene, but this is according to the witness here. Continuing on, Naval Air Station, Sunnyvale, California, 1951 or 1950. This is Hangar 1, which you can still go to today. I've actually been in this hangar. This hangar is so large, it has its own weather. That's how big this hangar is. So this is page 57 in the book. This is a radar operator. So yeah, that's right. You can still go there today. So when he walked in this double doorway, he was shocked to see about a 100-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. It had a low-rise dome. There were porthole windows wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft itself. He was challenged by a guard, told to vacate the area immediately, but he did say, quote, "It was certainly no aircraft of ours," according to the radar operator. Hundreds at Farmington report large force of flying saucers. Albuquerque Journal, March 18th, 1950. Yeah, this is a watershed case. There were 500 this-shaped craft on this date. The leader, quote-unquote leader, was a red-colored UFO. These craft were seen making these 90-degree left-hand turns. They could fly backwards. This was an armada back in 1950. Now, why is any of this important? Because during the early 1950s, there was a standing order by the U.S. Air Force told to our pilots to shoot these things down. Newspaper clipping after newspaper clipping talking about shooting these things down. Jets keeping 24-hour alert for saucers. Pilots ordered to down objects if they don't land. On the saucer trail, pilots told them to shoot them down. Jets on 24-hour alert to shoot down saucers. So again, after newspaper clipping in the early 1950s, there was this shoot down order. The aircraft they were using was the Lockheed F-94 Starfire, and if you want to get a close-up view of one of these things, there's only two places to do it. Pima Air and Space Museum in Arizona and the Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio. Now, if you go to Arizona, it has these front rocket flaps in the closed position, so you won't be able to see much. But if you go over here to the Air Force Museum in Dayton, Ohio, they have it with the rocket flaps in the deployed position, ready for an attack here. So here is one of these shoot-down orders. This is something that went on. A lot of these jets, virtually all of them, carried gun camera footage. So we know they have legions and warehouses full of gun camera footage, 8x10 glossy black and white footage. They've got 8x10 glossy color photography of these craft. This has been going on for decades here. Now, why this is important, that brings us to this letter to Leonard Stringfield by a woman named Mildred Bissell, October 2nd, 1979. I'm just kind of rip through this here. I heard you speak at the MUFON Symposium in Dayton last year, and I am interested in your research on retrievals of the third kind. I gave a talk at a local library last week, and in the discussion period following, a fellow told me that when he was a gunner in the Air Force, he had emptied his guns on a UFO and had taken pictures with his gun camera that clearly showed the shells exploding against the side of the craft. He said the camera was taken off the wing of his plane when it landed, and the pictures developed. At 2 a.m., a couple of military policemen came and got him out of bed and took him to the base auditorium. They ran the 17 seconds of movie footage of the UFO over and over and questioned him and two other crew members until 10 a.m. He was warned never to tell anyone what had happened. He said he had a wife and a family, a good job, and a lot to lose. He seemed afraid of the CIA and wouldn't even give me his name. So bottom line is, here you've got this pilot who emptied an entire magazine of shells on this thing, got it caught on gun camera footage, and was told never to talk about this. This is something that has gone on over and over multiple times. They absolutely have gun camera footage of these intercepts. So that brings us to Classified Materials Library, unknown U.S. Air Force Base. This is a former military officer. Page 212, 213 in the book. So he's in this classified materials library. He had the correct security clearance to get in there. So he opens up one of these file cabinet drawers and he pulls out one of these manila folders, and this is Rudy's drawing of what he saw. And what he described was an 8x10 black and white glossy photograph of about a 36-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. It had a low-rise dome and then porthole windows wrapped around the outer circumference, and there was a tiny hole inside one of these porthole windows. We'll move on here. What he said, talking about this classified materials library personnel, military officer had the correct security clearance, which gave him access to a classified materials library. Number two, reports seen by witness made references to crashes and that bodies were recovered. Number three, in addition to diamond tip drill bits and acetylene torches were used to gain access to the interior of the craft. 4, eventually technicians were able to gain access to the interior of the craft by way of a small entry hatch. And this is interesting. The report said, referring to the door, that it was almost as if the material of the craft liquefied and then solidified again. So bottom line is, a lot of these witnesses are telling us that the seams on these craft are so fully integrated into the skin of the vehicle, you could not put a razor blade in there. They're so fully integrated. That's what we're dealing with here. Like a liquid metal, a safe, self-healing metal. The Pentagon, 1952, off-limits room. This is a worker. This is page 152, case 1 in the book. Now, this worker got access to an underground basement at the Pentagon, probably by accident. She didn't really know where she was going. So she gets into this basement. She kind of goes into this room. It's dark. It's dingy. There's some cardboard boxes off to the left. She kind of does a 180. And what does she see when she makes this turn? She sees it. E.T. corpse in a large glass jar. This is what she is absolutely shocking. This is Rudy's drawing. I said, Rudy, you've got to give me this lady with this shocked look on her face, and so this is what Rudy had done. Within 5 seconds, this woman feels this hand on her shoulder. It was an MP telling her to get out of this area immediately. She was not supposed to get in there. So this is what this witness is telling us here. And when you take these witnesses as a whole, could some of these people be lying and hoaxing? Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, no doubt about it. But when you take it as a whole, when you take it as a body of information, as a united coalition, not all of these people are lying. And we've got 119 people here. They're not all lying. Here's Joseph Ray's illustration based on Rudy's drawing. So something like this was most likely going on at the Pentagon. So, of course, I had to do some digging. Is there, in point of fact, a basement at the Pentagon where they could be hiding these things? So, of course, I went some digging here. Peninsula Times, Tribune, March 25th, 1989. New defense chief gets lost in Pentagon basement. We're talking about Dick Cheney here. Darth Cheney, of all people, gets lost in the Pentagon basement. So here we go. There is such a place here. This is also confirmed by James Fox that there is such an underground vault at the Pentagon basement where they could be hiding who knows what. But bottom line is it does exist. Over here it says the Pentagon building, which covers 29 acres. Huge building. Who knows what they might have in these basements. Okay, we'll continue on. Dutton, Montana, 1953. Cecil Tenney is a civilian, page 16 within the book. He's driving down the road. Just a nice leisurely day. What does he see? Well, number one, he looks up and he sees a 120-foot long cigar-shaped craft tipped up at a 45-degree angle, and it's belching out fire and smoke and balls of fire coming out of this thing. It's like trying to keep itself airborne, but it's having a hard time. That's what he said. Now, the oncoming traffic have their tailpipes caught on fire. He can't believe what he's seeing here. So what he does, and this is our witness here in the pickup truck, he drives down to the local base and he files a report at a gas station. He actually goes to the gas station, files a report. 10 minutes later, a police officer comes in and he files virtually this identical report. That night, when the primary witness gets home, he gets a call from this nice-looking gentleman up here. This is the base commander. His exact words were, "I want to see you." So he was told to go to the base the next morning. He's grilled for about 3 hours. What did you see? You're not allowed to talk about it. He had to sign non-disclosure agreements. As he's walking away, he sees these two muscular military personnel with potato sacks over their backs. One of these guys trips, falls, this bag comes off, falls on the floor, and he said it looked like human body parts. Now, I can't tell you if it was ET things or I don't know. He didn't know either, but he said it looked like it could have been human body parts in there. We don't know, but this is part of the record. We have to maintain historical accuracy. So, Great Falls Air Force Base is where this originally took place. Now became Malmstrom Air Force Base, which is a site of multiple UFO incursions back in 1967. We got that confirmed from Robert Salas. This is Great Falls, September 20th, 2010. No less, this is back in 1967, no less than 10 nuclear ICBM missile silos went offline back in 1967. 2 weeks after the event, Boeing engineers came to the missile silos, and they went from A to Z, checking out all the electronics. They could find nothing wrong with the system. So whoever or whatever, it was on purpose. There was intent to show U.S. Armed Forces that there's something else going on here. Who knows the agenda? But the bottom line is Boeing could find nothing wrong with their system. So something intentionally incurred on the Air Force Base and shut down these ICBM missiles. And this is yes. Yes. Correct, and that's what we have in Rudy's drawing here. He's shown the incursion here. So this is something that also went on in the former Soviet Union. They also had the similar type issues. Argentina, December 7th, 1954, something similar to what Cecil Tenney described, was seen this cigar-shaped craft with smoke and flames coming out the back of it. So it's not an isolated incident. This is Argentina, December 7th, 1954. This is our Tom Bogan illustration of what that craft may have looked like. Continuing on, Fort Polk. This is Camp Polk, Louisiana, summer 1953. Primary source was a private in the Army. This is page 80 in the book. He was at the right place at the right time. When an egg-shaped craft came down, 30 feet across, it had what looked like a fin that was rotating around the outer portion of the craft, still rotating. The ground where this thing came down was still hot to the touch. It was almost burning. It had this red embers going on. And he said that there were military medical personnel assisting ETs coming out of this craft. One was being carried away in a stretcher, and there was this attempted ongoing communication between their comrades and the body that was being carried off. Now, these things were about 3.5 to 4 feet tall, slight build, oversized head, oversized eyes. They were wearing a one-piece tight-fitting green flight suit. They had mittens on, and they had helmets on. And the other point is that they had no knee joint. So they had this stair-step maneuver when they were walking. They had no knee joint. They only could bend at the hips. That was something that was talked about by the primary eyewitness. We'll continue on with the renderings here. So here's Joseph Ray's full-color rendering of what this may have looked like at Fort Polk. We'll zoom in here. Here they are being helped by the medical personnel. They definitely had mittens on, one-piece tight-fitting flight suit. They had the helmets on. We'll go on to the next slide here. Here's the comrade being carried off into the ambulance truck. And then we'll do a little bit of a zoom in here. And now you can see kind of a little bit more of a close, enhanced view of this corpse being taken to the ambulance truck. So what happened to the survivors? According to the source, the survivors had been sent to a hospital and put into isolation, but all soon died. He also learned that the cadavers were sent to a medical center near Washington, D.C. That's interesting. This is something we've heard multiple times, that there is some type of medical center where these ET bodies, these corpses, are sent to for pathologist reports, for autopsies. What could that place be? Walter Reed Army Medical Center, closed in 2000. This is absolutely ground zero for a number of these autopsies, without a doubt. Multiple sources confirm this. Okay, Kingman, Arizona. UFO. This is May 18th, 1953. I want to mention the work by Harry Drew, who's no longer with us. He was the primary witness on the Kingman crash retrieval, which is, in point of fact, a forced landing and not a crash retrieval, because when this thing came down, it was 100% intact. Now, what he described, according to the witnesses that Harry Drew had vetted out, was a 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft, 14 feet tall, had a series of indentions wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft itself, and a small entryway hatch. This is my 2D drawing of it. Now, there was a series of military personnel and engineers that took off from Indian Springs. They flew to Phoenix. There were about 30 of them. When they got to Phoenix, they were joined by another 10, so now there was 40 of them. And they took a General Motors bus all the way from Phoenix up to Kingman, where this thing came down, like a late night arrival on dirt roads. I mean, it must have been historic, so you can kind of track where When they finally got there, this is what they saw. The retrieval operation was already in full swing. They had layouts. They had a tent at each corner. There were military personnel there. The whole craft was tipped up at a 30-degree angle. There were 3 bodies standing about right here, and there was a leader who was the other 3. Two-way communication was made between military personnel and these ETs, and the agreement was the ETs would go with the military on one condition and one condition only, that you do not separate us. That was the agreement that was made. So the other thing that was talked about is that when American medical personnel tried to get inside this craft, they could only stay there for about 3 minutes before they got sick. That happened twice. And this is confirmed by other witnesses as well. So there was something going on within this craft, some residual propulsion still going on within this craft itself. We'll move on to the next slide here. So once they secured the area, they brought in an N25 tank transporter, they built a cradle device, and they were shipping this thing out. This is all at night, and they had to move this thing in haste. So what they were trying to do, and here's where the story gets a little bit murky here, they were trying to move it to Area 51. This is back in 53. So of course I started digging here. Here's Highway 93. You've got to cross the Colorado River, and then you make your way up to Area 51. This is according to Harry Drew, if we're to believe this account. So, of course, I started digging. Yes, here's the track they took. You can see here Highway 93 started in 1935, still exists. So, yes, it did exist back in 1953. Now, the question is, what did Groom Lake Area 51 have back in 53? U-2 spy plane test flights didn't even start until 1955. And if you do any research into my good friend Peter Merlin, who wrote a book I'm going to show you a little bit later, there's a little bit of a discrepancy here. So, according to Harry Drew, once they got it to the Hoover Dam, they noticed that the outer diameter of this shaped craft was way too big to get it through the upper part of Hoover Dam because there were light fixtures. They couldn't do that. So they actually went to a put-in about 100 feet north of the north wall of the Hoover Dam. They floated a barge down the Colorado River. They took this whole 18-wheeler tractor trailer with the dish-shaped craft on it. They rolled it up onto the barge. They strung cables across the Colorado River and were basically trying to get this barge across the Colorado River. Now, this is all at night in haste. There's a lot of men screaming and swearing. They got to secure this thing before daylight. And all of a sudden, the cable snapped. And this barge starts going down the Colorado River and actually hits the wall of the Hoover Dam. So, being at the water levels that are, there may be a mark there today where this thing made contact. I haven't seen it myself, but it may exist. We'll do a little bit of a blow up. This gives you an idea of what this may have looked like. So eventually they strung another series of cables across the Colorado River. They got it to the other side, and then according to Harry Drew, they brought it to Area 51. So this is Harry's book on this. It's a very rare book. 7 Days in May, the Kingman UFO Story. Almost impossible to get this book. I probably have one of a couple of dozen that were ever published. So, interesting book. Harry did a great job. He's no longer with us, but I want to give credit for his research. But here's where it gets a little bit murky, because on page 18, on Peter Merlin's book, who is absolutely the world expert on Area 51. There's nobody better on this planet. He wrote this book called Dreamland, The Secret History of Area 51. It's about a 600-page volume, fully referenced, fully illustrated. It weighs 6 pounds. It's a massive book. Page 18, prior to 1955, there was an auxiliary airstrip at Groom Lake, which was used during World War II for gunnery training. There were no hangars there. There was really no established buildings at Area 51 back in 53. So whatever Harry was talking about, there's a little bit of discrepancy. But as being a historian, I have to give you the truth, even if the truth doesn't agree with what I want to hear. So we'll just continue on here. Go ahead.
Decades, trend shows CEO pay skyrocketed an average of 11.3%, with similar jumps for other high-ranking corporate officials.
That's possible. That's possible.
That's what's popping on iHeartRadio.
My parents had this very serious every sentence. I had a cuss word in it. They didn't know how vulgar they were. Until you tried to guess all those words. How was I supposed to know what was profanity versus just regular speech?
Wright Patterson Air Force Base, 1953. Michael Olvey is the source. He was an Army warrant officer, page 15 in the book of Leonard Stringfield. So again, Wright Patterson Air Force Base is ground zero for a lot of this information. So he was at the right place at the right time, and I believe it's hangar number 4 where this actually took place. I can't prove it, but I think it's hangar number 4. And if you look at that arrow here, that takes you to Bay E, which I've actually been inside this hangar. Can't go there now, but this is all before 9/11. And what he says is that a DC-7 4-engine cargo aircraft taxied up onto the base. This is all at night. And picture this being inside a hangar. So once they got the aircraft taxied into the hangar door shut, and then there was a left port cargo bay door that opened up, and then they had a forklift that started offloading these pallets. On these pallets were these wooden crates, and this warrant officer got within 12 feet of these crates, and he started looking inside. And what did he see? He saw 3 ET bodies, all deceased, in these 3 crates that had their lids pulled off. They were about 3.5 to 4 feet tall, wearing a one-piece tight-fitting flight suit. They had oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for a mouth, minute nose, and they were all being suspended off the bottom of the wooden crates by a white netting that protected their bodies from the dry ice freezer room below. That's according to the military source here. Now, he also said that one of these bodies was female because it had breasts. I'm just bringing it up because this is what it said in the report. So we'll just keep our history here. So let's take Rudy's drawing as a reference, and we'll go to the full color rendering, and this is Joseph Ray's depiction of what this may have seemed or been like back in 1953 at Wright Patterson Air Force Base. So he also saw the crates where debris was being offloaded as well. This is a top view looking down, and this is what these bodies looked like. They were minute, they were emaciated, they had arms that went down below their knees, they had oversized head, always wearing this one-piece tight-fitting flight suit. Next one, reference number 16, alien autopsy performed at Walter Reed Hospital. The cadaver was described as being 3 feet in height, with a large head, protruding brow, sunken eyes which wrapped around to the side of the face, very long arms, gray skin. Pathologist report from the Cleveland Clinic, 52 to 53. So, big question is, what do these ET bodies look like? And not just from science fiction, but what do they actually look like from the medical personnel that perform autopsies on these, the pathologists that wrote the reports, the x-ray? What do the actual bodies look like according to documented, legitimate medical personnel? Well, they're 3.5 to 4.5 foot tall. That's item number 1. 2 round almond eyes, sunken without pupils, heavy brow ridge, large hairless head by human standards, no earlobes, no definitive nose, small slit for a mouth, very thin neck, small torso, arms described as long, reaching down to the knees. Hands have 4 fingers without thumb, short, thin legs, skin color beige, tan, brown, tan. So, if we take everything we know about these bodies from the pathologist report, from the x-rays, from medical personnel involved in autopsies, and we take in these parameters right here, I said, okay, Rudy, give me the best possible drawing of what these bodies look like based on the actual pathologist report. And I believe he did a miraculous job. I don't think we're going to get any better than this. And this is what Rudy came up with. This is what these bodies look like, according to the pathologist report. Probably not going to get any better than this. This is about the best we're going to get. This is based on multiple military personnel, medical personnel who autopsied these things. You can see the heavy brow ridge. You can see the oversized head, the slipper mouth. He's basically replicated exactly to a T what these pathologist reports are talking about here. Okay, Walker Air Force Base, New Mexico, April 12, 1954. This is a gentleman who was 18 years old. He was a young guy. He served as a photographer 1954 to 1955. This is page 82 in this book right here. This gentleman knew everything about photography. He knew about lighting, he knew about shading, he knew about shadows, he knew about exposure. He was, by 18, he was a professional at this. So a call went out to his group to board this helicopter, which is an H-19. And when they got into this helicopter over the PA system, quote, "Men, this is not a drill, this is a red alert scramble." So they take off from Walker Air Force Base, which used to be Roswell Army Airfield. They start flying north. The freeway is on their right. They make a left-hand turn. Now they're heading northwest toward Corona. And when they get over the hill, they see this craft. Measured about 50 feet in diameter. It had a ring wrapped around the outer circumference with lights still rotating. There was a medium-sized dome on top. Came in at about a 45-degree angle. And this photographer is told to start snapping photographs of this thing as this thing is hovering 20 feet above this dish-shaped craft. He got a real good look at this. So this has been documented, absolutely documented. Now, what's interesting is when the helicopter landed, something became very apparent immediately. There was this pungent odor of automobile battery acid. And this is something that comes up multiple times in these crash retrieval operations. By this time, the retrieval operation was kind of in full swing because there were also other medical trucks getting toward the area. He saw 4 ET bodies from his vantage point. Now, when he landed, he found out from medical and military personnel that there were 2 other bodies inside the craft for a grand total of 6 bodies recovered in this retrieval operation. So we'll go to the full color rendering here. Gives you an idea of what this may have looked like. So this 18-year-old photographer, this is what he's telling us within this report here. The other Roswell crash on Texas-Mexican border. I want to give credit to Noe and Ruben for doing this book. This is spring 1955, and this is just across the Texas-Mexican border. We'll go to the next slide here. This gives you an idea of the vicinity of where this actually took place. So you've got 16 F-86 Sabre jets that are flying in conjunction with 4 B-47s. They're flying westbound over southern Texas. And where this thing came down, you see here Landry, this is Eagle's Nest, came down right here. This is where this thing came down. And while these pilots are flying westbound, one of these F-86 pilots saw this craft come in here. He peeled away from the other group, and then he landed his plane over here at Carswell Air Force Base that you see on the upper left. He got out of his F-86. He went over to Corsicana Municipal Airport, which is a public airport. He climbed in an Aranca tail dragger high wing aircraft with a friend of his, and they flew all the way back to the crash site across the Texas-Mexican border. Now, they got there before it was nighttime. When they arrived, this is what they saw. 25-foot diameter dish-shaped craft, about 5 feet tall. The upper dome had already popped off. The Mexican military got there first before anybody else got there. So they got there first. And what I thought was interesting is there was a debris trail leading up to the craft itself. And since it was getting cold out, the primary eyewitness stated that a lot of these Mexican soldiers were taking debris off the ground, which was still warm, and they were wrapping that debris around covers that they got from the 6x6 troop transport, warming up the covers, and then putting the covers on their bodies to warm them up. This is a little key factor that you just wouldn't think that they would make that up. So it actually adds credibility to the craft. Now, there was a whole breach on the side of the craft depicting some of the bodies on the interior. I'm going to kind of take you inside here. Now, according to Air Force pilot Robert Willingham, the arms looked like broomsticks. So it was a gruesome sight. These things were dismembered. They were burnt up. So it was kind of a gruesome sight. But this is according to pilot Robert Willingham. Here's a full color rendering of what this scene may have looked like if we could be there back in Mexico back in 1955. And we'll do a zoom in here to show you what the bodies look like. So it wasn't for the faint of heart, but this is from the first-hand military source from Robert Willingham. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1955, Mrs. G, Foreign Materials Division, page 17 in the book. This is one of these cases where you can just tell by what you're reading in this case that this woman is not lying to us. Something that may have looked like the closing scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark, where you have this big warehouse, that's where she was working at back at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This gives you an idea of where operations building. This is the warehouse building 258. And what this woman stated is that she cataloged 1,000 components that came in from the interior of a recovered UFO. 1,000 components. So when we hear about senators and congressmen not having any physical evidence, this woman is telling us that she was there at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1955 and she cataloged 1,000 components. So it's really her word against these senators and congressmen. We'll continue on here. So I asked Rudy, give me a drawing of our Mrs. G, and she's cataloging things, and then I want you to populate these shelves with all this ET components and debris and type craft that may have been retrieved. So what they had done is they set this thing up as an assembly line. There was one gentleman at a station taking a photograph of the debris. Then there was a next gentleman who bagged and tagged it, and then it went over to Mrs. G who cataloged it, and she had over 1,000 components that were cataloged. While all this is going on, there was this rotating, rolling dolly that went by with 2 ET corpses being preserved in this formaldehyde type liquid. So she saw all this. Now, researchers got to her just before she passed away, and this is what she said. Uncle Sam can't do anything to me once I'm in my grave. 6 months later, she died. I believe her testimony to be absolutely authentic. Here's our rendering of what this may have looked like if we were there working Mrs. G here. We'll continue on. Since over 1,000 components of physical ET hardware exist, this evidence should be tracked down by senators and congressmen with the appropriate security clearances and should be presented in open public congressional hearings. This is something that needs to happen now before these last legacy witnesses pass away here. Source: retired Air Force pilot, late 1950s, conducted by Ed Cameron Jr. When he interviewed this Air Force pilot, he stated that he saw a 5 to 6 minute black and white film clip depicting a dish-shaped craft about 60 feet in diameter that had a gash on the side of it. The movie panned to another scene showing you the interior components of the craft that had this projection screen with this iconology written on the inside wall of this projection screen. Here's kind of a blow-up of what the engine looked like and also these different type of lettering on the inside wall of the craft itself. Now, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, April 1962. 15-foot diameter dish-shaped craft was seen by 5 transient pilots that were part of the 354th Tactical Air Command Fighter Wing, page 88. So the leader of these guys was in charge of their physical well-being. So they were jogging down the row of hangars at Wright-Patterson Air Force back in 1962. They were looking for a wall to complete their 4-wall racquetball court. Basically, that's what they were doing. So as they're going through these hangars, one of these hangar doors was open up, and they ran inside, and they saw this 15-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. There were about 6 military personnel with rifles. It was roped off. It was sitting up on 2 engine test stands, and they were challenged. And I thought it's very interesting what this gentleman said here. Here's Joseph Ray's full-color rendering of what this may have looked like if we were back there with these Tactical Air Command fighter pilots. Here's what the guard said. The guard challenged by saying, "I don't think you're supposed to be in here, sir." I replied to the affirmative, and we had turned about face and departed, mumbling to ourselves that the good old U.S. had developed or had all along flying saucers in service. This is another one of these testimonies from a military personnel, what I absolutely believe they're telling us the truth on what they're seeing here. Reference number 53, date 1963. Source was PJ, captain in the Navy. He worked for Braniff Airlines, and he saw a 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So the case keeps building that there's craft there, there's debris there, there's bodies at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, at least in the early 1950s, going back to the 1940s, probably going into the late 1960s. We'll continue on. December 1963, Sherry Point, North Carolina, and this is a Marine. We have his name. His name is Roy Baker, page 152 in the book. And this is Cherry Point, a little bit north of Havelock. He was told to board a plane with blacked out windows. So he climbs into this plane. They fly about 3 hours from Cherry Point, North Carolina. They land at an undisclosed location that he didn't know about. When he got off the plane, they opened up the hangar doors. He looked inside and he saw this craft, which was about 40 feet in diameter, 15 feet tall, had a highly polished mirror reflective chrome exterior. There were 9 elliptically opaque windows wrapped around the outer circumference of the craft itself. And then he said that the entryway hatch on this craft was so fully integrated into the skin of the craft itself, you could not put a razor blade inside these seams. That's how fully integrated the hatchway was. Now, he also mentioned that there were teams of white lab coat technicians with diamond tip drill bits trying to breach the hull of the craft. So these red dots are the attempted point of entry. You can see they were trying to do it on the scene and they couldn't get in. They absolutely could not get in. And can we get a time, Rudy, of where we are on time? 8:28. Okay, so we got time for about one more here. Let's continue on. Here is Joseph Roy's full-color rendering of what this craft may have looked like if we could be there back in 1963. No visible means of propulsion, no wings, no ailerons. The red dots are the attempted points of entry. So here's what they tried to do. When the diamond tip drill bits failed, they went to acetylene cutting torches. No luck there either. Final shot was a laser, and that didn't work. So they had 3 attempts to get into this craft, and they could not get in whatsoever. I don't know to this day if they were ever able to get inside, but they did try these 3 attempts. Now, what you're looking at here is an actual original pen drawing. This is not the reproduction. This is a copy of the actual original. This is by the Marine himself, Roy Baker. I'm going to break this down. It's rough, but there's some key items here. Upper left, upper right, excruciatingly well lit. You can see the whole thing was propped up on scaffolding about 5 feet off the floor, so you could walk under this thing. If you look on the left of center opaque window, there is this black dot. That is the attempted point of entry with the diamond tip drill. And then you've got these pads supporting the craft itself. So this is from the Marine who actually was interviewed by Leonard Stringfield. Michael Johnstone interviewed the Marine back in 1986. About 12 years ago now, I tracked down Michael Johnstone. I interviewed him on videotape. He gave me all the other details of what Roy Baker told him about this case. He came up with this drawing, and there was this 1-inch lip between the outer skin of the craft itself and the outer portion of these opaque windows, something that you could feel with your thumb. He mentioned that within the report. We'll continue on here. Here's my AutoCAD drawing to give you an idea of what this thing looks like. Now, this whole thing was propped up on scaffolding. You could walk under it. There was a white circle painted directly below this craft, and his orders were to shoot to kill anyone who tried to breach that circle. We'll continue on here. Here's Joseph Ray's rendering of what this thing actually looks like. And here's John McNeil's first pass on what we were talking about here. You can see we've got the lab coat technicians, we've got the white circle here, we've got everything with the scaffolding. This tracks with what the military witnesses talked about. So what I want to do now is I want to take you through a tour of this facility like we're a fly on the wall. And we're going to penetrate this chain link fence and get inside this hangar. So we're getting through the hangar now. We're getting a little bit closer here. You can see it's all coming into view. We'll get a little bit closer. You can see we've got the military personnel. We've got the white painted circle on the floor. Excruciatingly well lit. We've got the scaffolding in place. We've got suit types, CIA types. He described that at the scene as well. We'll zoom in a little bit closer. Diamond tip drill bits are trying to get in. They cannot get in the craft itself. Go a little bit more. This is a 45-degree look-down angle. He absolutely described white lab coat technicians, and they all had a color-coded badge, which we'll talk about in a little bit later. Let's go on to the next slide. Now, on the last day he was there, because he was there for 2 weeks, his job was to guard this thing. He said the last day he came into the hangar, it was being moved off its scaffolding, put onto a cradle device, and then they were putting tarps over this thing. So here we're about 0% tarp right now. They had a cradle device. We're about 50% tarp here. We'll continue on. We're fully tarped. We're getting ready to move out of this facility. And now we're moving on to the next location. So the way they keep these things under wraps is, number one, they compartmentalize the information. That's number one. Number two is they move these assets from one location to the next, and they keep the chain of command very low. Very few people at the top are the only ones who know about the whole thing. This is Rudy's drawing to give an idea of what this may have looked like as they're getting ready to move this to the next location. Now, we talk about the laser incident. Once the acetylene torches failed, they brought in two 18-wheeler tractor little boy trucks with these big electrical generators on them. They had heavy gauge cable. They actually did have lasers back in 1963. They weren't the most powerful things in the world. They connected the generating device to the laser, shined the laser onto the skin of the craft. It bounced up, reflected, and damaged the ceiling tile. That's what happened back in 1963. When they moved the laser away, it was warm to the touch, but had no effect on the skin whatsoever. Here's the scene showing the damage to the ceiling tile. So that was an interesting point. Here's the actual sketch from the Marine describing the incident. And then here's the color-coded badging. So if you had a green badge, you could go here. If you had a yellow badge, you had access to this facility. If you had a red badge, you had access to the entire facility. Now, one time when the Marine was at this hangar facility, nobody checked him. He got in there all alone. He had a small Minox camera, and he took a photograph of this thing. And he said, I will tell this story, and by God, people are going to believe me. However, the craft was lost in a flood back in 1983, and we lost the evidence. So close of getting a photograph of this craft propped up on scaffolding. It would have been for everyone to see. Lost in flood. So I said, okay, let's see if we can do a reproduction based on what an actual Minox camera photograph may look like. And here's the reproduction that we came up with. Something like this was taken by Roy Baker back in 1963. So Paul Nitz, United States Secretary of the Navy, 63 to 67, the primary eyewitness said that there was a Secretary of the Navy who just about walked over that white line. He almost got shot. It would have been this gentleman right here. This gentleman would have been involved in that incident. Now, 4-star Major General Melvin F. McNichol, why do I bring him up? He was base commander at Tinker Air Force Base, and here is his obituary. Ex-Tinker Commander Melvin McNichol dies, Daly, Oklahoma, July 11, 1986. So he is who he says he is. He was good friends with Charlotte Mann, who was involved in the Cape Girardeau incident. These two were friends. They had a mutual interest in UFOs. And so about 5 years ago, she gave a lecture at the International UFO Congress in Phoenix, Arizona. Again, these two were good friends, and so they were talking. And Charlotte Mann came over to Melvin McNichol and said, we've been friends for a long time. We've got this mutual interest in UFOs, and you haven't told me anything. Are we still friends? I don't even know anymore. Are we still friends? And this general turns to Charlotte Mann and says, Charlotte, if you ever repeat what I'm about to tell you, it could ruin my career, and I'll deny it. He proceeds to tell her 3 things. Number 1, saw a UFO which was located in the west. That checks out with our Marine. Number 2, he walked around a UFO on a catwalk which was propped up on scaffolding, just like the Marine incident. Bodies were recovered, and one was still alive. So when I heard Charlotte Mann describe what Melvin McNichol told her, I said, boom, I got it now. Because this tracks exactly with what the Marine said back in December 1963. I'm sure they didn't know each other. So when I heard Charlotte mentioned this, I said, now I've got independent confirmation. I can prove it now. We do have a recovered UFO somewhere in the West back in '63, and Melvin McNichol just basically covered it for me. So what I wanted to do in this presentation, just give you a brief overview of some of the most mission-critical crash retrieval cases from this book, from Leonard Stringfield. And I want to thank Rudy for making this all come alive, because I could not have done this without Rudy. And the goal here is to preserve an important part of our national history through the use of illustrations to really make these things come alive and preserve our history. And I want to thank you for your attention. Go ahead.
Let's go places. We're going to check out a crash.
ET races are so advanced. Why are they coming from light years away, 2.3 trillion light years away? They're getting through gravity wells, they're getting through quarks, they're getting through black holes. They traverse all this time and space, and then they get into our atmosphere and they crash. Doesn't really make sense. Now, there is a case to be made, and there's some documented evidence to back this up, is that there is, in point of fact, a rogue group within the military intelligence industrial complex that are targeting, tracking, and shooting these things down. For one, their free energy propulsion system advancements, and number two, for their weapons system advancements. And so the U.S. military intelligence complex, they will stop at nothing to retrieve these assets. So that appears to be what's going on. It appears to be what's going on. Anybody else?
Company, which is in the process of a merger,
Paul Hynek wrote the forward to it.
To significantly reduce its tax liability. It's also cutting staff, laying off about 15% of its workforce. Just like Warner Brothers Discovery, Paramount
information that the Apple Death Test over 10 years ago, and I can tell you this much that James Jesus Angles had 5, and in those 5 is the real story of Roswell. And again, we got that Rothschild to tell us about it at Death Press. So I can't tell you more. I know more about it, but I can't tell you what's more. So there is a lot more story, even as amazing as Michael Scott stood up to the Roswell story and to others that are
volunteers living on it. Go to livingonight.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home, on the go, on the iPhone,
the hearings?
Android app, and
Yeah, I did watch the hearings like most of you here, and I was underwhelmed. I think it was a nothing burger. We're 1 year beyond it now, and there's been no follow-up. There's been no crash retrieval. There's been no disclosure. There's been no bodies, no crap that come out. It's up to us now. It's clear the government's just going to keep on kicking the can down the road here, and they want to run out the clock like they did with Roswell, because there are no 509 Bond Group members alive anymore. They've run out the clock, and in the eyes of the government, it's cover up complete. And they're going to try to do this with the rest of the legacy witnesses. And that's why it's so important to highlight Leonard's book, because he had a lot more cases, and they can all come together as a united coalition, one voice. That's what we need to get this thing forward. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead.
iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know what you're listening to right now.
I have a case in 97, and Dr. Greer gets credit for vetting the witness, but he was basically at a retrieval operation. This is April 1997 in Bolivia, in the jungle, where he came across a 65-foot long by about 45-foot tall egg-shaped craft that embedded into the side of a rocky outgrowth. There was at least 2 bodies involved in the retrieval operation. Had a hull breach on the side of it and was pouring out liquid that he got on his skin. So that is a very credible case. So that's 97. And of course, yep.
There is a witness who has witnessed an amazing crash retrieval. And his first name, I think, is Michael. I talked to him in an interview, and then I guess somebody got to him.
number one for music, radio, and podcasts.
International. I mean, you talk about Bolivia, you talk about the Mexican tax.
For the Schwann's, man, so the yellow truck comes by with groceries in it.
For sure.
Yeah, I had a really embarrassing incident with the Schwann's.
Russia's a big place.
Yep. I turned around.
The United States government, military is on the site all around the world. They control the story, they buy the trash and go everywhere. And that includes Africa, and these small reports, we went to France, Guinness is there. The trash retrieval is happening everywhere all over the world. The United States government, again, the military is very in control.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Sure about that station in Sacramento? It's already starting playing non-stop Christmas music.
Well, what we're dealing with here is a multi-headed hydra. So you've got alleged ETs, you've got man-made craft, you've got interdimensional craft, you've got alleged time travelers, you've got unidentified submerged objects. So you've got 5 things going on at the same time, all converging. And so that's why it makes it so hard to get a real,
it's Christmas spirit.
Pin down what this phenomenon actually is. So even Jalen Hynek knew that if we were only talking about ETs, how boring this would be, because this phenomenon is a lot bigger than just flying saucers. In fact, 51% of all UFO cases are, in point of fact, USO cases, unidentified submerged object, which is almost completely forgotten about. And it's almost never even talked about. So there's so many things going on here, and the U.S. military-industrial complex, they are using the ET brush to hide their own deep black program. So that's something we want to consider as well. So this thing is multi-layered. It's a trickster. These things can go in and outside of mountains with no impact. They can materialize and dematerialize at will. So we're not talking about physical craft. So there's much more going on here. Yeah. So thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Rich.
Funny videos I love to watch. Pet videos.
Well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make anything prior to 94 completely disappear. With the Tic Tac and things like that, they're trying to make those type cases disappear, but I won't let it happen. Other UFO researchers won't let it happen. Kerry won't let it happen. We've got all the legacy cases going back to 1865. We've got a mountain of evidence within the NICAP files. I mean, if anyone here gets bored on a Sunday afternoon and it's raining, just go to NICAP.org, open up Chronos file where it says 1952, and you can just read to your heart's content about military first-hand pilot encounters with these craft. And there's like hundreds of them. The 52 flap outpaces the 1947 flap, and you cannot walk away thinking there's nothing to this. So this thing is involved, it's documented, and the only choice that we have now is to track down these legacy witnesses that can pull this data out with the physical evidence. Anything less than that, and we're all going to be here another 80 years of not knowing about it. So this is the final curtain call on disclosure. It's up to us.
Well, when I'm 6, a week is a long time.
I've been really disappointed last year with the Lord because Michael was working with Dr. Greer last year on that DC whistleblower event. I don't know if anybody was aware of that. Did you guys get to see that?
How did you think you could tell them?
Everybody had that stomach. The incredible whistleblower. It wasn't David Grush thing. David Grush says, well, I spoke to somebody who saw that. These whistleblowers, Mike and I actually had contact with these guys who were talking about this presentation. And it was the most, so I'm new to this. I mean, I've been a science fiction fan. I've been like illustrator for a long time. I met Michael and telling me these stories are fantastic. But I'm an outsider on the inside trying to help this out. That's like it. And so when we ended up talking to these people and invested in it, and then Rush comes out like right before the career presentation, and it was, I mean, we had dinner with him a couple years ago. He asked me, and it was the most like real moment of my life. One of them, anyway. He looks at me and he says, and I looked up,
discount the importance
Because I heard somebody, I used to sell it, and a student came up to me and said, you know that Steve Greer has
Rudy, do you want to talk about how high your drawing went? As a feather in your cap, you want to talk about how high your drawing went?
I'm disappointed because everybody saw this coming and building up. Dr. Greer is pretty credible, whatever your opinion is on him. He's not, I don't know. But he's going to present this stuff. All of a sudden, you get David Grushka and all the news channels, which I don't watch anymore because my opinion are completely natural. And again, my background is propaganda thesis. I wrote on propaganda. And you know that that's what happens. Media gets something, they're running the narrative, everybody's saying the same thing, they're programming. That's why it's called television. Telecommunication, vision, programming. Oh, I'm going to watch this programming. We take this terminology for granted, but it's because we've been raised up with it. Okay, there you go. I mean, that's the thing is that, like, maybe, you know, the lot of people here may not know what Project Book is, and may not know who Alan Hynek was. But bottom line is, Rush comes out, and all the news media grabbed it, was everywhere, sucked all the air out of the room, and you barely saw anything with Dr. Greer's presentation, and Michael was key because he was the one that was telling us, myself and a couple of other artists, this is what needs to happen. We interviewed these people, not seeing them blown away, and drawing, and then to get there and to see it like a million people streaming. And I'm trying to keep it hush-hush because I work as an art teacher at a Catholic school, and I freelance on the side, but trying to keep it down low. And all I know is the marketing director this time last year for the art school, or for the art program. And she says, really, sorry about you, I'm there. She says, but I just want to let you know, I'm in Palm Springs right now, and I'm watching this, and I think your artwork is being featured on Jesse Waters. Now, what? And a friend of mine that posted a couple days before was the same image by Michael Correa, and it was on the Daily, what's it called, Daily?
You don't have to be modest, Rudy. You made it all the way to Fox News, and I'm proud you did. I'm proud you did, brother.
So they interviewed that person that did that article. So the article was there, and I was just sitting there going, whoa, what? But again, we saw it. There's repetition because the constant repeat. So people get the message. And Rush and
go ahead. My goal is to raise awareness to the multiple crash retrievals over the past 80 years and try to track down the remaining witnesses that were first-hand military witnesses involved in the retrieval operation. That's my goal. That's the only shot we have. That is my ultimate goal. That's the only shot we have. Okay, thanks a lot. Good. Yep, good. Great. Cool. Good. All right.
He has put forward a measure that would mandate a 72-hour waiting period before an animal from a sanctuary can be put to sleep. Creates an appeal system. It gives animal refuge sites the right to humane due process.
And then the spokesman for former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running for New York City mayor, trolled that governor's handling of Peanut.
The following is a conversation with Brian Keating, experimental physicist at UCSD and author of Losing the Nobel Prize and Into the Impossible. Plus, he's a host of the amazing podcast with the same name called Into the Impossible. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Brian Keating. As an experimental physicist, what do you think is the most amazing or maybe the coolest measurement device you've ever worked with or humans have ever built? Maybe for now, let's exclude the background imaging of cosmic extragalactic polarization instruments.
Yeah, I'm slightly biased towards that particular instrument, but
talk about that.
Yeah, but certainly the telescope to me is a lever that has literally moved the Earth throughout history.
So the OG telescope?
The OG telescope, yeah. The one invented not by Galileo, as most people think, but by this guy Hans Lippershey in the Netherlands. And, you know, it was kind of interesting because in the 1600s, 1500s, 1600s, it was the beginning of movable type. And so people, for the first time in history, had a standard by which they could appraise their eyesight. So looking at a printed word now, we just take it for granted, 12-point font, whatever, and that's what the eye charts are based on, just fixed height. But back then, there was no way to adjust your eyesight if you didn't have perfect vision, and there was no way to even tell if you had perfect vision or not until the Gutenberg Bible and movable type. And at that time, people realized, hey, wait, I can't read this. My priest or my friend over here, he can read it, she can read it. I can't read it. What's going on? And that's when these people in Venice and the Netherlands saw that they could take this kind of glass material and hold it up and maybe put another piece of glass material, and it would make it clearer. And what was so interesting is that nobody thought to take that exact same device, two lenses, and go like, let me go like this and look at that bright thing in the sky over there, until Galileo. So Galileo didn't invent it, but he did something kind of amazing. He improved on it by a factor of 10. So he 10x'd it, which is almost as good as going from 0 to 1 as going from 1 to 10. And when he did that, he really transformed both how we look at the universe and think about it, but also who we are as a species, because we're using tools not to get food faster or to preserve our legacy for future generations, but actually to increase the benefit of life.
Somebody mentioned this idea that if humans weren't able to some kind of makeup of the atmosphere, for the early humans made it impossible to see the stars, that we would never develop human civilization, or at least raising the question of how important is it to look up to the sky and wonder what's out there, as opposed to maybe this is an over-romanticized notion, but like looking at the ground, it feels like a little bit too much focused on survival, not being eaten by a bear / lion. If you look up to the stars, you start to wonder, what is my place in the universe? You think that's modern humans romanticized?
I think it's a little romantic, because they also took they took the same two lenses and they looked inward, right? They looked at bacteria, they looked at hairs, and in other words, they made a microscope, and we're still doing that. And so, to have a telescope it serves a dual purpose. It's not only a way of looking out, it's looking in, but it's also looking back in time. In other words, you don't see a microscope. You don't think, I'm seeing this thing as it was, 1 nanosecond ago. Light travels 1 foot per nanosecond. I'm seeing it. No, you don't think about it. But when you see something that's happening, on Jupiter, the Moon, Andromeda Galaxy, you're seeing things, back when Lucy was walking around the Serengeti Plain. And for that, I think that took then the knowledge of relativity and time travel and so forth. It took that before we could really say, we really unlocked some cheat codes in the human brain. So I think that might be a little too much, but nevertheless, what's better than having a time machine? It's like we can look back in time, we see things as they were, not as they are, and that allows us to do many things, including speculate about that. But one of the coolest things, I don't know if you're familiar with, so I'm a radio astronomer. I don't actually look through telescopes very often, except on rare occasions when I take one out to show the kids. But a radio telescope is even more sort of visceral. It's much less cool because you look at it, you're like, all right, it looks cool. It's kind of weird shaped thing. Looks like it belongs in sci-fi. It's going to blast, the Death Star or whatever. But when you realize that when you point a radio telescope at a distant object, if that object fills up what's called the beam, which is basically the field of view of a radio telescope, is called the beam. If you fill up the beam and you put a resistor, just a simple absorbing piece of material, at the focus of the radio telescope, that resistor will come to the exact same temperature as the object it's looking at, which is pretty amazing. It means you're actually remotely measuring. You're taking the temperature of Jupiter or whatever in effect. And so it's allowing you to basically teleport. And there's no other science that you can really do that, right? If you're an archaeologist, you can, let me get into my time machine and go back and say, what was Lucy really like? It's not possible.
So the same thing happens. This is where I've learned about this from March of the Penguins. When the penguins huddle together, they, the body temperature arrives to the same place. So you're doing this remotely. It's the March of the Penguins, but remote.
You do it from Antarctica too, so there are some penguins around.
Okay, excellent. You mentioned time machine. I think in your book, Losing the Nobel Prize, you talk about time machines. So let me ask you the question of, take us back in time. What happened at the beginning of our universe?
Okay, So usually people preface this by saying, I have a simple question. So, what happened before the universe began?
Brian Keating teaching me about comedy. I have a simple question for you. Let's take two. I have a simple question. What happened at the beginning of our universe? There you go.
All right, good. So when we think about what happened, it's more correct, it's more logical, it's more practical to go back in time starting from today. So if you go back 13.874 billion years from today, that's some day, right? I mean, you could translate it as some day, right? So on that day, something happened. Earlier than the moment exactly now. Let's say we're talking about 1 o'clock. So at some point during that day, the universe started to become a fusion reactor. It started to fuse light elements and isotopes into heavier elements and isotopes of those heavier elements. After that period of time, going forward back closer to today, less 10 minutes earlier, or later rather, coming towards us today, we know more and more about what the universe was like. And in fact, all the hydrogen, to a very good approximation, in the water molecules in this bottle, almost all of them are produced during that first 20-minute period. So I would say, the actual fusion and production of the lightest elements in the periodic table occurred in a time period shorter than the TV show, The Big Bang Theory.
Well done, sir.
Most of those light elements, besides hydrogen, aren't really used in the encounter. Right? We don't encounter helium that often unless you go to birthday parties or pilot them. You don't need lithium, hopefully. But other than that, those are the kind of things that were produced during that moment. The question became, how did the heavier things like iron, carbon, nickel happen? We can get to that later. And I've brought some samples for us to discuss and how those came from a very different type of process called a different type of fusion reactor and a different type of process explosion as well called a supernova. However, if you go back to beyond those first 3 minutes, we really have to say almost nothing because we are not capable, in other words, going backwards from the first 3 minutes, as famous Steven Weinberg titled his book, we actually marks a point where ignorance takes over. In other words, we can't speculate on what happened 3 minutes before the preponderance of hydrogen was formed in our universe. We just don't know enough about that epoch. There are many people, most practicing card-carrying cosmologists believe the universe began in what's called a singularity. And we can certainly talk about that. However, singularity is so far removed from anything we can ever hope to prove, hope to confront, or hope to observe with evidence. And really only occurs in two instantiations, the Big Bang and the core of a black hole, neither of which is observable. And so for that reason, there are now flourishing alternatives that say, you can actually, for the first time, ask the question, that day, Tuesday, in the first moments of our universe, there was a Tuesday a week before that, 24 hours times 7 days before that. That has a perfectly well understood meaning in models of cosmology promoted by some of the more eminent of cosmologists working today. When I was in grad school over 25 years ago, no one really considered anything besides that Big Bang, that there was a singularity. And people would have to say, as I said, we just don't know. But they would say some future incarnation of some experiment will tell us the answer. But now there are people that are saying there is an alternative to the Big Bang. And it's not really fringe science as it once was 50, 80 years ago when these models, by the way, the first cosmology in history was not a singular universe. The first cosmology in history goes back to Akhenaten, Ra, and the temples of Egypt during the 3rd millennium BC. And in that, they talked about cyclical universes. So I was joking, that guy, Akhenaten's court, he'd have a pretty high H index right about now because people have been using that cyclical model from Penrose to Paul Steinhardt and Aegis and right up until this very moment.
Can you maybe explore the possible alternatives to the Big Bang theory?
So there are many alternatives, starting with the singularity, quantum cosmologically demanding singular origin of the universe. That stands in contrast to these other models, in which time does not have a beginning. And many of them feature cycles, at least one cycle, possibly infinite number of cycles, called by Sir Roger Penrose. And they all have things in common, these alternatives, as does the dominant paradigm of cosmogenesis, which is inflation. Inflation is sort sort of can be thought of as this spark that ignites the hot Big Bang that I said we understood. So it's an earlier condition, but it's still not an initial condition. In physics, imagine I show you a grandfather clock or a pendulum swinging back and forth. You look away for a second, you come into the room, pendulum swinging back and forth. Alexa, tell me, where did it start? How many cycles is it going to make before you can't answer that question without knowing the initial conditions. In a very simple system, like a one-dimensional simple harmonic oscillator, like a pendulum, think about understanding the whole universe without understanding the initial conditions. It's a tremendous lacuna, gap that we have as scientists that we may not be able to, in the inflationary cosmology, determine the quantitative physical properties of the universe prior to what's called the inflationary epoch.
So you're saying for the pendulum in that epoch, we can't, because you can infer things about the pendulum before you show up to the room in our current epoch, correct?
Right. Yeah, so if you look at it right now, but if I said, well, when will it stop oscillating? So that depends on how much energy it got initially. And you can measure its dissipation, its air resistance. You had infrared camera, you can see it's getting hotter maybe. And you could do some calculations. But to know the two things in physics to solve a partial differential equation are the initial conditions and the boundary conditions. Boundary conditions, we're here on Earth, it has a gravitational field. It's not going to excurse or, make excursions, wildly beyond the length of the pendulum. It's not, it has simple properties. And this is in other words, you can't tell me, when did the solar system start orbiting in the way that it does now? In other words, when did the moon acquire the exact angular momentum that it has now? Now, that's a pretty pedestrian example, but what I'm telling you is that the inflationary epoch purports and is successful at providing a lot of explanations for how the universe evolved after inflation took place and ended, but it says nothing about how it itself took place. And that's really what you're asking. I mean, you don't look. What you care about, like Big Bang nucleosynthesis, and the elements got made, and these fusion reactors, and the whole universe was a fusion reactor. But don't you really care about what happened at the beginning of time, at the first moment of time? And the problem is we can't really answer that in the context of the Big Bang. We can't answer that in the context of these alternatives. So you asked me about some of the alternatives. So one is aeon theory, the conformal cyclic cosmology of Sir Roger Penrose. Another one was really popular in the 60s and 70s until the discovery of the primary component of my research field, the cosmic microwave background radiation, or CMB, the 3 Kelvin all-pervasive signal that astronomers detected in 1965. That kind of spelled the death knell, in some sense, to what was called the quasi-steady state universe. And then there was another model that kind of came out of that. You hear the word quasi, so it's not steady state. Steady state means always existed. That was a cosmology Einstein believed until Hubble showed him evidence for the expansion of the universe. And most scientists believed in that for millennia, basically. The universe was eternal, static, unchanging. They couldn't believe that after Hubble, so they had to append onto it, concatenate this new feature that wasn't steady, it was quasi-steady. So the universe was making a certain amount of hydrogen every century in a given volume of space, and that amount of hydrogen that was produced was constant. But because it was producing more and more every century, centuries pile up and the volume piles up, the universe could expand. And so that's how they developed it slowly, very slowly, and it doesn't match observational evidence. But that is a whole alternative.
By the way, did Einstein think the steady state universe is infinite or finite? Do you know?
I would assume that he thought it was infinite because there was really, if something had a no beginning in time, then it would be very unlikely we're in the center of it, or it's bounded, or it has, in that case, a finite edge to it.
I wonder what he thought about infinity, because that's such an uncomfortable.
It's a silly joke. I'm sure you're familiar with this silly joke, right? The silly joke was that there are only two things that are infinite: the universe and human stupidity. And I'm not sure about the universe. So.
Well, me saying I'm not aware of the joke is a good example of the joke. It's very meta. Okay, so sorry, you were saying about quasi all the alternatives in the quasi steady state,
and the most kind of promising, although I hate to say that, people say what's your favorite alternative, right?
This is not investment advice.
Inflation is not transitory; it is quasi-permanent. So a very prominent.
Sorry to interrupt. We were talking about cosmic inflation, so calm down, cryptocurrency folks.
That's right. right? Although the first Nobel Prize, and one of the first Nobel Prizes in economics was awarded for inflation, not the cosmological component. So most people don't know that inflation's already won a Nobel Prize.
It's a good topic to work on if you want a Nobel Prize. It doesn't matter the field.
Exactly. It's time translation. So when we look at the alternative that's called the bouncing or cyclic cosmologies, these have serious virtues. According to some. One of the virtues to me, just as a human, I'm speaking, as a human, one of the founders of the new version of the cyclic cosmology called the bouncing cosmology is Paul Steinhardt. He's the Einstein Professor of Natural Sciences at Princeton University. You may have heard of it. And he was one of the originators of what was called New Inflation. In other words, he was one of the founding fathers of inflation, who now not only has no belief or support for inflation, he actively claims that inflation is baroque, pernicious, dangerous, malevolent, not to science, not just to cosmology, but to society. So here's a man who created a theory that's captivated the world of universe of cosmologists, such as it is. Not a huge universe, but there are more podcasters than cosmologists. Some do both. But this man created this theory with collaborators, and now he's like, I joke, I'm like, Paul, you're denying paternity. Like you're like a deadbeat dad. Now you're saying like inflation is bogus. But he doesn't just attack. See, this is what's very important about approaching things as an experimentalist. You got a lot of theorists on, and that's wonderful, and I think that's a huge service. An experimentalist has to say no. He or she has to be confident to say, like, I don't care if I prove you right or I prove your enemy wrong or whatever. We have to be like exterminators, and nobody likes the exterminator until they need one, right? Garbage collectors, right? But it's vital that we be completely kind of unpersuaded by the beauty and the magnificence and the symmetry and the simplicity of some idea. Like inflation is a beautiful idea, but it also has consequences. And what Paul claims, and I don't agree with him fully on this point, is that those consequences are dangerous because they lead to things like the multiverse, which is outside the purview of science. And in that sense, I can see support for what he does, but none of that detracts from my respect for a man. Imagine like, Elon comes up with this like really great idea, space, and then he's like, actually, it's not going to work. But like, here's this better idea. And he's like, SpaceX is not going to work, but he's now creating an alternative to it. It's extremely hard to do what Paul has done. Doesn't mean he's right. Doesn't mean I'm going to like have more and more attention paid to it because he's my friend or because I respect the idea or I respect the man and his colleague, and he just works really hard with him. But nevertheless, this has certain attractions to it. And what it does most and foremost is that it removes the quantum gravity aspect from cosmology. So it takes away 50% of the motivation for a theory of quantum gravity. You talked a lot about quantum gravity. You talk eminent people on the show. Always latent in those conversations is sort of the teleological expectation that there is a theory of everything, there is a theory of quantum gravity, but there's no law that says we have to have a theory of quantum gravity.
So that kind of implicit expectation has to do ultimately with the inflationary theory, so in cosmic inflation. So is that at the core? So, okay, maybe you can speak to what is the negative impacts on society from believing in cosmic inflation.
So, one of the more kind of robust predictions of inflation, according to its other two patriarchs, considered to be its patriarchs, Alan Guth at MIT and Andre Linde at Stanford, although he was in the USSR when he came up with these ideas, along with Paul Steinhardt, was that the universe has to eventually get into the quantum state. It has to exist in this Hilbert space, and the Hilbert space has certain features, and those features are quantum mechanical, endowed with quantum mechanical properties, and then it becomes very difficult to turn inflation off. So inflation can get started, but then it's like one of SpaceX rockets. It's hard to turn off a solid rocket booster, right? It continues the thrusting, and you need another mechanism to douse the flames of the inflationary expansion, which means that if inflation kicks off somewhere, it will kick off potentially everywhere at all times, including now, spawning an ever-increasing set of universes. Some will die stillborn, some will continue and flourish, and this is known as the multiverse paradigm. It's a seemingly robust consequence not only of inflationary cosmology, but more and more we're seeing it in string theory as well. So that sometimes two branches coming to the same conclusion is taken as evidence for its reality.
So one of the negative consequences is it creates phenomena that we can't that are outside the reach of experimental science.
Yeah.
Or is it that the multiverse somehow has a philosophical negative effect on humanity? Like it makes us maybe makes life seem more meaningless. Is that where he's getting at a little bit, or is it not reaching that far?
Well, no, I think those are both kind of perceptive. The answer is a little both, because in one sense it's meant kind of to explain this fine-tuning problem, that we find ourselves in a universe that's particularly façoned. It has features consistent with our existence, and how could we be otherwise? This sort of weak anthropic principle. On the other hand, a theory that predicts everything, literally everything, can be said to predict nothing. Like if I say, Lex, you're working out, you look like, you look like you're, about somewhere under 10,000 kilograms. Like, all right, yeah, you're right, but that's hardly imprecise. So what good is that? That's meaningless. I don't contribute any what's called surprise or reduction in entropy or reduction of your ignorance about the system. Or saying you know exactly how much you. So me telling you that tells you nothing. In this case, it's basically saying that we're living in a universe because the overwhelming odds of our existence dictate that we would exist. There has to be at least one place that we exist. But the problem is, it's a manifestation of infinity. So humans, and I'm sure you know this from your work with AI and ML and everything else, that humans, as far as we know, really are the only entities capable of contemplating infinity, but we do so very imperfectly, right? So if I say to you, like, what's bigger, the number of, water molecules in this thing or the number of real numbers? Or if I say what's bigger, the number of real numbers or rational numbers? They're all different classifications of the amount of infinities that there could be. Infinity to the infinity power. You have kids someday, they'll tell you, I love you infinity. You have to come back, I love you infinity plus one, right? So, but the human brain can't really contemplate infinity. Let me illustrate that. They say in the singularity, the universe had an infinite temperature, right? So let me ask you a question. Is there anything that you can contemplate in the Einstein's little quip aside, that's infinite, like a physical property, density, pressure, temperature, energy, that's infinite? And if you can think of such thing, I'd like to know it. But if you can, how does it go to infinity minus one? The opposite direction I go with my kids. How does it go from to half of infinity? Because that's still infinity. How did it cool down? How did it get more and more tenuous and rarefied? So now it's only infinity over 2 in terms of Pascal.
Less infinite, more infinite. Yeah, I mean, it's that's one of the biggest troubling things to me about infinity is you can't truly hold it inside our minds. It's a mathematical construct that doesn't. It feels like intuition fails, but nevertheless we use it nonchalantly, and then use like physicists. They're incredible intuition machines, and then they'll play with this infinity as if they can play with it on the level of intuition as opposed to on the level of math. There may be something cyclical you can imagine infinity, just going around the same, kind of like a Mobius strip situation. But then the question then arises, how do you make it more or less infinite? All of that intuition fails.
Yeah. And I mean, how do you represent it in the computer, right? It's either some placeholder for infinity, or it's 1 divided by the smallest, possible, real number that you can represent.
Well, that's basically my undergraduate study in computer science is how to represent a floating point in a computer. I think I took 17 courses on this topic. It was very useful.
I came to the right place. But in terms of what a physicist will mean, you're right. I mean, physicists will blithely, nonchalantly subtract infinity, renormalization, and do things to get finite answers, and it's miraculous. But at a certain point, you have to ask, well, what are the consequences for the real world? So one of them, you ask, what's the problem? Does it make us more meaningless? They purport, many of the people that support it, like Andre Linde. In fact, Andre Linde says, you have a bias, you, Lex, me, Brian. You have a bias that you believe in a universe, but shouldn't you believe in a multiverse? What evidence do you have that there's not? So he turns it around. Whereas Paul Steinhardt will say, no, if anything can happen, then there's no predictive power within the theory. Because you can always say, well, this value of the inflationary field did not produce sufficient gravitational wave energy for us to detect it with BICEP or Simon's Observatory or whatever. But that doesn't mean that inflation didn't happen. And that's logically 100% correct. But it's like kind of chewing, Wonder Bread. I'm just apologizing if they're one of your sponsors, but
Wonder Bread / Lex.
Type in code KLEB, right? KLEB. It's my favorite Russian word. Would you like a piece of KLEB?
By the way, even that word KLEB, which means bread in Russian, as you say it, like you were jokingly saying it now, it made me hungry because it made me remember how much I loved bread when I was in the Soviet Union. When you were like hungry, that was the things you dreamed about.
What's amazing is how many of the Soviet scientists contributed to so much of what we understand today, and they were completely in hiding. Like, there's no Google, they couldn't look up on Scholar, they had nothing. They had to wait for journals to get approved by the Communist Party to get approved, and only then, if they weren't a member of some class. I'm sure like Jewish scientists, you had a passport that said Jew on your passport.
Yeah.
And Zeldovich, the famous Yakov Borisovich Zeldovich, he was the advisor, one of my advisors, Alexander Palmer, and he had to, only because he was like at a Nobel level and was one of the fathers of the Soviet atomic bomb program, could he even get his Jewish student. He was Jewish too, but only by virtue of his standing, of his intellectual accomplishments, would they give him the dispensation to let his student travel to Georgia or something. And it makes what we complain about. I complain about academia, and it's like, oh, well, what can I talk about? We have no idea of how good it is, and that they were able to create things like inflation completely isolated from the West. I mean, some of these people didn't meet like people like Stephen Hawking until he was almost dead, and they just learned this thing through smuggled in. It's a work of heroism, especially in cosmology. There's so many cosmologists that worked incredibly hard, probably because they were working on. They could pass off as, well, we're doing stuff for the atomic bomb program as well, which they were.
At the same time, there's interesting incentives in the Soviet system that maybe we could take this tangent for a brief moment. That because there's a dictatorship, authoritarian regime throughout the history of the 20th century for the Soviet Union, science was prioritized, and because the state prioritized it through the propaganda machines and the news and so on, it actually was really cool to be a scientist. Like, you were highly valued in society. Maybe that's a better way to say it. And I would say, you're saying like we have it easy now. In that sense, it was kind of beneficial to be a scientist in that society, because you were seen as a hero. As there's famous hero in the Soviet Republic. And that, there's positives to that. I mean, I'm not saying I would take the negatives or the positives, but it is interesting to see a world in which science was highly prized. In a capitalist system, or maybe not capitalist, let's just say the American system, the celebrities are the athletes, the actors and actresses, maybe business leaders, musicians, and the people who are elect are sort of lawyers. So it's interesting to think of a world where science was highly prized, but they had to do that science within the constraints of always having Big Brother watching. It's
the same in Germany. Germany had highly prized science. I mean, one of the most famous, tragic to me cases is Fritz Haber, who invented the Haber-Bosch process that allowed us to. I don't know. Have you eaten yet? You look. I mean, I know you fast, intermittent fast every day, and you do that. I said KLEB, and you got to say it's a little drool. But
he says I'm lifting and I look slim. This is amazing. I'm going to clip this out and put it on Tinder. I think that's the website.
You got to swipe left or right for that one. But when you think about what he did and created the fertilizer process that we all enjoy and we eat from every day, he was a German nationalist first and foremost, even though he was a Jew. And he personally went to witness the application of ammonia chlorine gas applied during trench warfare in 1916 in battles in Brussels or whatever. And they had a whole cadre of Nobel laureates in chemistry and physics, that would go and witness these atrocities. But that was also, they were almost putting science above I don't want to say human dignity, but of like the fact that he would later be suppressed, and actually some of his relatives would die in Auschwitz because of the chemical that he invented, also called Zyklon B. And so it's just unbelievable. So I feel like that does have resonance today in this worship of science, you know, and listen to science and follow the science, which is more like scientism. And there is still a danger. You know, I always say, just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you don't have a religion. You know, just because you know, in my case, in my books, I talk a lot about the Nobel Prize. It's kind of like a kosher idol. It's something that you can worship, you know, it doesn't do any harm. And we want those people that are so significant in your intellectual accomplishments, because there is a core of America and the Western world in general that does worship and really look at science, predominantly because it gives us technology. But there's something really cool about that. And so for me, it's hard to find that balance point between looking to science for wisdom, which I don't think it has. They're two different words. But also recognizing how much good and transformative power, maybe our only hope, comes from science.
You open so many doors, because you also bring up our Ernest Becker in that book. So there's a lot of elements of religiosity to science and to the Nobel Prize. It's fascinating to explore, and we will. And we still haven't finished the discussion of the beginning of the universe, which we'll return to. But now, since you opened the book, wow, pun unintended, of losing the Nobel Prize, can you tell me the story of BICEP, the background imaging of cosmic extragalactic polarization experiment, BICEP 1 and BICEP 2, and then maybe you can talk about BICEP 3. But the thing that you cover in your book, the human story of it, what happened?
Yeah, that book is, in contradistinction to the second book, that's like a memoir. It's really a description of what it's like to feel, what it feels like to be a scientist, and to come up with the ignorance, uncertainty, imposter syndrome, which I cover in a later book in more detail, but to really feel like you're doing something and it's all you think about. It is all consuming, and it's something I couldn't have done now because I have too many other, wonderful, delightful demands on my time. But to go back to that moment when I was first captivated by the night sky as a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, and really mixed together throughout my scientific story has always been wanting to approach the greatest mystery of all, which I think is the existence or non-existence of God. So I call myself a practicing agnostic. In other words, I do things that religious people do, and I don't do things that atheist people do. And I once had this conversation, with my first podcast guest. Actually, I shouldn't say, I was just having a conversation with Freeman Dyson, but he was actually my first guest. And I miss him. Name drop, yes. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of conversation.
So in case people don't know, Brian Keating is the host of Into the Impossible podcast, where he's talked to some of the greatest scientists in the history of science, physicists, especially in the history of science.
So when I talked to Freeman, I said, Freeman, you call yourself an agnostic too. Can you tell me something like, what do you do on Sundays? You go to church. Like, no, I don't go to church. And I'm like, well, imagine there was like an intelligent alien, and he was looking down, or thing was looking down, and it saw Freeman. And on Sundays, like, a group of people go to church, but Freeman doesn't go to church. And then there's another group of people that don't go to church, and those are called atheists. But Freeman calls himself an agnostic, but he does the things that like Richard Dawkins. He doesn't go to the same church that Richard Dawkins doesn't go to, right? So I said, how would you distinguish yourself if not practice? So I'm a behavioralist. I believe you can change your mentality. You can influence your mind, view your bodily, physical actions. So when I was a 12-year-old, I got my first telescope. I was actually an altar boy in a Catholic church, which is kind of strange for a Jewish kid who grew up in New York. Maybe we'll get into that, maybe not. But I was just fascinated by these.
Can we get into it for a second?
Okay, yeah.
Let's go there. All right. Let's go to Baby Brian, or young Brian.
The new sitcom on CBS. Young Brian, born to two Jewish parents. My father was a professor at SUNY Stony Brook. He was a mathematician, eminent mathematician. And my mother was an eminent mom and brilliant English major, etc. And they raised us, but they were secular. They we'd go to, I always joke, we'd go to synagogue, 2 times a year, on Christmas and Easter. We would go, Yom Kippur or Rosh Hashanah, right? That's the typical 2-day-a-year Jews. And we'd have matzahs once a year and Passover. And that was about it. And for years I was like that until my parents got divorced. My mother remarried, and she married an Irish Catholic man by the name of Ray Keating. My father's name is James X. So when she remarried Ray Keating, I was immediately adopted. I'm actually adopted into the Keating family. And he had 9 brothers and sisters, and just warm and gregarious. They, did Christmas, Easter. It was one of the most wonderful experiences I had. And I do things with great gusto. Whatever I do, I want to take it all the way. So to me, that meant really learning about Christianity, in this case, Catholicism. So I was baptized, confirmed, and I said, I want to go all the way. I became an altar boy in the Catholic Church.
And you're going to be the best altar boy there ever was.
I had serious skills. You pass that collection basket. I could push people and get them to 2 extra contributions. But in this case, I was 13. I don't know if you remember, when you were 13, but if you extrapolate the next level up, it's like you go graduate student, postdoc, professor. The next level up from confirmation, altar boy is priest. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but priests are not entitled to have relations with women. And as a 13-year-old boy, kind of like future casting what life's going to be like for myself if I continue on my path, I found it.
The math did not up.
That's right. There was a serious gap in that future. And instead, when I should have been preparing for my bar mitzvah, as most Jewish boys would be, if they're 12, 13-year-old boy, I actually got a telescope and became infatuated with all the things you can see with it. And it's bigger than that one over there that your hedgehog's looking through. Is that a hedgehog?
It's a hedgehog in the fog. I should mention, and we'll go one by one these things. You've given me some incredible gifts. Maybe this is a good place to ask about the telescope there. Put some clamps on and let the hedgehogs look. And using...
Now you're officially an experimental astrophysicist.
Why experimentalist versus an engineer?
Because you assembled this telescope, you gave it a mount, and you connected it to a very...
Yeah, but there's no experiment going on. It's just engineering for show. Okay. It's very shallow. So experiment is taking it to the next level and actually achieving something. Here, I just built a thing for show.
Well, that's always a joke. People saying, "Oh, you're an experimental cosmologist." I'm like, "Yeah, I build a lot of universes." Most of my time is putting clamps on things, soldering things. It's not actually doing the stroking of my non-existent beard, contemplating the cyclic versus the bouncing cosmology.
Yeah, and just like most of robotics, is just using Velcro for things.
Right. Yeah, it's not like having dancing dogs and whatever. Right? So, telescope.
Yes, this telescope. What's the story of this little telescope?
This telescope's a very precious thing in some ways. It's a symbol of what got me into, what brought me all the blessings I have in my life. Came from a telescope. And I always advise parents, or even people for themselves, you right here, wherever we are, the biggest city on earth, Manhattan, where I was growing up as a 12-year-old outside of Manhattan. You can see the exact same craters on the moon, the same rings of Saturn, the same moons of Jupiter, the same phases of Venus. You can see the Andromeda Galaxy, like 2.5 million light years away from Earth. You can do that with that little thing over there. One that's a little more expensive. Get one that has a mount, and you can attach now your smartphone. What the hell is that? I wouldn't have known what that was in 1984. And with that, you can do something that no other science, to my knowledge, can really replicate. Maybe biology in some sense, but you can experience the physical sensation that Galileo experienced when he turned a telescope like that to Jupiter and saw these 4 dots around it, or that Saturn had ears, as he called it, or that the moon was not crystalline, polished, smooth, and made of this heavenly substance, the quintessent substance, right? So where else can you be viscerally connected with the first person to ever make that discovery? Try doing that with the Higgs boson. Get yourself an LHC and smash together, high luminosity, call up Harry Cliff, and say, I want to replicate. How did you feel? He didn't feel anything. None of them felt anything. It took years to come out. You can't do it. But this, you can feel the exact same emotions.
That's fascinating. It's almost like maybe there's another one like that is fire.
Yes.
Like when you build a bonfire, like you actually get it. See, if you use a lighter, I think if you actually, by rubbing sticks together, or however you do it without any of the modern tools, that's probably what that's like.
Yeah.
And then you get to experience the magic of it. of what like early humans say
feel what Og felt when he did it that first time.
By the way, is this a gift?
This is a gift, of course. You need a little bit of a swag upgrade, so I got you some gift.
Yeah, this is I'm pulling a Putin. Mike asked if this is a gift, making a very uncomfortable face. Not really. This is
actually my childhood telescope here.
But now I'm all right.
So looking through this telescope
was when your love for science was first
changed my life, because not only was I doing that, I was replicating what Galileo did, but I'm 100% not comparing myself to Galileo. Okay, if there's any confusion out there, but I did replicate exactly what he did, and I was like, holy crap, this is weird. Let me write it down. So it had another effect, which all good scientists, budding scientists should do, and all parents should do. You get your kid a book, a little notebook, tape a pencil to it. Write down what you see, what you hypothesize, what you think it's going to be. Not like in the high school, hypothesis, thesis, but just like, wow, how did I feel? Better yet, astronomy is a visual science. Sketch what you see. The Lagoon Nebula, the Pleiades, Seven Sisters. You can see them anywhere on Earth. And when you do that, again, you're connecting two different hemispheres of your brain, as I understand it, and you're connecting through your fingertips. You literally have the knowledge in your fingertips, in your connection between what you see, what you observe, and what you write down. Then you do research, right? The goal of science is not to just replicate what other people did, is do something new. And that's why we call it research and not just like studying, Wikipedia. And in so doing, you start to train a kid at age 12 or 13 for $50. It's unbelievable. And now we can do even better. You can share it on Instagram or whatever. And you can, by doing so, have an entree into the world of what does it really mean to be a scientist, and do so viscerally. I often say, I was taught this by my English teacher, Mrs. Tompkins, in 9th grade, that the word educate, it doesn't mean to pour into. Let me pour in some facts, intellects. And, it's not like machine learning. You're just showing like billions of cats, or you're not like forcing it in. You're bringing it out. It means to pour out of in Latin, educare. And what more could a teacher want than to have something the kid is just like gushing? No, you're not going to see
to inspire the kid.
Yes, inspire. Yeah.
Shout out to Mrs. Tompkins.
Mrs. Tompkins, she's watching. Yeah, she's a big fan. Me, she doesn't care for you.
Yeah, excellent. We take those we love for granted. This is in Manhattan.
This is in Westchester County, New
York. Got it. So but then that's where the dream is born.
Yeah.
But then there is the pragmatic journey of a scientist. So going to university, graduate school, postdoc, and all the way to where you are today. What's that? What are some notable moments in that journey?
So I call that the academic Hunger Games, because it's like you're competing against like these people, who are just getting smarter all the time as you're getting smarter all the time. They want to get into a fewer and fewer number of slots. Like there's fewer slots to get into college than in high school. There's fewer slots in graduate school. There's very fewer slots to be a postdoc, and many, maybe infinitesimal number. We just did a faculty search at UC San Diego, 400 applicants for one position. It's almost getting impossible. Like I almost can't conceive of doing what these new brilliant young people applying to become an assistant professor at a state university that they're doing. Like it takes so much courage to do that. So I went from this kid in New York thinking I would never be a professional astronomer. A, because I didn't know any, I'd never seen any, I didn't even know that they existed, and I thought, who the hell's going to pay me to look at the stars? Like, will they pay me to be like an ice cream taster? Like, it's just not something I could conceive of getting paid to do, even if I had the brilliance to do it, which I didn't feel I did. And then I went to graduate school, and during graduate school, I had this kind of on again, off again relationship with my father, and I knew that he was a mathematician. He had left and got remarried himself and moved across the country. I didn't see him for 15 years. And in that time, I learned a lot about him, and I learned that he had gotten very interested not in pure mathematics, which he had been a number theorist and contributed seminal work on the Diophantine equations, which play a role in Turing's work, you may have seen. But anyway, he had become interested and turned completely away from that into the foundations of quantum mechanics and relativity, which was physics. And by that time, I was at Brown University, and I was thinking, maybe I'll be condensed matter physicist or experimentalist. I never thought I'd be a theorist, and I'm not a theorist, so it was pretty prescient. And but it always appealed to me. Like, why not do what made me happy as a 12-year-old? Like, we often forget about like those, primitive things about us are probably the most sustainable, durable, and resilient attributes of our character. So with my own kids, I was like, what are they interested in now when they're young? And it doesn't mean that's what they're going to do. I mean, some of them want to play Fortnite, like professional Fortnite, which there are, but the odds of that is less than the odds of being a professor.
Can I ask you, is your father still with us? Just on a small tangent, do you miss him? Do you think about him? Does his mathematical journey reverberate through who you are?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it did in very many ways. And he's been gone for a long time now. Thinking back to that time with him, he must have instilled some capacity for me to only want to spend my time, which is a limited quantity. I don't think it's the most limited quantity. Maybe we'll talk about that later. But to go into only the most challenging, interesting things with the limited time that we have while we're alive. And for him, it was the foundations of quantum mechanics. For me, it was the foundations of the universe and how did they come to be. And I felt like, well, people have been trying since Einstein to outdo Einstein, really have made great progress in the foundations of quantum mechanics. But this is an exciting time. The Kobe satellite had just released its data that the universe had this anisotropy pattern. Stephen Hawking called it like looking at the face of God and so forth. And so it seemed like this is a good golden age for what I'm going to do and what I'm most interested in. But always throughout that, I wanted to understand. I didn't want to be a wrench monkey. No offense to people that just do experiment. And no offense to monkeys. No offense to monkeys. That's right. This little guy. Sorry, man. But thinking back to what animates me, it's not doing the engineering as much as it is getting the data. But there's a lot of steps. I want to be the guy understanding what made the universe produce the signal that we saw. So I always joke with my theorist friends, call me a closeted theorist. Like I want to be, what they call a guy who hangs out with musicians, a drummer. So I want to be like that for physics, right? Like for theoretical physics. I want to be like the guy who doesn't do new theory, but understands the theory that the new theorists are doing.
I love that formulation of a theorist is understanding the source of the signal you're getting. Like signal is primary. Like the thing you measure is primary, and theory is just the search of explaining how that signal originated. But it's all about the signal. I mean, I see the same search for the human mind and like neuroscience in that same kind of way. It's ultimately about the signal, but you kind of hope to understand how that signal originated. That's fascinating. Yeah. That's such a beautiful way to explain experimental physics, because it ultimately at the end of the day is all about the signal.
Yeah, and maybe those two things, the neuroscience and the cosmos, not getting too romantic, but yeah, maybe they're linked in some fundamental way, maybe some fundamental cosmic consciousness, but
we're going to get to that.
Yeah, no, we definitely have to. But getting back, so my origins. So I always say, like, and I want to try this out. You said you wouldn't answer any of my questions, but I'm going to ask this question. What's the most important day in the calendar? Don't tell me the date, but to you, what's the most important day to you every year?
Do I have to answer or do I have to think about it?
No, just answer. Like, you don't tell me the exact date of the calendar. It could be like your mistress's, birthday or whatever. But
I have so many I lose track. Even though I'm single, how does that even make sense?
I know.
Okay, I'm sorry. So a day. Like a month and a day. Yeah, I mean, for me, it would be December 31st.
Yeah, so I was going to say New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Some people say birthday, anniversary, kid's birth. They're usually signifying beginnings and ends, right? January means the portal between, God was the portal between the beginning and the end. So you're looking back, maybe because you're Russian, the death side, the light side, looking forward to January, the beginning, right? Everybody's most important day is usually some beginning or something significant. For me, it was studying the most significant thing of all. Like, when did the universe get born, as I said before? And I didn't think there was some mental obstruction that I didn't realize that I could get past, because I didn't think like anybody does it. Like, I knew astronomers knew these answers, that the universe at that time between 10 and 20 billion years old. Now we know it's 13.872 billion years old. It's incredible, the 5-digit, per significant thing.
What is it again?
13.872 billion years. 872 million.
So is there a lot of plus or minus on that? Is it, well, what are the error bars on
For
that?
me, I'm 50. So it would be the equivalent of you looking at me and telling me within 12 hours how old I am. So 0.5% level accuracy.
There's a confidence behind that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a significance. Yeah, no, it's extremely well measured. I mean, it's one of the most precise things that we have. In contrast to, again, 25 years ago, we didn't know if the universe was 10 billion or 20 billion years old, but there were stars in our galaxy that were believed to be, as they are, 12 billion years old, or in the universe that were 12 billion. So that would be like you being older than your father. It was embarrassing.
Can we actually take a tangent on a tangent on a tangent on a tangent? How old is the universe? Can you dig in onto this number? How do we know currently with those? I guess you said 4 or 5 significant digits.
So we can come about it from 2 different ways. One, basically, they rely on the most important number in cosmology, which is called the Hubble constant. The Hubble constant is this weird number that has the following units. It has the units of kilometers per second per megaparsec. So it's a speed per distance, which means you multiply it by distance and you get a speed. And what is the speed you're measuring? Well, you're measuring the speed of a distant galaxy at many megaparsecs away. So a galaxy at 1 megaparsec away, this isn't actually strictly true because of local gravitational effects. But if you go out, say 1 megaparsec away, it would say that galaxy is moving 72 kilometers per second away from you. And every galaxy, except for the local, very most local group surrounding us, maybe a half a dozen galaxies, out of 500 billion galaxies to perhaps a trillion galaxies. So 12 out of that number are moving towards us, the rest are moving away from us. So that number, if you invert it, if you say, well, when did those things last touch each other, all those galaxies? Now they're really far apart. We know how fast they're moving away. It's a very simple algebra problem to solve. When were they touching? That's where you get that number from.
So there's the local 12 and then the rest.
You know the 12, yeah.
And then you can roll the 12 and then look at the others and then solve the algebra problem. How does the stuff in the beginning, the mystery of that beginning epoch change this calculation?
Very little, because actually we understand how there's some other ingredients that go into it, namely how much dark energy there is in the universe, how much dark matter there is in the universe, how much radiation, light, neutrinos, etc. there are, and how much ordinary matter, like we're made up of, neutrons, protons, protons.
Okay, so
borons.
It appears that the universe is bigger than it is older. How does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're talking about the fact that we can actually see stuff in our observable universe that's located at a distance that is farther than the speed of light times the age of the universe. Yeah. Naively, you would say that so you're right, if the universe were static, if the universe came into existence, and you can conceive of this, the universe came into a Big Bang in a fixed universe, so if the universe just started off, those galaxies were, they could be moving towards us, away from us, who knows, that you could say, I can see a galaxy that's at a distance of only 13.8 billion years times the speed of light. That would be true. But the fact that the light is expanding along with the expansion of the universe, so imagine there was some very distant past, we were near a galaxy. It's going to produce some light. And that galaxy is going to be moving away from us. The light's going to be getting more and more red shifted, as it's called. And it's going to be moving farther and farther away from us as time goes on. There'll be some acceleration as we get into the era of dark energy. The light signals, there'll be some cone of acceptance, if you will, from which represents all the events that we could have received information from. We can't currently communicate with that galaxy. It sent us some light, and now it's moving away, and it sent us some light. And because the space is also dragging the photons with it, if you like, the photons are being participating in the expansion of the universe. That's why they're redshifting. That we can see things out to where the universe first began expanding, not just when it began existing. And because the universe has been expanding for 13.8 billion years, with no sign of slowing down yet, which is a huge surprise, serendipitous surprise, that we can see things approximately 3 times the age of the universe away from us. So we can see, it's called the age of the universe, 15 billion years, just to make the math simple. We see things at 45 billion light years distance in that direction. And we see things at 45 billion light years in that direction, just turning our telescopes 180 degrees away. So that means we see things that themselves are 90 billion light years away from each other. That's sort of the diameter of the observable universe. Is there another universe beyond that? We don't know. Some conjecture there's not only one, there's an infinite number of them.
How are you emotionally okay with the fact that our universe is expanding? So, like,
it's gonna be like Annie Hall, like with Alvy Singer.
It's just, I grew up in the Soviet Union. We watched propaganda.
I realized that you did, yes. So there's a
Annie Hall, is that some kind of, what is the...
propagandist movie with Woody Allen, certainly canceled, but nevertheless, back when he was not canceled yet, he made a movie called Annie Hall, in which, it's a self-depiction. He's like a Larry David before Larry David was Larry David. Neurotic, typical neurotic young Jew. He's in Brooklyn. And he all of a sudden tells his mother he's not doing his homework anymore. He refuses to do his homework. The mother says, why? Because the universe is expanding. And it keeps on expanding. Everything will rip apart, and we'll never have anything in contact, and everything is meaningless. And I assume these are some of the topics we're going to get to. And she goes, what are you talking about? We're in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is not expanding. And that's true. Brooklyn is not expanding. The solar system is not expanding. Oftentimes they get asked, what is the universe expanding into? That's one of my favorite questions. What is it expanding into? And I say, it's actually an easy question if you think about it. You've seen your friend Elon, he goes out into space, he's got a rocket, right? What's outside of the rocket? If you take this bottle, empty out this bottle, take the cap off it, go outside the rocket, sip in some Tang, screw on the cover of it. What's in there? Is it empty?
That's just semantics, I guess. Yeah.
No, it's definitely not empty.
So you step outside the rocket?
Yeah, you're in the vacuum of space, the quote-unquote vacuum of space.
And there's no more liquid in it?
There's no more liquid in it. No, it's just a container, 1 cubic centimeter. Let's just make it simple. 1 cubic centimeter of a box, and you take it out into space, outside the Falcon, whatever, right? What's inside that box? It's not empty. There's actually, I'm going to say... this is going to set your friends up. There's 420 photons from the fusion of the light elements that we call the cosmic microwave background inside that box at any second.
Okay. All right. Hold on a second. What? 420. That's I've heard of that number before. All right.
It used to be 69, but then they changed.
Wow, physics works in mysterious ways.
Okay. The millimeter box is 69.
What are we talking about here? What's in the box?
I'm gonna get. That's right. Let's think outside the box. Now we're thinking inside the box. So if you have every cubic centimeter of our observable universe is suffused with heat left over from the Big Bang. Dark matter particles. There's a little ordinary matter in the universe, and every cubic centimeter there's some probability to find a proton, a cosmic ray, an electron, etc. There's actually an awful lot of neutrinos inside of that cubic centimeter. Now, just imagine how many cubic centimeters there are in the universe. It's enormous. That's why there's enormous numbers of particles in our universe. It's a very rich universe. But now let's zoom in on that box. So now inside that box, there might be, one. Let's say there might be one ordinary matter, like a proton or an electron, a baryon, a lepton. There might be a couple hundred neutrinos, and there'll be a couple hundred photons. As I said, 420. What's between those guys? What's between the protons and the neutrinos and the photons? Like, just zoom into a cubic micron now. Like, imagine 420 things inside a box this big. It's actually pretty empty. Like, they're just zipping around in there, right? So between them, there's a lot of empty space.
And this is outside the kind of physics-based models of fields and all those kinds of things. Just actually asking the question, like, what is this emptiness?
Particle content in the universe, in every cubic centimeter of the universe.
Outside of the 420, so you have the 420. That's some mass.
Well, they have energy. They don't have photons.
Energy.
That's why they don't bring suitcases. You know that's true, right? Photons never bring suitcases with them because they're traveling light. See, I didn't get that's corny dad jokes. Okay, you'll appreciate some.
No, this is pretty good. It's just I'm laughing on the insides. What's in the box? What's the 420? What's between the photons?
That's what space is. That's what the universe is expanding into.
Okay, that's the notebook on which the photons are written. That's beautiful, but still, I understand this, but it's still uncomfortable that if the universe is expanding, this thing is expanding. The canvas is expanding. It's very strange. Because like if we were just sitting there still, I guess if we're in Brooklyn, nothing's expanding. So our cognition, our intuition about the world is based on this local fact that we don't get to experience this kind of expansion.
Yeah, and now intuition leads us astray. But you know that gravity is the weakest of the so-called four fundamental forces, and yet it has the longest range pervasiveness. Gravity is, we're being pulled towards the Andromeda Galaxy at some enormous rate of speed because of its massive counter-gravitational force, the force we exert on it. So gravity is enormously long range, but incredibly weak. And because of that, we can think about these effects of expansion as the relationship between the, as you said, the grid lines on the notebook, right? Gravity is a manifestation of the interrelationship between those points, how far they are from each other, and those can change. Those point distances can change over time because of the force of gravity. So it's weak, and what we experience as gravity is the changing of those trajectories from being rectilinear to curvilinear. That's what we experience as gravity. Well, you have this analogy when you talk to Barry Barish about a bowling ball and a trampoline. That's almost right, because it's actually, you have to visualize that now in 4 dimensions, like wrapping a trampoline at every point around the object, including on the sides. It becomes very hard to visualize, so a lot of people use that. It's also a fraught analogy because you're using gravity, like the notion of gravity pulling something down, to explain the notion of gravity. So it's a little overburdening the analogy.
But okay, so you mentioned Barry Barish, who wrote the foreword to your book. How do gravitational waves fit into all of this? How do they, on the emotional level, how do they make you feel that they're just moving space-time?
Yeah, so gravitational waves were the Nobel Prize for Gravitational Waves discovery the first time. It was discovered twice, indirectly by 2 men named Hulse and Taylor. And that was given my first year of graduate school. The day I entered graduate school almost, they announced these 2 guys won it. And the guy who won it did the work that would later win him the Nobel Prize when he was my age.
Is this in the 40s?
This was 19.
That was a joke.
Yeah, that was good. I got it. To a cosmologist, age means nothing. And to a tennis player.
Not on Tinder.
That's right.
All right. Sorry.
Gravitational waves do fit in because what we're trying to do now is use the properties of gravitational waves, the analogous properties that they have to photons, that they travel at the speed of light, that they go through everything, they can go through everything, and that they're directly detectable. We're using them to try to confirm if or if not inflation occurred. So did inflation, the spark that ignited the fusion of the elements in the early part of the universe and the initial expansion of the universe, did that take place? There's only one way that cosmologists believe we can ever see that, through the imprint of these primordial gravitational waves, not these old, newcomers that Barry studies, the ones that occurred 1 billion light years away from us, 1 billion years ago. But we're seeing things that happened 13.82 billion years ago during the inflationary epoch. However, those we cannot build a LIGO and put it at the Big Bang. So if you want to measure, let's say you have the old-time firecracker. Let's say there's a firecracker, and you want to see if it went off in the building next door to you. You can't see it, so you can't see the imprint of it, but you can hear it. And what we're trying to do is hear the effect of gravitational waves from the Big Bang, not by using a camera or even an interferometer like Barry used and his colleagues, but instead using the CMB, the light, the primordial ancient fossils of the universe, the oldest light in the universe. We're going to use that as a film, quote unquote, onto which gravitational waves get exposed.
And hope you can. So, what are the challenges there to get enough accuracy for the exposure?
So the signal, as I said, is so there's 420 of these photons per cubic centimeter, and there's a lot of cubic centimeters in the universe. However, what we're looking for is not the brightness of the photon, how intense it is. We're not looking for its color, what wavelength it is. We're looking for what its polarization is.
And we'll go there. Let me just ask: are you serious about the per cubic millimeter? 420 is the number. Cubic centimeter. 420 is the number. I wonder if Elon knows this, and if he doesn't, he will truly enjoy this.
Yeah, that's true.
Funding secured. Excellent. So, this takes us to this story of heartbreak, of triumph, of that you described in losing the Nobel Prize. So, describe what polarization is that you mentioned?
Yeah.
Can you describe what bicep 1 and bicep 2 are? Bicep 3, perhaps the instruments that can detect this kind of polarization. What are the challenges? The origin story, the whole thing.
Yeah. So, well, the origin story goes back again to like a father-son rivalry. It really does. Because my father had won all these prizes, awards, etc., but he never won a Nobel Prize. And you know, some parents in America, they compete with their kids. You know, oh, I was a football player in high school. I'll show you, and whatever, wrestling, whatever. And some of it's pretty healthy too. But with me and my dad, it wasn't super healthy. Like, we would compete, and you know, he was much more of a pure mathematician, and I was an experimental physicist. So we had both different ideas on what was worth prioritizing our time. But I knew for sure he didn't win the Nobel Prize, and I knew I could kind of outdo him. So I feel pretty venal and kind of, you know, minuscule kind of character-wise saying.
The only reason you could outdo him is because the Fields Medal is given every 4 years.
And only if you're under 40, which he was.
So he's working under much more limited conditions.
That's right. So even if I had, which, you know, spoiler alert, the book's called Losing the Nobel Prize, so I didn't do it. But I wanted to do something big, and I wanted to do something that would really just unequivocally be realized as a discovery for the ages, as in fact it was when we made the premature announcement that we had been successful.
So you were from the beginning reaching for the big questions.
That's all I could.
So as an experimenter, you were swinging for the fences.
That's all I wanted to do. I felt like if it's not, you know, if it's worth spending, you know, perhaps the rest of my life on as a scientist, it better be damn well better be interesting to me, to carry me through, to give me the I always say passion is great when people say, oh, follow your passion, but it's not enough. Passion's like the spark that ignites the rocket, but that's not enough to get the rocket into space.
So then you swung for the fences with Bicep 1. What is this?
So Bicep 1 was born out of kind of interesting circumstances. So I had gone to Stanford University for a postdoc. So an academic Hunger Games. Stanford University. Yeah, it's this small little school. It's not like that technical college in Massachusetts that you're affiliated with. But as I went there, I was working for a new assistant professor. She had gotten there only a year before I got there, and she had her own priorities, the things that she wanted to do. But I kept thinking in my spare time that I wanted to do something completely different. She was studying galaxies at high redshift, and I wanted to study the origin of the universe using this type of technology. And I realized, courtesy of a good friend of mine who's now at Johns Hopkins, Mark Heminkowski, that we didn't need this enormous Hubble telescope. We didn't need a 30-meter diameter telescope. We needed a tiny refracting telescope, no bigger than my head, less than a foot across. And that telescope would have the same power as a Hubble telescope, size telescope could have, because the signals that we're looking for are enormous in wavelength on the sky. They're enormously long, large area signals on the sky. And if we could measure that, it would be proof, effectively, as close as you get to proof. There could be things that mimic it, but that we discovered the inflationary epoch. Inflation being the signal originally conceived by Alan Guth to explain why the universe had the large-scale features that it does, namely that it has so-called flat geometry. So there's no way to make a triangle in space in our universe that has three interior angles that do not sum to 180 degrees. You can do that with spacecraft, you can do that with stars, you can do that with laser beams, you can do that with 3 different galaxies. All those galaxies, no matter how far you go, have this geometry. It's remarkable. But it's also unstable. It's very unlikely. It's very seemingly finely tuned. And that was one of the motivations that Guth had to kind of conceive of this new idea called inflation in 1979 when he was a postdoc also at Stanford, SLAC. And he was trying to get a permanent job. I was trying to make my name for myself. And so I realized I could do this. But I was also being paid by this professor at Stanford to do a job for her. And I was kind of a crappy employee, to be honest with you. And then one day she couldn't take it anymore because I was sketching notebooks and planning his experiments. And I
had big ideas in your mind. You were planning big experiments. Yeah. And that was difficult to work with on a small scale for like a postdoc type of situation.
Yeah.
We have to, publish basic papers, deliver on some basic deadlines for a project, all those kinds of things.
Support your advisors, paying. She was paying me. Yeah. And so one day I came in, and it actually involved another friend of mine, an astronomer named Jill Tarter, one of the pioneers in the SETI science business of detecting extraterrestrials, which I assume you never like to talk about aliens, so I'm sure we won't get into aliens. But Jill was visiting Stanford, and I was like, I really want to meet her. Can you introduce me? And she said, no, in fact, you're fired. my boss. So I was like, this is possibly the best thing that could ever happen to me. I didn't know where it would lead or what would happen to it, but getting fired from this ultra prestigious university turned out to be the path. I mean, literally, that brings me here today. In that, because of that, I ended up working for another person in Caltech, which is in Pasadena, and she, my original boss, Sarah Church, she got me the job with her former advisor, a man by the name of Andrew Lang. And Andrew was like, this, I don't know, he's like a Steve Jobs or an Elon, charismatic, handsome, persuasive, idea man. Not the guy always in the lab and doing everything, but understood where things are going decades from now. And he had been involved in an experiment that actually measured the universe was flat. Very close to flat, along with a preceding experiment done at Princeton by Lyman Page and other collaborators.
The shape of the universe is flat.
The geometry of the universe is flat.
How did he do that experiment?
So he used the cosmic microwave background. And so what I said is you have to look for triangles in the universe. So you can measure triangles on Earth. You can actually, it's hard to show that the Earth is curved, but you can show the Earth is curved using triangles, mountaintops, etc. If you have an accurate enough protractor.
Allegedly, yeah.
God, you're like auto-canceling. This is great. My ratings are going to go up, man. This is going to be great.
If you want actual science, go listen to Brian. If you want all of these conspiracy theories, or AKA the truth about flat Earth, listen to
so what he used was the following triangle. There are proto-galaxy-sized objects in the CMB. The cosmic microwave background has these patches, and so you can make a triangle out of the diameter of one of these blobs of primordial plasma, the soup that constitutes the early universe, which is hydrogen. It's very simple material. Understand hydrogen, electrons, and radiation. Very simple. Plasma physicists, son, understand it. The diameter is one base of the triangle, and then the distance to the Earth is the other two legs. So he measured, along with his colleagues at Caltech and University of Rome, and this other group at Princeton, measured the angle, interior angle, effectively, very, very accurately, and showed that it added up to 180 degrees.
Can you localize accurately the patches in the CMB? Can you know where they? You could trace them back location-wise?
You can know where they are, but more than that, there's so many of these patches. They're about 1 square degree on the sky. The sky, you may know, a sphere has about 44,000 square degrees in a sphere. So there's literally 44,000 of these size patches over which he could do these kind of measurements to build up very good statistics. That's not exactly how they do it or how they did it on this experiment called Boomerang, but they did measure very accurately the what was called the first Doppler peak or acoustic peak in the plasma, the primordial plasma.
That's fast. So the sphere has approximately 44,000 square degrees. So to cover a sphere, that's a very kind of important data collection thing when you're sitting on a sphere and you're looking out into the observable universe. So there's a lot of patches to work with.
Yeah. And in fact, a lot of the fast kind of algorithmic decomposition of spheres and machine learning in the early 2000s, still used today, was created out of this field by data analysts using this thing called hierarchical equal area triangles called heel picks is what it's called.
And so just stitch all of this stuff together, and and stitch it together very accurately.
Yeah. Get high statistical significance in order to reduce the statistical errors. Very clean signal and measurement device to reduce the systematic errors. Those are the two predominant sources of error in any measurement. Those that can be improved by more and more measurement. You take more and more measurements of this table, you'll get slightly better each time, but you only win as the number of the 1 over the square root of the number of measurements. But the square root of 44,000 is pretty big, so they were able to get a very accurate measurement. Again, it's not exactly how they did it. They also have to do a Fourier analysis, decompose that, do a power spectrum, filtration, windows. There's a lot of work that goes into it. Image analysis. and then comparing that with cosmological parameters. Very simple model, just 6 different numbers that go into the model that made a prediction. And one of those is the geometry of the universe pops out, and that is the universe has 0 spatial curvature. And that was called boomerang. So he had just come off of this. Now, let me remind you, who was the first person, to measure the curvature of the Earth? It's a guy named Aristophanes in the, whatever. He lived around Aristotle's time. His name is in the history books. So this guy, Andrew Lang, I was like, he's like the next Aristotle. Like, I just wanted to work for this guy. He was clearly had this brand. He was about 40 at the time. California Scientist of the Year. I was sure he was going to win a Nobel Prize for that. And I knew that he, so I went down to Caltech to give my job talk. And he said, I love it. You got a job. And before I could even, before he finished the sentence, I said, I'll take it. Like, it was too good to be true. And I started working there at Caltech, and slowly but surely, because Caltech's a rich private university, at that time run by a Nobel Prize winner by the name of David Baltimore, he just wrote us a check. Baltimore wrote us a check and said, get started in this idea. And so we started coming with the idea for what I later named BICEP, background imaging, cosmic extragalactic polarization, which is kind of ironic because we ended up measuring galactic polarization. We'll get to that in a minute. But along the way, the idea was very simple. We're going to make the simplest telescope you can possibly make, which is a refracting telescope. You have 2 refracting telescopes in your head. Only way, forward is making things more complex, right? When you make things complex in science, you introduce the possibility for systematic errors. And so we want to build the cleanest instrument. It turns out the cleanest instrument you can build in astronomy is a refracting telescope. We also had to, unlike that telescope of Galileo's, we had to use very sensitive detectors that were cooled less than 1/20th of the temperature of the cosmic background itself, which is the coolest temperature in the whole universe. So we had to cool these down to about 0.1 or 0.2 degrees Kelvin above absolute zero. To do that, we need to put it inside of a huge vacuum chamber and suck out all the air molecules and water molecules and take it to a very, very special place called the South Pole, Antarctica, from which I retrieved for you a patch. There it is over there. So when you go there, you get these bright red jackets.
Bright? Oh, yeah. As somebody who was born in the Soviet Union, we obviously like to call it red. United States Antarctic Program, the National Science Foundation.
And the base is called the Amundsen-Scott South Polar Station. So it's a little known fact of geopolitics that whatever country occupies a region has ownership over it. Now, there is a treaty in Antarctica. You can't use it for military purposes, for mining, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know if you know, but about 12 years ago, Putin sent a submarine to the North Pole. Now, there's no land at the North Pole, right? So what did he do? He stuck it on the ocean underneath. But the South Pole is on a continent called Antarctica, which was first reached about 110 years ago. First time in human history. Antarctica means the opposite of the bear. It means like no bears there. Basically opposite of where polar bears are. Arctic means polar bear. That's where in Greek.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So Antarctic means the opposite place of that. So humans never even saw it, let alone went to the South Pole, which is kind of in the middle of that continent. We wanted to take this telescope somewhere extremely dry. It turns out the Sahara Desert, San Diego, Texas, there's no place like the South Pole or Chile. Those are the 2 premier places on Earth. Of course, you'd like to go into space. There's no water in space.
So it's not about cold, it's about dry.
Exactly. So that's why, for example, you can take this vodka and you can put it in this cup, right? And we can take it over to a microwave somewhere and heat it up. After 3 minutes, the water's boiling. You can't touch it. Take it from me, don't touch it. But you can touch the mug and take it out if you want to, right? Why? Because the mug is totally bone dry. But the microwaves get absorbed by the water molecules because water molecules resonate exactly at these microwave frequencies. So we don't want these precious photons, 420 of them, traveling per cubic centimeter itself in the Earth's atmosphere. So you take it to a place with the fewest number of water molecules per square centimeter of surface area, and that happens to be either Chile, where my other project, the Salmon Observatory, is located, or you take it to the South Pole. We took it to the South Pole and spent a couple of months of my life down there. And it's like being on Hoth. It's a completely otherworldly environment. Ice, planar, flat as a pancake. You and the buildings are built up on stilts. They're built up because the snow will otherwise cover them over. The nearest medical facilities are 4,000 miles away. If you have any issues with your wisdom teeth, they yank them before you go down there. If you have any issues with your appendix, they'll cut it out of you before you go down there. The Russians at Vostok base, not too far away, about 600 miles away. The doctors there, there's a famous picture of one of them operating on himself, taking out his own appendix in the middle of winter by himself.
So harsh conditions, science in the harshest of conditions.
On Earth, at least. And we go to those great lengths because it's the pristine environment to observe these precious photons. We built this telescope, and it weighs tens of thousands of pounds, and it had to scan the sky almost like it's a robot. I mean, it's scanning the sky almost unattended. It needed, we have a guy who spends a year of his life down there, a girl who spends a year of their life down there. They're called winter overs. They arrive in sometimes as early as November, and they don't leave until the following December. And we always joke, we'll pay you $75,000. You just have to work for one night of your life. That's all. It's a long night. And what BICEP is, and I couldn't bring my polarized sunglasses here, so I brought these actual polarizers here. So if you take this and put it in front of your telescope there, you have now made a polarimeter. You've made a polarization-sensitive telescope. Now, you may not be able to immediately know how you would use such a thing, but one way to think about it, now take this guy and look at a light, look at a light source, put one up to your eye, and now put the other one in front of it, anywhere, and now rotate them. What happens to the light source?
Becomes brighter and dimmer and brighter and dimmer.
Yeah, so it's called a quadrupolar pattern, right? So it's repeating. It goes bright, dim, bright, dim. It rotates twice in intensity for every single physical rotation. And that's because of the property of the photon. The photon is a spin-on field, but the polarization of light it's the axis at which its electric field is oscillating. Its electric field is marching straight up and straight down. So therefore, vertical polarization is the same as negative vertical polarization. And so you get the same pattern as you rotate 2 times for every one physical rotation. It's just like a spin tube object. So now if you put that in front of the telescope, you can do one of 2 things. Now you're polarizing all the light that's coming in because you have one of the polarizer, and then you can analyze it as you rotate the other one. You can analyze it and change the polarization. Or you can put this kind of very special crystal called calcite. This is from Lex Luthor, not Lex Friedman. This crystal, put on a couple more printed notes there.
There's I can see everything twice.
It's a double image.
It's a double image.
That is a special crystal that has 2 different indices of refraction. So light emerging, which is unpolarized from the black ink, comes out, and it splits into 2 different directions. And it could split even more if I made the crystal, give you my more expensive crystal, but that's all I have.
What is the crystal with this kind of property called?
It's called calcite. This is crystal. It's called birefringent crystal. Bi means 2, refringent means refractive. So this is a special type of material that separates light based on its polarization.
Pretty clean bi signal.
Yeah.
It's cleanly 2.
Yeah,
I'm seeing 2 very cleanly.
It's very crisp, right? So that's yours to keep with every time you host me. Now, take the polarizer underneath your left hand.
Yeah.
Put it on top of the crystal. And kind of move back and forth.
Wow. This is incredible. You switch as you rotate. You switch from one signal to the other. So one of the refractions to the other. Whoa.
So that is now you are analyzing the polarization. You are confirming the light comes out of the crystal, 2 different types of polarization. And effectively what we do is we have those 2 things, if you like, but working in the microwave. So our detector, that's where the cosmic photons are brightest in the microwave regime of the electromagnetic spectrum. And we're coupling that to a refracting telescope. But your eyes are refracting telescopes. So you are a polarimeter right now. The human eye can actually slightly detect polarization, but otherwise it mainly detects its intensity of light and the color. That's what we call color and intensity, brightness.
So you're devising an instrument that's very precisely measuring that point.
Exactly. And doing so in the microwave region with detectors not made of biological human eye retina cells, but of superconductors and things called bolometers. And this has to be done at at temperatures close to absolute zero, under vacuum conditions 1/billionth of the pressure we feel here at sea level.
So why is it that this kind of device could win a Nobel Prize?
So when the CMB was discovered, it was discovered serendipitously. There were two radio astronomers working at the time at Bell Laboratories. Now, why would Bell Laboratories be employing radio astronomers? Bell Laboratories was kind of like Apple, or it was like a think tank, or it was Google. Let's say it was like Google. Google has like Google X, and I was listening to nothing, right? So they were working there, but imagine if Google was employing radio astronomers, like they were actively recruiting. Why would they do that? Well, it turns out that was the beginning. In the 1960s, was the first commercial satellite launched for communication. And so Bell Labs, which would later become the telephone, part of AT&T and the early telephone company, later invent the first cell phone, the year I was born. And they would take that, 1946, and they would take that telescope technology that radio astronomers had developed, and they would use that to see if they could improve the signal to noise of the satellites that they were seeing. And they found they couldn't. They found that they could not improve the signal-noise ratio of the first telecommunications satellite. It was like the equivalent to 1 kilobit per second modem. And they were bouncing signals from the West Coast up to the satellite, bouncing it down, landing it in New Jersey, of all places, in northern New Jersey, Homeville, New Jersey. And these radio astronomers couldn't get rid of the signal. So they said, well, New Jersey's not far from New York. Let's see if the signal's coming from New York. Nope, not coming from New York. Let's see if it changes with the year. Maybe it's coming from the galaxy, which was also discovered there by Jansky in 1930 something.
So in the not being able to reduce the signal or increase the signal to noise ratio, the noise was
They knew the signal was right. They couldn't get rid of the noise, and there was excess noise over the model that had not only been predicted by them, but had been measured by a previous guy by the name of Edward Ohm. He measured the same signal, found that there was this hiss of static, of radio static that he could not get rid of, that had a value of about 3 Kelvin. So you can translate. Remember I said, if you take a radio telescope and you have pointed at an object that's hot, the radio telescope's detector will get to the same temperature as the object. It's a principle of radio thermodynamics. So it's a really interesting thing. It's a thermometer. You can stick it into Jupiter from here on Earth. It's amazing. And so we in radio astronomy characterize our signal not by its intensity, but by its temperature. So he found, this guy, Edward Ohm, there's this 3 Kelvin signal. I can't get rid of it. It must be I did my error analysis wrong. And I would give him an F if he was one of my first year students. But he just attributed it to lack of understanding. These otother guys, Penzias and Wilson, who were also radio astronomers, they said, no, let's build another experiment, put that inside of our telescope, and do what's called calibration. Inject a known source of signal every second that has a temperature of about 4 Kelvin, because the signal that they were trying to get rid of is about 3 Kelvin, and you want to have it as close as possible to the pernicious signal as possible. They did that once a second, so they got billions of measurements, millions of measurements over the course of several months, years, and even by the end, maybe millions of measurements for sure. And they found they couldn't get rid of it either, but they measured it as exactly 2.7265 degrees Kelvin.
So how does having a 4 Kelvin source, how does the calibration work? Just out of curiosity.
It could be larger. Imagine like you're trying to calibrate the microphone. Like you could do it with like a really loud sound, but the gain would start to compress. So there are amplifiers downstream from the detector in every experiment that I've ever worked on, and they only have a linear region over a very small region, and you want to keep it as linear as possible. That means you want, if you're trying to get rid of, you're trying to compare like a voice, and you're trying to compare that to a jet engine. It's not going to be as easy on the amplifiers as getting a slightly loud, a gong or something,
So the idea if the noise is present in both?
There's noise present in both, and you measure. What they did is they made a separate measurement just of the calibration system, which they measured exactly very well. 4 Kelvin is the temperature of liquid helium. That's a temperature that's not going to change, and it's certainly not going to change over the time scale of 1 second. And so they can compare unknown signal, known signal, unknown signal, known signal, like a scale, like a balance. So another way to think about it is like this. You've seen these Libra kind of balances where you put 2 weights in a pan, right? What happens if you put like a 1 ounce weight on one side and a 20 kilogram weight? You don't get any measurement, right? But you do get kind of a measurement if they're close in weight. That's why they use 4 Kelvin.
Got it. But just to linger on the fact that there's a romantic element to the fact that you're arriving at the same temperature. That's kind of fascinating. And you're measuring stuff you're measuring signal in terms of temperature at the source.
Yeah.
So you get to, I mean, there's something about temperature that's intimate.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, especially since, all life is basically, conversion of energy and trying to control entropy, which is then related to thermodynamics exactly in that way. And this is very crucial kind of thing to do in science because they weren't looking for the signal. They found it accidentally. These two scientists, Penzias and Wilson. And I like to think those kind of discoveries are the purest in science. Like when you see something, Isaac Asimov once said, like the most important reaction as a scientist is not Eureka, which means in Greek, as you know, I have found it. No, he said no. He said, like, that's weird. Like, that's a much better reaction. Or that's freaking cool. Like, that's a scientist. Not like, oh, I found one. Because
surprise.
Yeah. Because if you find what you're going to find, that's what leads us susceptible to confirmation bias, which is deadly. And so, as close to deadly as possible.
So how does that take us to something that's potentially worthy of a Nobel Prize?
So Penzias and Wilson weren't looking for a signal. They ended up discovering the heat left over from the fusion of helium from hydrogen, etc. And that was a serendipitous discovery. They won the Nobel Prize in 1978. It was the first one ever awarded in cosmology. My reasoning is, what if you could explain not only how the elements got formed, but how the whole universe got formed, and kill off every other model of science? So if that weren't enough, every scientist, worth his or her salt, had told me and Andrew Lang and our colleagues, this is a slam dunk Nobel Prize, if you could do it. Because it was really explaining, again, the stakes of this science is different than like superfluidity, plasma physics. When you talk about the origin of the universe, it ties into everything. It ties into philosophy, theology. You realize if Paul Steinhardt is correct, that the Bible can't be correct. In other words, when the Bible's correct now, it isn't falsified, if you believe it. I never use the Bible as a science book, obviously. But the Bible speaks of a singular beginning. What if you knew for sure the universe was not singular? It would be more like the cosmology of Akhenaten and Egyptians than the biblical Torah, Old Testament, if you will, narrative. So, in my mind, the stakes could not be higher. And again, it's not an offense because we need plasma physics. We need every type of physics except maybe biophysics. Like we literally use every branch of physics, thermodynamics, superconductivity, quantum mechanics. All of that goes into our understanding of the instrument. And even further, if you want to understand the theory that predicts the signal that we purport to measure. So I rationalized that if Penzias and Wilson won the Nobel Prize for this, if Holson Taylor won the Nobel Prize for indirectly detecting gravitational waves, this is decades before LIGO, by me detecting gravitational waves indirectly, detecting how the universe began, detecting the origin of the initial conditions for the Big Bang nucleosynthesis, which won the Nobel Prize in 1983, these are like 5 Nobel Prizes potentially. For that reason, it seemed as close as you could possibly get to being a slam dunk, to outdo what my father did, to do, really this impossible. And at that time, Lex, again, it sounds weird because people are like, oh, you wouldn't, you don't really, you still want the Nobel Prize. You're still like greedy. And look, you wrote another book of it. And I always joke, I'm like, well, if you want to see if I'm a hypocrite, just get them to give me the Nobel Prize in Literature. Yeah. And if I accept it, then I'm a hypocrite. But
we'll get to your current feelings on the Nobel Prize in terms of hypocrite and so on. But so there's this ambition. Let's say this device, this kind of signal could unlock many of the mysteries about the early universe. So there's excitement there. So let's take it then further. I mean, there's a human story here of a bit of heartbreak. Not only was this possibly worth a Nobel Prize, if the Nobel Prize was given, you were excluded from the list of 3 that would get the Nobel Prize. So why were you excluded? Maybe that's a place to tell the story of Bicep 2.
Yeah, so Bicep 2, like, iPhones, or I know you're an Android fanboy, but, every year they get a little bit better. They get more megapixels, they get more optics, XXX zoom, whatever, okay, right? We upgraded our detectors as well. The initial detectors were based on what are called semiconductors. They have certain properties that make them very difficult to replicate at scale. And we wanted to make them into superconductors, which have a virtue that you could then mass produce them. Why superconductors? Well, again, we're measuring heat. So one thing about a superconductor is that it transitions from some finite resistance to zero resistance over a very short span of temperature range. That means you can use that very short span dependency as an accurate and sensitive and precise thermometer. And so my brilliant colleagues around the world, in this case Jamie Bach and nowadays Suzanne Staggs at Princeton, they are just exquisitely making these sensors, tens of thousands of them. The initial Bicep 1 instrument, of course we just call it Bicep, that only had 98 detectors. Simon's Observatory is going to have 100 times more just in one of our 4 telescopes. We're going to have 60,000 detectors operating full-time at 0.1 degree above absolute zero in the Atacama Desert. We'll get there. But in the case of getting back to what Bicep did, we upgraded, made Bicep 2. In January 2010, we had just installed in the exact same location at the South Pole, in the same building, which is ominously called the Dark Sector Laboratory, DSL, still operating to this very day. We installed a new receiver on the same platform as before. Very similar, identical optics, cryogenics, vacuum, everything, except it went from 98 detectors to 512 detectors. So almost an order of magnitude. Very substantial upgrade. And it had certain other features that made it even more powerful than just a naive factor of 5. And then we started observing with that. And we knew we'd have years to go. Maybe we'd never see anything. Again, we're looking for these tiny little reverberations in the fabric of space-time produced close to the origin of the universe as we could ever get to. So I was playing a role in that. Obviously, it had upgraded my a version of the original idea that I had for Bicep along with Andrew Lang. And in January of 2010, I was at a meeting at UC Berkeley, and I got a call from Andrew Lang's, I was in a meeting with Andrew Lang's thesis advisor, Paul Richards at UC Berkeley. And he said that Andrew was dead. He had taken his life by suicide. And this is a man, and I had already lost my father at this point in 2010, but he was like a father figure to me, Andrew. He would give me advice on marriage and like how I should be with my kids and what was the most important way to move through the academic ladder. Again, he was preternaturally suited to win the Nobel Prize. Everyone always thought he would win it. He still, if he were alive, he still could win it. In fact, his wife, or his ex-wife, won it, Frances Arnold, in 2018. And, it was this power couple. And it destroyed me for a long time because, he was just this magical person. I mean, I couldn't conceive of my career, my life, even like, these aspects of raising kids and being married without him. And to do it in that way, it felt like, again, I'm not, he's got kids and I feel terrible for them, obviously. But it did feel like a betrayal. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. It felt like, why the F did you not reach out? I thought we were close, and I couldn't, I told him everything, and I felt like he had told me everything. And now he was gone, and then inevitably we had to keep running the instrument. I mean, there's millions of dollars invested, careers at stake, young people working tremendously hard. And then here we were, and like, who's going to take over the lead? He was the lead of the project at Caltech. And then it turned out that the other collaborators with whom I'd been working for years and shared a lot of ups and downs with as well, they had, decided to form a collaboration in which I was no longer the principal investigator. I was no longer one of the co-principal investigators as I was on Bicep 1. So I continued on Bicep 1 as the co-leader of it, but not on Bicep 2. And, obviously that was pretty painful.
This is all happening at the same time as you lose this father figure. Now there's this kind of this one betrayal in a way, and there's another or something that feels like a betrayal.
Yeah, and he had kind of been the only one looking out for my interest in the new experiment. I had moved from Caltech to UC San Diego, and there were other postdocs in the mix, all of whom would come there to work with him to get the approbation that would then lead to their careers taking off as it did for mine. And, so there was a competition. Science is not free from egos and competition and desires, rightfully or wrongfully, for credit and attribution.
Was he the source of strength and confidence for you as a scientist, as a man? I mean, we're kind of alone in this world. When you take on difficult things, we often kind of grasp at a few folks that give us strength. Yeah. Was he basically your only source of strength in this whole journey? Like primarily in terms of like this close-knit
as a scientist, there were really two. There's one, this Russian cosmologist, Alexander Polnareff, who thankfully is very much alive. He was at Queen Mary University, he's retired. He was kind of a theoretical, cosmological father to me. And then Andrew was this counterpoint that was teaching me, you need to have a brand as a scientist. Every scientist has a brand, and some of them don't protect it, some of them don't burnish it. But some of the skills about being a scientist we don't teach our students involve how do you cultivate a scientific persona. And he was the exemplar for that. In addition to being the avuncular, father figure type character that really, was the person I would talk to. I had issues with my own students, and he would tell me how those were, and he would tell me, his misgivings about people that he worked with or things in his personal life. And it was devastating. But again, like, who the hell am I? I'm not his kid. His kids lost father. So I feel guilty talking about it in that sense, but it's just a reality,
Well, there is something that's not often talked about is people who collaborate on scientific efforts. I mean, I don't want to compare, but it's sometimes when the collaborations are truly great, it sounds similar as when veterans talk about their time serving together. There's a bond that's formed. So like comparing family and this kind of thing is, it is not productive, but the depth of the bond is nevertheless real, because you're taking on something. You're taking on the impossible. You're trying to achieve something, sort of like there's this darkness, this fog of mystery that we're all surrounded by, which is what the human condition is, and you are like grasping at hope through the tools of science, and you're doing that together with like a confidence you probably should not have, but you're boldly pushing through. And then for him to take his own life, can I ask you about this kind of moment that combined, I don't want to say betrayal, but perhaps the feeling of betrayal that Bicep 2 kind of goes on without you, even though you're part of it, you're not part of the leadership group. Can you describe those low points? Was there depression, or was there a crumbling of confidence?
Yeah, I mean, it was so wrapped up with my identity as a person. Like there's only a few different ways to have identity, and unless you're unhealthy psychologically. One of them for scientists is often that they're a scientist, and that sometimes is their primary identity. Now I've got other husband and father, but at that time that was my identity. So to have that kind of taken away, it reminded me of being kind of adopted in a sense, like the one who created me, or that I had played a role in my life, that he abandoned me in a sense. It felt like these people are abandoning me. And the only thing I'd correct about the analogy that you use is like in the war, they're all working, for common good. It's not like I want to get the most kills, or I compare it more to like a band. Like think about the Beatles, and what they did. And then they they ripped apart because of egos, credit. They had solo careers. They had, relations with their intimates and so forth. And there it's not only for the common good. There is more of a zero-sum aspect. Like I would say, science is an infinite game. You can't win science. You never get to the one science. And even the Nobel Prize, they don't feel like, oh, we're done. They feel like a lot of times they're imposters, even to that day. However, science is made up of a lot of finite games where there is only one winner for tenure. There is only only three winners for the Nobel Prize. And because of that, I think it's heterodox and it's very confusing, especially there's no guide. I never got a guide how to be a professor, how to teach, how to lead a research group, how to deal with the death of an advisor, how to deal with an early graduate student or two. So we're all like reinventing it, which is kind of ironic and insane if you think about it, because the academic system that I am a part of and you are a part of is 1,000 years old. Dates back to Bologna, Northern Italy, 1088 or so. First universities were established. And, very little has changed. There's some guy or gal scratching a rock on another piece of rock and, lecturing in front. And there's only one better aspect nowadays is that back then, the students could go on strike if they didn't like the professor, and then he or she wouldn't get paid. Probably mostly it was Hayes back then. Nowadays, that barbaric process has been replaced by tenure, so I'm okay. But no, it was a definite kind of feeling of the rug getting pulled out from underneath me, because, you know, he was like my consigliere. He was a guy I, you know, sought counsel and counseled me, and he's dead. And I felt like there is no one who's going to honor the agreements that we had. And he was a very soulful person. He was so much better at being a scientist than I could ever be. And just a loss for the cosmos. It just really hurt. And, you know, I thought, oh, like, you know, it's so sad because he could have won the Nobel Prize. And I don't think like that anymore. First, I think about his kids. Felt at first, now there goes my chance at winning a Nobel Prize, and hence the title of the book was like, I knew I would not win the Nobel Prize. It also means that there's parts of the Nobel Prize that have to be done away with. It's a double entendre. Like, we need to lose aspects of the Nobel Prize to help science out. We can talk about that a different time. But in the context of, like, now thinking back on it, that was such a minuscule part of it, because let's say he did win the Nobel Prize, or I did win the Nobel, or, you know, any of us did. Would that have changed anything? Would that have brought anything back? It's so, you know, we say it's like vanity, it's futility. And I just, you know, for me, the Nobel Prize is like, it's, I don't want to say it's like insignificant, because obviously it has a lot of power and it has influence. And, yeah, I went back, I had Neil deGrasse Tyson on my show, I'm going to name drop, okay? And he prepares like a surgeon before doing surgery when he goes on a talk show. So you see him going on Colbert Report, you think, oh, they just have a banter, he's just naturally gifted. No, he said, no. You say that, you're undermining what he does. What he does, he goes back, he watches the last month of Colbert Reports, or whatever it's called, Late Show. And he says, how long does Stephen pause between questions? How long in the news cycle does he go back? What topics has he talked about with people similar to me? So I took Neil, and I did that for you. And I look back, how many times has Lex mentioned the words Nobel and Prize? And I put it into Google Ngram, and out came exactly the same number of times as show episodes as of this month. So you've said the words Nobel Prize over 240 times.
Yeah, I mean, it is so strange as a symbol that kind of unites this whole scientific journey, right? Like, it's both sad and beautiful that a little prize, like a little award, a medal, a little plaque, they'll be most likely forgotten by history completely. So some silly list. It's somehow a catalyst for greatness. It resulted in you doing your life's work.
Yeah.
The dream of it.
Would I have done it without the Nobel Prize? You know, I can't necessarily counterfactually state that would have happened. So no, it definitely has a place. And for me, you know, it is valuable to think about it. But the level of obsession that academics have about it is really, I think it is almost unbalanced, becoming unhealthy. And again, I make no truck with the winners of the Nobel Prize. Obviously, now I've had 11 on the show. And to think about, you know, like the one rule. So by the way, right after the denouement of the story, which I'll get to in a bit, you know, how our dreams went down to dust and ashes. I was asked by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences to nominate the winners of the 2015 Nobel Prize in Physics. So, like, the one that I theoretically could have been eligible to win in 2016, actually, they asked me to nominate. Now, imagine if I ask you, you say, Brian, you know, instead of me inviting myself on the show, if you say, Brian, would you like to come on the Lex Friedman podcast? I say, you know what, Lex, you know that guy Rogan? I think he meant it. Can you introduce him to me? You know, like, do you imagine how that would feel? Like, you feel left out, you know? So I was asked to nominate the winners, and the one rule that they say, of all the rules that Alfred Nobel stipulated, there's only one rule that they maintain. In other words, he said one person can win it for something they discovered in the preceding year that had the greatest benefit to mankind, made the world better, right? None of that was mentioned in the letter. It said many people can win it for work done long ago. They didn't mention anything in the letter to me, signed by the Secretary General, nothing about benefiting mankind. They said just one thing, can't nominate yourself. So none of these guys nominated themselves.
Actually, a little known fact, they sent that exact letter just to you. That rule was created just.
That's called the Keating correlate. Yes, exactly.
Just to like.
Good for them.
Rub it in. It's in this particular case, of course, that's like some weird technicality or whatever. But in this particular case, it's kind of a powerful reminder.
Yeah.
That the Nobel Prize leaves a lot of people behind.
Yeah.
In that there's stories behind all of that.
Yeah, I mean, here's a good example. Again, this is my friend, Barry Barish, has become like a mentor and a friend. He wrote the foreword to this, my book, Into the Puzzle. He won the Nobel Prize because a different guy died. And he admits it. And he said it. And actually, it's funny with him because I've heard you talk, very rhapsodically and lovely and romantically about with Harry Cliff and a wonderful podcast with him, by the way, about the LHC and how wonderful it is, and how in that, we were about to build the super collider right here in Texas, and it didn't get built and it got canceled by Congress. And I'd say to Barry, that was the best thing that ever happened to you. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, if that didn't get canceled, first of all, even though it did get canceled, the Europeans went on to build it themselves, saved the American taxpayers billions of dollars, and we wouldn't have learned anything really substantially new, as proven by the fact that, as you and Harry talked about, nothing besides the Higgs particle of great note has come out. Actually, he's had a recent paper that's been an upper limit, along with his collaborators, an LHCb experiment that I'm going to be talking with him about. But the bottom line is, it was really built to detect the Higgs. So the SSC, for twice as much money, would have sucked up Barry's career, and he would have been working on that, maybe not, and then he would never have worked on LIGO, and then he wouldn't have won the Nobel Prize, right? So you look at counterfactual history. That's not actually a big stretch, right? If the SSC had still gone on, he would have worked on it, because he was one of the primary leaders of that experiment. Second thing, if imagine the following thing had happened. They won the Nobel Prize because in September 2015, they detected unequivocal evidence for the in-spiral collision of two massive black holes, each about 30 times the mass of the sun, leaving behind an object that had just less than 60 solar masses behind. So one solar mass worth of matter got converted to pure gravitational energy. No light seen by them. This particular date, September 14th, 2015. Okay, that explosion, because of the miracle of time travel that telescopes afford us, that actually took place 1.2 billion years ago in a galaxy far, far away. They actually don't know which galaxy took place. Still, they never will. Okay, if that collision between these two things, which have probably been orbiting each other for maybe 1 million years or more, if that had occurred 15 days earlier, Barry wouldn't have won the Nobel Prize. Because
it's hilarious to think that there's one human that won the Nobel Prize because two giant things collided.
200 million years ago, and if it had happened 18 days, 20 days, 30, because that was the deadline for the Nobel Prize to be announced. They announced the findings in February, but you have to nominate the winners in January. So I could have nominated them up until January 30th, but they didn't announce anything, and there were just rumors. And so he didn't. But the reason that he wouldn't have won it, because there's another guy who was still alive, considered to be the founder and father of three fathers, Ray Weiss, who did win it, Kip Thorne, who did win it, and the third gentleman at Caltech named Ron Drever, who passed away. Again, he was alive in 2016. He died in the middle of 2017, and then he was awarded the Nobel Prize.
And here we are, several billion of hairless apes that strangely wear clothing, celebrated 3 other clothed hairless apes with a medal, with one particular element. And then they made speeches in a particular language that evolved.
To get those medals in front of another guy who wears even fancier clothes, who is the king of Sweden. And
then they got some free food afterwards.
They got some reindeer meat, that's right.
Okay, excellent. Since you mentioned Joe Rogan in that little example, what happened to you in terms of Bicep 2? I want to kind of speak at a high level about a particular thing I observed. So I was a fan of Joe Rogan since he started the podcast. I just listened to the podcast. I'm a huge fan of podcasts in general.
Yeah.
And it also coincided with my entry into grad school and this whole journey of academia. So grad school, getting my PhD, going to MIT, and then Google, and then just looking at this whole world of research. What I really love about how Joe Rogan approaches the world is that he celebrates others. Like, he promotes them. He gets, like, genuinely, and I now know this from just being a friend privately, he genuinely gets excited by the success of others. And the contrast of that to how folks in academia often behave was always really disappointing to me, because the natural, just on a basic human level, there is an excitement, but the nature of that excitement is more like, I'm happy for my friend, but I'm really jealous and I want to even outdo them. I want to celebrate them, but I want to do even better. So that's even for friends. So there's not a genuine, pure excitement for others. And then to couple that with just you now as a host of a popular podcast know this feeling, which is like, there's not even a willingness to celebrate publicly the awesomeness of others. People in academia are often best equipped, technically, in terms of language, to celebrate others. They understand the beauty, like the full richness of why the cool idea is as cool as it is, and they're in the best position to celebrate it. And yet there's a feeling that if I celebrate others, they might end up on the cover of Nature or whatever, and it's not me. They turn it into a zero-sum game. The reason why I think Rogan has been an inspiration to me and many others is that it doesn't have to be that way. And forget money and all those kinds of things. That I think there's a narrative told that academics are this way because there's a limited amount of money, so they're fighting for this. I don't think that's the reason it's happening this way. I think you can have a limited amount of money. The battle for money happens in the space of proposal. There's networking, there's private stuff. Public celebration of others and just how you feel in the privacy of your own heart is not have to do anything with money. It has to do with you having a big ego, not humbling yourself to the beauty of the journey that we're all on. And there's folks like Joe Rogan, who in the comedian circles is also rare. But he inspired all these other comedians to realize, you know what, it's great to celebrate each other. We're promoting each other, and therefore the pie grows. Because everybody else gets excited about this whole thing, and the pie grows. Right now, the scientists, by fighting, by not celebrating each other, are not growing the pie, and now, because of that, sort of science becomes less and less popular.
And exactly. No, and I want to point out two things. One is that I remember you went on Joe's show maybe a couple of years ago, and then he gave you a watch. He gave you like a Rolex, right? And I tweeted to you, and I think Omega. Sorry. Okay, fine. The watch that went to the moon, which we will get to in a bit. I don't think he could give you what I gave you, by the way. And we'll get to what that final gift package is for you.
And by the way, I also wanted to mention, because when you said Joe Rogan, I would not be upset, and you should definitely go on Joe Rogan. And we had this conversation with him, because I was like, so moving to Austin, and had a conversation like, don't you think it's weird, like, if we have the same guests at the same time or whatever? He's like, fuck that. I want you to be more successful than me. He truly wants everybody, like, especially people close to him, to get more successful. Like, there's not even a thought, like,
but you know why he does. And this is what I tweeted to you, and one of the few things I think you have retweeted that I sent you. I said, someday you're going to give that to somebody. And today I wanted that to be me. No, Joe's Omega. No, but the point is, he sees in you that same, grandiosity, that same genuine spirit graciousness. And I think that's true. I mean, you do something very rare. I don't want to turn this into too much of a love fest, but I do want to say, even back to Andrew, who I've almost been hagiographic about, just treating him like a saint. He said to me the same thing in a moment of peak. He said, like, God damn it, like I have to train these guys and women that work for me so that they can be better than me, so that they can go out and compete with me for the same limited amount of funding from the effing NSF. You know, that wasn't who he was. That was just an expression, like I'm doing something which is fundamentally. But you know what? When you have kids, hopefully, you know, please God, you will someday. Because I think, and I hope we can get to talk about that later. But part of investment and part of doing something with it when you have a kid, like you can get married. You can marry someone because she's rich, or he's rich, or you can marry someone because they're good looking, or he's good looking. You can marry for all these different reasons that are ultimately selfish. There's no way you can have a kid and be selfish. Nobody says, like, oh, you know what? I really want this thing that's 3 feet tall, that doesn't speak English, that craps on my floor, that wakes me up all hours of the night, that interferes with my love life. You know, nobody says that because it doesn't benefit you for months and months. A friend of mine who actually does videos for me, that does a lot of my solo videos, he's having his first kid. He's like, what do I do? Because they always get stupid about, I'll catch up on sleep now. Like, yeah, I'm going to store sleep in my sleep bank. Like, I don't think Huberman and you talked about that, right? You can't do that. That's stupid. What you can do, give the kid a bath. Feed the baby, let the mother relax. Like, in other words, do the things, and this really relates back to what Aristotle said. Aristotle said, why do parents love kids more than kids love parents? As much as you love your dad and your mother, they still love you more. And because you love that which you sacrifice for. Here's a proof. I know a lot of families that have kids with special needs. Some with severe, one of my uncles on the Keating side had severe, what they call mental retardation. That has a different name. That, out of the 9 other brothers and sisters, he was their favorite because they had to sacrifice so much for him. And I think of that, you know, in the small case, like Joe's kind of mentoring you or whatever, you're going to mentor someone. You love that which you sacrifice for. Sacrifice is reduction of entropy, it's storing and investing, and you want to protect that. And, you know, that to me really speaks to it. So, I don't hold it against. But it is true. Like, scientists are, you know, when they're described, again, they're often said to be like children, right? You've heard this description. They're inquisitive, they're curious, they're passionate, they love it. And I'm like, yeah, and they don't play well with others, they're jealous, they're petty, they're selfish, they won't share their ball and go home. There's no such thing as a single-edged sword. I wish there were, you know, because we need some more of that because you got to dull it up. But in this case, he, you know, I think when you have this kind of investment in science, it's going to be natural. But that doesn't mean we have to, like, you know, feed the flames of competition. You know, I'm like, really better. If you go to the homepage of the NSF or the Department of Energy or the recently released National Academy of Sciences Future of Science for the astronomical sciences for the next 25 years or more, they talk about how many Nobel Prizes these different science things could have been. Exoplanets, life, the discovery of the CMB, beam mode polarization, and isolate. You know, that's figure 2 in this thing. And I'm like, what message does that send to kids? Like, to young people? Like, that's what you should be doing so that you win this small, as you said, this prize given out by one hairless ape to another wearing a fancier costume using reindeer.
In the case of Nobel Prize, it's only currently given to 3 people
at once, which was never one of his stipulations. He actually said 1. He'd only give it to 1 person. So they change it. Why did they change it? I talk about it, I speculate. But by the way, the book's only 3 chapters out of 11 about the Nobel Prize, and it's a fact. But, you know, one of the things that's been so interesting, like speaking, actually this coming up in December, is the Nobel Prize is given out on the day of Alfred Nobel's death. There's a lot of, and they bring in flowers, not from his birthplace, but from his mausoleum, which is in San Marino in Italy. It's a lot of like death fascination. You know, denial of death features heavily in the Nobel Prize because it's like, what outlives a person? Well, science can outlive a person. My father has a theorem named after him. It's still, engraved in many places around the world. You or I, we can go to different places around the world. People know who we are based on our publications. We engrave things. We want to store things. We want to compress things. And I think there's something beautiful about that. But there is a notion of denial of death. Like, there is a notion of what will outlast me. Especially if you're among the many, 90-something% of members of the National Academy don't believe in an active faith, you know, in a creator, in a God. And science can substitute for that, but it's not ultimately as fulfilling. I don't believe it can fulfill a person the way even practicing but not believing in a religion can fulfill a person.
So, which is interesting because you do bring up on his background the denial of death and was in a Nobel Prize book, and there is a sense in which that's probably in part at the core of this, especially later dream of the Nobel Prize or prize or recognition I've interacted with a few, or a large number of scientists that are getting up in age, and there is the feeling of real pride, of happiness in them for winning awards and getting certain recognitions. And probably at the core of that is a kind of immortality, or a kind of desire for immortality. And that was always off-putting to me, as opposed to, I know it sounds weird to say it's off-putting, but it just, rather than celebrating the pure joy of solving the puzzles of the mysteries all around us, just the actual exploration of the mysterious
for its own sake.
For its own sake.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said, it's like a scientist should, you have to be careful and not have any, physical, it has to be platonic, but you can think of scientists and mentor. I have a chart in the book and in a plaque made by one of my graduate students, former graduate students. She's now a professor in New Mexico, Darcy Barron. And she made this plaque, and it has 17 generations. So here I am, 17, levels down. There's a guy, Leibniz, not the famous Leibniz, different Leibniz. 1596, he was born, and I'm in this chain. And I don't know if you know this, but in the Russian language, the word scientist means someone who was taught. I'll say it very simply. One who was taught, right? Uchone. So it probably means like a guy who was taught, right? A kid just made up person.
No, it's literally someone who was
taught, right? So what does that mean? To me, it has a dual kind of meaning, at least dual meaning. One is that you have to be a good student to be a scientist, because you have to learn from somebody else. Two, you have to be a teacher. You have to pay it forward. If you don't, I claim you're really not a scientist in the truest sense. And I feel like with the work that I do in outreach and stuff like that, I'm doing it at scale. I'm influencing more than the 24 kids I might have in my graduate class or undergraduate class. And they potentially could reach thousands of people around the world and make them into scientists themselves. Because that's the flywheel that is only beneficial. There is no competition. There's no zero-sum fixed mindset versus growth mindset, because it is an infinite game. Imagine a culture that had none of the trappings of the negativity of the Soviet Union or pre-World War I Germany or Imperial Japan, which science celebrated, and we're just making like a nation of scientists, and like we're not doing it to become multi-billionaires or necessarily, for any military purpose whatsoever. But if we have that, sometimes I'm flying, home at night, like you fly into LA, you literally, it's very rare, you can see like the number 10 million. Like it's very hard to like visualize things. You see a brick wall, you ask how many bricks are there? There might be 1,000, 2,000, 10 million lights. There's 10 million souls. And you can see, they're discrete. They're not like the Milky Way all blending together.
Each lost in their own busy lives, right. Excited, fall in love, afraid of losing their job, all that. By the way, people should know that you're a pilot, so you literally mean fly.
Yeah, sometimes you get to do it.
You get to look at the eye of God perspective on these 10 million, on these millions of.
And I would say they're like constellations, but upside down. Like the city, it's like a constellation. Hopefully, I'll stay and keep the plane the right way up. But when you think about that, like imagine they're all working together, and imagine like you always talk about love, but like you don't know that they're not worthy of love. Like so, you're looking down on them, and it's just amazing. And you think like, what an amazing creation is man and humans, and what can we do? It's phenomenal. It's so exciting. And then I get to do it, it's a job I say, don't tell Gavin Newsom, I do it for free, I love what I do. But to think about like, if my student succeeds, and I'm not, no, it is unfortunate that you have experienced it. I've certainly experienced it. And I think there are ways around it. I think it is a vexing problem because people want to, it's very tempting to keep your own kind of, garden fertilized. One thing that's interesting is like, people are like, why are you doing this thing? And, podcast, and you're supposed to be a serious scientist leading this huge project and collaborators. And I'm like, well, most of what I do, as I said before, it's for you, it's Velcro. For me, it's like, what is the deal with the safety standards on the truck that we're driving up to deliver the diesel fuel that will power the generator that will allow the concrete truck to. It has nothing to do with the Big Bang, inflation, the multiverse, God's existence. It has nothing to do with that, right? So those are people I say I have to talk to. The people that come on the show, those are people I want to talk to, and that's super fun. I mean, it's a real honor that I get to do it. I have some unfair advantages, right? I'm at a top university. We have people that's affiliated with the Arthur C. Clarke Foundation. Brilliant scientists coming through, but I felt like it would be kind of a shame if I didn't, allow them to teach at scale because they're better teachers than I am.
Let me ask you a interesting, maybe difficult question. Have you ever considered talking on your podcast with the people who would get the Nobel Prize for Bicep 2 if it turned out to be detecting what it is?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still friends with them, and they have still gone on to. So we should say like why we didn't win the Nobel Prize, and then what happened with the group that is now leading it. I'm completely divorced from, and it's secular. We're friends. We see each other. We send each other emails and stuff like that.
I'd love to get their sense of like what the natural heartbreak built into the whole process of the Nobel Prize. What their sense is. I would love to hear an honest, real conversation there. I understand you're friends.
Yeah.
There's some hard truth that even friends will talk about.
They weren't happy I wrote the book. I mean, I remember one of them, was like, well, what's to say about a book? And I mean, a lot of people told me not to write the book. They said it's going to give, too much attention to the Nobel Prize. It's going to look like sour grapes. Again, I say you can prove I have sour grapes or not. Just give me the next prize. No.
So you would, if you get a Nobel Prize for literature, you would turn it down?
I don't. It's funny because Sabina Hassenfelder, who's a fellow kind of YouTube sensation, and
she went for the Nobel Peace Prize.
You're right. She's so gracious and so good. She has that German, just gentleness.
She's a little too nice for my taste. I would say.
I wish she could really say what she thinks and not be snarky on occasion. So she wrote a review of my book when it came out 3 or 4 years ago, and she said, well, Brian Keating, she said, well, it's it's good, it's interesting. He talks a lot about cosmology, but they can do whatever the hell they want, and he presumably has this problems with it, but it's none of his business. Basically, it's a private. And at the end, she said, but if you want one good thing, he's a really good writer, and who knows, he could win a Nobel Prize in literature. I said, and then she allowed me to publish a rebuttal on her blog, which was kind of fun. But anyway, no. So getting back to the guys that we were, kind of collaboratemies or frenemies, and we're still look. We don't wish each other active ill. I've visited them. They're welcome to visit me. They have visited me. The thing I have to say is that I just wonder about introspection. Like for me, literally, I don't care about the Nobel Prize other than what it can do to benefit science. But I did. But by the way, I did seriously care about how it benefit Brian Keating early on in my career. I'm just totally honest. I'm not proud of it. It's kind of embarrassing. But now I would hope that people would say, like, okay, the guy is like, it's not. He's obsessed with it. My next book is not about this. It's about something completely different. And I do feel like people lack introspection a lot of times in science. Like we don't think about why we're doing what we're doing, and I think it comes down to curiosity. One thing about Joe, and again, I've only listened to I have to confess, my father. Now I'm confessing my sins. See your father left, Father Friedman. I haven't listened to that many of your episodes, start to finish. Okay, with our mutual friend Eric, I've listened to a bunch of recent ones. Weinstein. Weinstein.
I get them confused with the brother.
The brothers Karamazov, the brothers Weinstein, and a few others. I haven't ever listened to a full Joe Rogan episode, but from what I've seen with him, he has a preternatural curiosity. He doesn't have passion. There are a lot of podcasts that have passion. Like I've been on their show. He has curiosity. Like he's not going to stop talking about something until he hops it, until he understands it, until he gets it viscerally. And I respect that because, as I say in this more recent book, passion's kind of like the dopamine hit that gets you started. Like, oh, I'm going to be great. Maybe I can win a Nobel Prize. Like that's not going to sustain you. The sustenance comes from the passion converting to curiosity. And what I want to do is convert, as many things as possible to things that I can then, because actually I've had on, people that discuss addiction. And there's an addictive quality to, doing podcasts or whatever. But there's an addictive quality being a scientist. And you get to do things that are very specialized in specialized locations with special people, paid for by other people who have no freaking idea what you do. I mean, imagine you worked at some job, and Feynman said all these contradictory things. Like when he once said, like, he said, if you can't explain it to your grandmother, you don't understand it yourself. Then the day he won the Nobel Prize, a reporter asked him, "What'd you win it for?" He said, "If I could explain it to you, bud, it wouldn't be worth a Nobel Prize." So let's leave aside his inherent contradictions. But in reality, there is a kind of like dopamine rush that you get from it. But what is ultimately going to be the sustenance of it? So yeah, I do feel like we have to find a way to nucleate that. I don't know if it's like, can you turn someone into a scientist? I used to ask this question all the time. Like, can you make someone creative? Like, can you teach someone to be creative? I don't know. Can you teach someone to be curious? I don't know. I do know that kids are naturally curious. As they get older, they get less curious. Just like I heard from the other forward authors, James Altucher, he said once he did a study, kids smile 300 times a day, or smile or laugh, adults 5 or 6. 5 or 6. No, I'm just trying to get you laughing. But anyway, no, it's true. So somewhere you lose 30, to 50%.
I'm not entertained, but that's because I'm an adult. No, and then I do remember this. Some distribution studies with happier adults smile a little more, but still the kids blow them out of the water.
Just crush it. So in other words, should we invest our energy in getting the half-life decay constant stretched out more for curiosity for kids, or should we try to reset the dopamine hit and I don't know. It's an open question.
Well, I think it goes to David Foster Wallace. The key to life is to be unboreable. I think you could train this kind of thing, which is in every single situation. So like, which I think is at the core, at least is correlated with curiosity, is in every situation, try to find the exciting, the fascinating. Like in every situation, you sitting at waiting for something at the DMV or something like that. Find something that excites you, like a thought, like watch people, or start to think about, well, I wonder how many people have to go to the DMV every day. And then try to go into the pothead mode of thinking like, wow, isn't this weird that there's a bunch of people that are having to get a stamp of approval from the government to drive their cars, and then there's millions of cars driving every day.
I gotta do this better. Maybe there's some blockchain and they can like VIN transfer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, that is a good thing.
And then every situation, I think if you rigorously just practice that at a young age, I think you could learn to do that, because sometimes people ask me for advice and to do this thing or that thing. I think you at the core really have to have this muscle of finding the awesomeness in everything, because if you're able to find the awesomeness in everything, like whatever journey you take, whatever weird meandering that you take through life is going to be productive. It's going to end up in a great place. So that muscle is at the core of it. And I guess curiosity is central to that. But he didn't win the Nobel Prize. The team of Bicep that led the Bicep 2 didn't win the Nobel Prize because of some space dust. That's right. Kick schmutz. Which one is the moon? Which one is...
That one's dust. The space dust, yeah.
What are we looking at? So why is space dust the villain of this whole story?
Well, it's funny, I wrote these books, and I don't know about you, but when you get all these books, I'm sure you get books, people sending books, they always come in these dust jackets, right? I was like, what the hell is a dust jacket? Like, how much dust is raining down at any moment? I mean, this is immaculate, this room is Russian tidiness color, but in a normal house, how much dust is raining down? It's not really great until I wrote a book. And I realized, I'm writing a story about the origin of the universe, and the prologue, to the cosmos, and dust is going to cover this story. It's actually more a story about astrophysics and cosmology than dust. And this is the link between the cosmological and the astrophysical. So what does that mean? So astrophysics is, broadly speaking, the study of physical phenomena manifest in the heavens, astronomical phenomena. Cosmology is concerned with the origin, evolution, composition of the universe as a whole, but it's not really concerned with stars, galaxies, and planets per se, other than how they might help us measure the Hubble constant, the density of the universe, the neutrino content, et cetera, et cetera. So we have a tendency to kind of look a little bit, there are like, not all astronomers and astrophysicists are equal. They're all equal, but some of them are equal. So we have kind of a prejudice, a little swag there, right? And cosmologists are studying, we're using Einstein, we're not using Boltzmann. We're thinking of the biggest possible picture. In so doing, you can actually become blinded to otherwise obvious effects that people, would have not overlooked. In our case, when we sought out the signal, we were using the photons that make up this primordial heat bath that surrounds the universe locally only at 3 degrees Kelvin approximately. We're using those as a type of film onto which gravitational waves will reverberate it, make them oscillate preferentially in a polarized way, and then we can use our polarized sunglasses, but in a microwave format, to detect the characteristic twofold symmetry pattern of under rotation. That's the technical way that we undergo it. I mean, there's a lot more to it. But there are more than one thing that can mimic exactly that signal. First of all, when you look at the signal, if inflation took place, big if, but if it took place, the signal would be about 1 or 2 parts per billion of the CMB temperature itself. So a few nanokelvin. The CMB is a few Kelvin. The signal from these B modes would be a few nanokelvin. It's astonishing to think. Penzias and Wilson, 1965, measured something that's 1 billion times brighter. And that was 60 years ago? Let's call it 60 years ago since they discovered it. Moore's Law, you're more expert than us. Let's call it every 2 years. So you're talking about 2 to the 30th power, doubling or something like that at that. So let's call it 2 to the 20th, something like that. So that's only 2 to the 10th is a 1,000, right? Correct my math, I'm wrong. 2 to the 20th is 1,000,000, right? 2 to the 30th is 1 billion. So we're outpacing Moore's Law in terms of the sensitivity of our instruments to detect these feeble signals from the cosmos. And they don't have to deal with, in the semiconductor factory in Santa Clara, California, they have to deal with meteorites and things coming into the laboratory. It's a clean room, it's pristine, they can control everything about it, right? We can't control the cosmos. And the cosmos is literally littered with particles of schmutz, of failed planets, asteroids, meteoroids, things that didn't coalesce to make either the Earth, the Moon, the planet Jupiter, or its moons, or get sucked into them and make craters on them, et cetera, et cetera. The rest of it is falling, and it comes in a power spectrum. There's very few, thank God, Chicxulub-sized, impact or progenitors that will take out all life on Earth. But there's extremely large number of tiny dust particles and microscopic grains, and then there's a fair number of intermediate-sized particles. It turns out this little guy here is the end product of a collapsing star that explodes in what's called a supernova. Type 2 supernova. So stars spend most of their life fusing helium nuclei, protons, into and neutrons into helium nuclei, and then from there it can make other things like beryllium, and briefly make beryllium, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, all the way up until it tries to make iron and nickel. And iron and nickel are endothermic. It takes more energy than gets liberated to make an atom of iron. When that happens, there's no longer enough heat supplying pressure to resist the gravitational collapse of the material that was produced earlier. So the star forms and goes inside out. That's how scientists discovered helium was discovered on the sun. I don't know, did you know? That's why it's called helium. Yeah, they went there at night. And they went there at night. No, helium means Helios, it's the god of the sun. It was discovered in its spectrum from observations of the telescope 150 years ago. It wasn't discovered when oxygen and iron was discovered. So it's only a relatively recent comer to the periodic table.
So helium came after oxygen.
Well, first hydrogen forms into helium, so that's the first thing that forms.
No, in terms of discoveries.
Oh yeah, after oxygen. Yeah, I think Priestley and others. Dalton discovered it in the 1700s. No, helium was really only discovered from the spectrum of looking at the sun and seeing the weird atomic absorption and Karl Fraunhofer lines in the solar spectrum. So, but when it tries to make iron, there's no longer any leftover heat. In other words, there's heat left over from fusing, as you know, the son of a plasma physicist. You fuse to hydrogen nuclei, you get excess energy, plus you get helium. So that's why fusion energy could be the energy source of the future and always will be. No, hopefully it'll come much sooner than that. In so doing, trying to make iron, it takes more energy, doesn't give off enough energy, the star collapses, explodes, and what does it spray out into the cosmic interstellar medium? It sprays out the last thing it made, which is that stuff. Luckily for us, because some of that coalesced and made the core of the Earth, onto which the lighter like silica and carbon and the dirt and the crust of the Earth were formed. And some of that made its way to the crust, the iron made its way to the crust. Some of that your mother ate and synthesized hemoglobin molecules. And hemoglobin has iron particles in it. It's a quite amazing substance. Without it, we wouldn't have our red blood. We wouldn't exist as we are.
Is this a very long, complicated mom joke?
I've done enough dad jokes. My quota's up. So taking this object, seriously, there's not all of it gets bound up in a planet. In fact, forming planets is very inefficient. And so there's a lot of what's left over, some of which gets in the way of our telescopes looking back to the beginning of time. And some of those molecules, like iron, is used in compass needles, right? They're magnetized. And magnetic fields in our galaxy can align them and make the exact polarization pattern that we're looking for. As if the compass needles get all aligned, that's like the polarization of the dust grain. It's like that polarizing filter. That means light polarized like this will get absorbed, and light polarized like this will go through. So it's absorbing, it's making 100% polarized light out of an initially unpolarized light source. And that's what happened. And what we ended up claiming on March 17th, and I'm sure if you were there, you might remember this, at the Harvard Center for Astrophysics, there was an announcement. There were like 3 or 4 Nobel Prize winners in the audience. And the Bicep 2 team, which I was no longer leading, I was still a member of it. In fact, in the announcement, the first person they mentioned, besides, thank you all for being here, is me and my team at UC San Diego, although I wasn't invited to go to the press conference because that are very complicated. Yes, exactly. It's a little school there in the Cambridge area. And so they ended up making this announcement that we discovered the aftershocks of inflation. We detected the gravitational waves, shaking up the CMB, and on that day, past Lex Friedman podcast, back when it was called Artificial Intelligence, Max Tegmark said, goodbye, universe, hello, multiverse, and hello, Nobel Prize. See, he saw that as confirmatory evidence, not only of inflation, not only of gravitational, but of the multiverse. Goodbye, universe. Hello, multiverse.
Multiverse is a natural consequence
of inflation, yes. According to its prominent, supporters. Yeah.
And of course, leave the poetry to Max, which he does masterfully. Okay, so that the excitement was there. I mean, maybe the initial heartbreak for you is there too. Yeah. That's some of the darker moments you're going through, but broadly for the space of science, there's excitement there.
And I often note that this is a problem, what I call, the science media complex, because oftentimes you'll see things like past guest Sarah Seeger, Venus life, exists, and that would be really, it's fascinating, right? With the work that she's doing, or her colleagues are doing, Clara, who's on your show as well, and that will be on front page, New York Times, Boston Globe, San Diego Union Tribune. It'll be above the fold, make headlines around the world, and then 6 months, 12 months later, as in the case for us, retraction. Page C17 of the Saturday edition that nobody reads, and underneath the personal. So we have a problem in science that if it explodes, it leads, and we get this huge fanfare. And this is not unique to my experiment. This happened with the earlier discovery of so-called Martian life discovered in Antarctica, which was announced after peer review. We weren't peer reviewed at the point when we made the announcement. We had a press conference, and there are other reasons that the team leaders felt it was important to do that so that we don't get scooped by a referee who's unethical. We thought we had done everything right, but that's confirmation bias.
So there's levels to this.
Many levels. And there are people, me warning about how it would be interpreted and wanting to also make sure that we cut all the data out, including the maps, which we still haven't released. And so there were a lot of reasons to be skeptical, but the public never knows this. I think so I've made a rule that if I am ever in charge of, doling out large amounts of science funding, that when you should keep kind of an option. In other words, you should have money for publicity, fine, have money for your press conference, but hold in reserve in a bond to be used, hopefully never, but if it's to be used, an equal fund for the retraction, if it should occur.
So you would like to see, because that's a big part of transparency, is the to me, in the space of science at least, that's as beautiful because it reveals it tells a great story. There's an excitement. There's a climax to the triumph, but there's also a climax to the disappointment at the end, because that also eventually leads to triumph again. That sets up. That's the drama that sets up the triumph. Like with Andrew Wiles proving Fermat's theorem, I think it's not last name, whatever. Like the ups and downs of that, the roller coaster, the whole thing should be done.
That is science. And when we don't do that, then we cultivate this aura that excludes other scientists, often from minorities or women. That you have to be Einstein. Like Einstein came out of the womb and he was just like this guy with like curly. No, he wasn't. He wasn't bad at math. That's all nonsense. But he said that you know what he said? He attributed his success to, Lex. He said, "I never asked my dad what happened when I ran alongside a light beam as a kid. And thank God I didn't, because had I, he would have told me the best answer of the day," which, by the way, he would create 20 years later as a 26-year-old in the patent office, obviously, in Switzerland. And in so doing, by delaying when he asked these questions, he said, "I approached it with the intellect of a mature scientist, not a little kid. And I wouldn't have accepted the same explanation." So sometimes assuming that scientists are infallible, inevitable, omniscient, I think that really does a disservice. Jim Gates said, he's like, Einstein wasn't always Einstein. And we cultivate this mystery and allure at our peril because we're humans until we have artificial Einstein, which I don't think will ever exist.
You've launched the assay or project where you hope to assess theories of everything with experiments. You have a YouTube video where you're announcing that. It looks super cool. Can you describe this project? And you also mentioned you give a shout out to a little known fellow by the name of Galileo Galilei as an inspiration to this project.
Yeah, so Galileo is kind of my avatar, my hero, the kind of all-around scientist that I would love to approach the logarithm of Galileo. He was not only a phenomenal scientist, he was an incredible artist, a writer, a poet, a philosopher. And back then they didn't have distinctions between a scientist and it's like a physician was like a physicist. And he would indulge, kind of these really intellectual flights of fancy, thinking about phenomena such as the Earth's tides or the composition of the Milky Way. And what's interesting about Galileo is that he was almost as wrong often as he was right. And Galileo was not alone like this. I always say, like Einstein had at least 7 Nobel Prizes that he could have won for discoveries that later became true. But he also had 7, huge, impossible to believe blunders in some sense. And it's too bad because he could have had a good career, as I would say. And Galileo was like that too. In other words, he would fall victim to, I think, this confirmation bias that all scientists have to guard their lives against, their careers, their brands, their reputations against, which is the exclusion of evidence that doesn't conform to what you're trying to prove for one reason or another, or the radical acceptance of things that do comport with it in order to bolster your confidence. And both are equally intoxicating. It's confirmation bias is a hell of a drug because it really reinforces this notion, which is partially some cost. You put so much time, effort, money, reputation into it. You don't want to be wrong and go back on it. But with Galileo, he would be incredibly perceptive about things such as, the Earth being not located at the center of the solar system and the sun being the center, so-called Copernican hypothesis. And he would use as evidence very, very interesting ideas, that all of which were wrong, basically. And in fact, we weren't able to prove that the Earth orbited around the sun. And I ask you, can you prove the Earth is not flat? No, well, you're a flat earther anyway. But it's. I asked my
proud Flat Earth Society member. T-shirts coming out soon. Let'sstreamer.com/merch.
But it's actually not trivial to do that. But most of my students, graduate students, can prove that the Earth is round or explain how the Earth.
It is actually not trivial to do that.
It's not.
Yeah.
And much harder is to prove that the Earth goes around the sun. In fact, that's extremely hard to prove. And almost none of my students, even after they get their PhD on the final exam, I kind of like to just, give them a little bit of humility. Because I think to be a good scientist, you need to be humble, you need to have a little humility, and you need to have swagger. You need to feel like a little cocky, like I can do this. I can do this thing that Einstein, by definition, couldn't do. I'm going to attempt it. I'm going to attempt to do what was impossible just a generation ago.
How do you prove that the Earth goes around the sun? So you have to. Is it by the motion around the planets?
So there are many ways to do it. I mean, obviously, you can take a spaceship, park it at the north celestial pole of our solar system, and just watch what happens. But obviously, that wasn't how it was discovered in the late 1700s. So it's called aberration. So if you look at stars, as the Earth orbits around the sun, the position of the stars will shift slightly because of the tilt of the Earth, and because the Earth is in motion around the Earth and around the sun, and because the Earth has a trivial amount of velocity compared to the speed of light in its orbit around the sun, the stars will trace out little tiny ellipses, and those will correspond to the fact that we're moving around. If they're at infinite distance, which we assume that they are, they're not really, but for all intents and purposes in the scale of the solar system, they're infinitely far away. So that's called stellar aberration, and that was the first way it was discovered. And actually, we still use that. We have to correct for that effect when we measure the cosmic microwave background. Because imagine you're inside of an oven. It has some temperature, 3 Kelvin, 1,000 Kelvin, whatever. If I'm moving towards you, the photons that are coming to me in that direction will be blue shifted, hotter, and the ones behind me will be red shifted. I'll artificially impute a greater or lesser amount of matter or energy where you are, and it's an extension of the Doppler effect. So we actually make use of that and construct what's called like a local standard of rest. Anyway, so you can do it. But Galileo said, no, I'm not going to wait for that. I have other proofs for it. One of which is that the Earth has tides, and the tides come in and out twice a day, high tide and low tide. And he made the analogy of, because the Earth is moving around the sun, say this is the sun here, and it's moving around the sun, but it's also rotating on its axis. See how the water is sloshing up and down inside the vodka bottle? As that happens, he said that's what the tides are causing. Totally wrong.
Most people listen to this podcast. Just so you know, if you're listening to this, he actually has a bottle of vodka in his hand.
Half drunk.
And we're both drunk and whatever else is possible.
So as it sloshed around, he claimed it has nothing to do with that. The moon, over there, the moon pulls differentially on the Earth and the Earth's ocean. That causes the oceans to bulge slightly towards and away from where the moon is. And the moon is actually the source of the Earth's tides. It has nothing to do with Copernicus, the orbit of the sun. So he was totally wrong about that. He also thought that the Milky Way was comprised only of stars, when we know it's made of gas, dust, nebulae, and things like that. So he had a fair share of luck. Now, one thing I always kind of make note of, and I'm actually producing along with Jim Gates, Fabiola Giannati, Frank Wilczek, and Carlo Rovelli, and my friend Lucio Piccirillo, the first ever audiobook of one of Galileo's dialogue, the one where he claimed to find evidence for the orbit of the Earth around the sun, but it was an error.
So you're reading parts of this text.
Yeah, it's
just incredible.
Brilliant book. So this book was written in 1632. It was written, and it was the one that caused him to go into house arrest and almost threatened to be tortured. And that book laid out his arguments for what was called the Copernican, or the non-peripatetic, Aristotelian, etc., notion of the planetary dynamic. And eventually he was forced to recant that he believed in it, and allegedly he said he still believes the Earth moves. Anyway, so we're making that. It's written in the form of a trialogue. It's actually called the dialogue. There's 3 people. There's one named Salviati, who was espousing Galileo's notions about how the heavens were orchestrated. And Salviati means like the salvation, the savior. Then there's a middleman, Sagredo. So Carlo Rovelli is playing Salviati, brilliant one. I am playing Sagredo, who's like an intelligent interlocutor. Kind of just, I can appreciate Aristotle, I can appreciate Copernicus. And then there's this guy, Simplicio, the simpleton, and he espouses the words of the Pope. So you can imagine, like, you're working in the Putin's government, or you're working in whatever, and all of a sudden you're kind of putting the words of like the fool literally calling him the fool, but you're using the words of the all supreme powerful being on earth at that time as the Vatican Church, especially for an Italian like Galileo. So he wasn't as brilliant, politically as he was astrophysically and otherwise.
Who's doing Simplicio?
Simplicio is a friend of mine in University of Manchester named Lucio Picciarello. He's an Irish guy, but he has an Italian. He's a full-blooded Italian. They all speak English and Italian. I only speak. And the forewords are written by. So one foreword, and this place has 3 forewords, which is like a 12-word. Okay. The forewords are written.
That joke for me?
Yeah, that was a good one. The foreword, 3 forewords. One of them is written by Albert Einstein, in which he says Galileo was not only one of the greatest scientists in history. This is Einstein telling Galileo, but he was one of the greatest writers and minds of all of human history. That foreword is read by Frank Wilczek, who you've had. Jim Gates, who you've also had. He reads the translation. The translator, Stillman Drake, is a renowned scientific translator. And then Fabiola Giannati, she reads the introduction and dedication from Galileo to the Duke of Tuscany and some of the different introductions that Galileo himself had. It's such a thrill to be able to do it. I only randomly found out because I wanted to study it, and it's like 500 pages long. I was like, let me get the audiobook because I'm an audio medium kind of guy. It didn't exist. So I said, let's do it ourselves. And so we did it, and hopefully it'll be out on Galileo's birthday, which is February 15th, 2022. It'll be a ripe 457, but that's not the only one of his books. Galileo wrote many books, one of which is called The Military Compass. And this is an interesting book for my blockchain and your blockchain aficionados. In this book, he talks about a compass, which is not a magnetic compass, but an actual slide rule. It's basically a slide rule. And it's a manual. It's like, imagine if your phone, came with a manual. Nowadays they don't, right? But this was a manual for how to use this slide rule, which is enormously important. And he gives a whole bunch of worked examples. It's brilliant work. One of the examples is how do you convert money? So he does a currency conversion between Ducati and Florentine Ducati and Scuti and whatever, Lira, whatever. He does all these currency conversions. One copy of this book, maybe 2 exist. First printings from 1600 still exist. If Galileo had just kept those in his family, they're worth $100 million. Nowadays, you can't get a Scuti. A Scuti's worth nothing. Like a Ducati's worth nothing. I mean, maybe some collector wants a piece of paper, right? So it's a lesson. Like, there are value in physical, non-fungible tokens. This original non-fungible token. So, but then a third book is called the Assayer. So what is an Assayer? So assayers were kind of like these alchemists, physicists, chemists that would be around a court, and every so often for the treasurer, they would want to accept pieces of gold from the citizens and convert that to script or paper money. And to do that, they needed someone to verify with a standard of gold that they knew to be gold, and do some kind of semi-non-destructive evaluation of the purported object, the metal that was supposed to be gold. So they would take these pieces of gold, theoretically gold, and they would rub it on something called a touchstone. Touchstone is a special piece of rock, granite, whatever. It has no intrinsic value. It's just a piece of rock. But with that rock, you could assay and determine the content of this thing that could be worth, millions of lira or whatever, right? So it's an incredibly important job. And so this person would take this piece of inanimate rock and use it to do something valuable. What I want to do in the Assayer project is take this plethora of physical theories of everything. And I said recently, we should give a Nobel Prize to someone who doesn't come up with a theory of everything, because there's just it's just rotten with them. And I think it's great. I often say that theory is kind of like software, and I'm not denigrating software at all, but you can create a lot of software. You can make a quine, and it'll make its own quine, and you can make infinite amounts of software.
Look it up, kids.
That's one of my favorite videos. And you can't replicate. You can't make a telescope that makes a telescope that makes a telescope. In other words, hardware is kind of like the non-fungible token that's ultimate minted, limited edition. The book, the compass book, and so. It's very expensive. That means you have to be very careful before you invest decades, billions, and humans into pursuing one of these theories of everything. You have to have good intuition for it. And lately what I've seen is not predictions, but retrodictions. So you see that the Large Hadron Collider will come out with a measurement. And then so-and-so will say, oh, this is this is compatible with string theory. Or G-2 of the muon. It has these bizarre properties. Fifth force, string theory predicts this. String theory solves this. Neutrinos, sterile neutrinos, large hadron collider bottom or B experiment. Blah, blah, blah. They'll say that it's compatible after the fact. And it's not so bad, right? Because look, what did Einstein do with GR, general relativity? The first thing he did was not predict something new. He looked at the anomalous behavior of the planet Mercury. And he saw it was behaving strangely. And people had said, oh, that's because there's another planet hiding behind the sun that we can't see that perturbs the orbit of the planet Mercury. It's called Vulcan. That was one approach. That's kind of like the dark matter approach, where it's like there's a clump of matter that we can't see that's influencing the planet that we can't see, and we use that to divine and intuit the existence of the other planet. That's actually how Neptune was discovered. Neptune was discovered because of the anomalous behavior of the planet Uranus. So Neptune was dark, we couldn't see it. It was tugging on Uranus in a certain way, and that led to Leverrier discovering the planet, predicting where this planet should be found. So it had a good heritage in physics, right, to predict this planet that you couldn't see. That worked, but Einstein said no. It's caused by the warping and bending of space-time due to the presence of matter, and would later become known as the Einstein equation. So he explained why Mercury did that. He didn't. It was known since the time of Newton that Mercury was behaving in this really freaky way. So he didn't predict it. He retrodicted it. That's fine. But at some point, you should come up with something new that's uniquely predictive of your theory. As I just said, the theory of dark matter in the context of Neptune is actually a valid theory. It just happens not to make sense in the context of Vulcan. And so if he had kept doing that, maybe perhaps he wouldn't have come up with these other predictions that he would later reject. Like, he rejected the existence of gravitational waves. You and Barry talked about that. He didn't actually believe it. It was the one peer-reviewed paper that he had. He used to send, back in those days, send a letter to Nature, Physical Review, publish this, let them know how much it cost. And they got it rejected because he said you can't detect gravitational waves. And actually, or they're not real. And the guy showed that they're real because he corrected a math error in Einstein and Rosen's paper. So it's fascinating. What should the assayer do? He or she should look at these theories, look what things they explain that already exist, and look at what new predictions they can claim to explain if we can build experiments to test them.
So you have to kind of challenge yourself to think about what kind of predictions can they make such that we can construct experiments. So that's like ultimately back going to this to the signal, to the experimenter's theorist, essentially. That's right. So like very experiment-centric exploration of the fundamental theory of everything.
That's right. And the best scientists, the best physicists, were both experimentalists and theorists. Or at least that if they were experimentalists, they understood the theory well enough to make predictions or to explore the predictions and the consequences of those predictions. Or if they were theorists, they were like Galileo. Like Einstein has patents for things that he invented. And then, some of his work led to the laser and the maser. So he had practical, it wasn't just pure airy-fairy, quantum reality and expanding universe. So in this case, what I want to do is look at, there's 10 different theories of everything or cosmological models. They make predictions. They have advantages and disadvantages. And I'm just asking the question, why aren't we applying Bayesian reasoning with confidence intervals? Why don't we have updates every time an experiment comes out? We can update our credulity in that experiment, or that theory rather, based on the results of the experiment. And we shouldn't do it after the fact, or as Michio Kaku has said, well, you have to tell me what the initial conditions are. That's not my job. You're supposed to tell me if string theory is correct. What should it predict if it's true? There's one big problem, which I should say, that to be a good assayer, I think you have to be worldly in the sense of worldly and curious, like we were talking about before with you and Joe. And you can't only talk your own book. You can't only understand your own pet theory of everything. You can't only say, well, I only understand string theory, and I don't have time for these other theories, or as if it's beneath me to even go into Garrett Lisi or Eric Weinstein or Stephen Wolfram or aspects of M theory, et cetera, et cetera. And there are some that say, like, why do we give string theory so much of an advanced pass when there are actually predictions it's made that are completely anathema to what we observe in physics. Like the dark energy should be negative. We see it as positive. Like that's a huge strike. You know, if you told somebody, here's my 10-year application, and what if it wasn't done by, you know, Maldacena and Witten and folks like that, I don't know if it would have had the traction, the endurance, the resiliency that's had. And that worries me, because all these men and some women are making these fantastic, brilliant, beautiful ideas, and they're not even looking at what their neighbor's doing.
There's a thing that I really enjoyed seeing and I don't see often enough of these theories, which is others who are also experts kind of studying them sufficiently well to steel man the theory, to show the beautiful aspects of the theory. I see that with Stephen Wolfram. He has a very different sort of formulation of physics with his physics project. Now physics is a foreign land to me, but his formulation, especially in the context of cellular automata or hypergraphs, just as objects, as mathematical objects themselves, are familiar. And so I'm able to see the real beauty there, and it saddens me that others in the physics community can't also see the beauty. Like, give it a chance. Give it a chance to see the beauty. And that
respect. So there is one person who does take time and is what I consider to be a great scientist in terms of what he thinks. He obviously has an invested interest in his own theory, and it's Eric. Eric's got a truly encyclopedic knowledge of the history of physics, and he has a great warmth and graciousness when it comes to giving others. And I've witnessed this, and I've had, look, first of all, I think debate is pointless. Like, I don't know about you, but if you've ever voted, like, oh, I saw this debate, and, because Trump did so badly, now I'm going to vote for Biden. No, it never happened. You almost never change anybody's mind unless you debate with love. Unless you have, almost like, we're going to win together, like the red team approach in the military. They're trying to win a war. So they may disagree on the tactics day to day, but the strategy, we have to win this war. I love you, and I want to protect you. I don't see that in very many of these physicists. From Kaku, I almost see it, and it's embarrassing in some ways, because they'll almost mock, with the exception of Eric. Garrett's interesting. His theory is, people have a lot of issues, very technical. But Eric has taken the time to try to understand it. Eric has taken the time to understand Peter Voigt's theory, and I don't see the same graciousness extended from them. I'm sorry.
Yes, you're right. You're right. I mean, with Eric, he hasn't. He wants to, but he hasn't extended the same for Stephen Wolfram, because I think.
No, he did. No, actually, no, he did. I had a debate with them live on my show.
No, I did. I listened to it, but I just think it's outside the toolkit that Eric is comfortable with. So it's not that he's not. But the main thing that's often absent, and Eric does have, is like the willingness, and like not just like dismissing or mocking that he's reaching out. But okay.
I mean, what if it's not? I made a joke when they were on. I was like, how many theories of everything can there be? Highlander, there can be only one, I don't know.
But he, of course, also, like the other folks who propose a theory, has an ego. He rides a dragon, with the dragon representing the ego. Well, let me ask you about your friend Eric Weinstein. So he proposed initial sketches of geometric unity, which is his theory of everything. Maybe you can elucidate some aspect of it that you find interesting. But what do you think about the response he got from the scientific community?
Well, some of the response came from people, academicians, professors. Some came from a lay audience, and some came from trained scientists who are no longer, maybe practicing in the university. I thought there was a lot of vitriol, which surprised me, because I look at what he's trying to do, and it was always, the vitriol would always come with some element of ad hominem, and maybe that's his personality, maybe that engenders this or whatever. Maybe there is kind of just a natural tendency. I always get these emails. Professor Keating, I have a new theory. Einstein was wrong. I'm going to prove it. I'm not good at math, but if you help me, I will share my Nobel Prize with you. Well, thanks. Have you read my book? In other words, it's always taking down the dragon. It's always taking down the Kung Fu master, right? That you get the hit points from D&D. You get their hit points. You take their cards. You get the risk tokens from Kamchatka. And thinking about with Eric, it's like, because what he's doing is so aspirational. It is grandiose in a good sense. What he's trying to do is construct a geometric theory of everything that has aspects of supersymmetry and stuff embedded in it. He's trying to meld that. It has very unusual features, and that it features not only multiple spatial dimensions, multiple time dimensions. It uses new mathematical objects that he's invented. And look, I had had him on my show and talked with him. We've had consultations with other physicists, where he'll come down, and I have a visitor's office, and he comes down to San Diego sometimes and spends time there. And we talk with eminent mathematicians and physicists. Eric's been out of the academic world for a long time. And there is, as I said before, an aspect of persuasion that must take place in order to get anything through. And I think there was a slight amount of good nature, not ignorance, naivete, but just the sense that if this is right, everyone will recognize it. If you build a better mousetrap, the world will be a path to your door, as the expression goes. That's completely untrue. That doesn't even happen with mousetraps. I mean, you know how many freaking mousetrap types there are? It's like, no, they don't beat it a path to your door. You have to sell that freaking thing. You have to sell it like Steve Jobs or Elon. I've had one paper out of 200 papers I've published in peer-reviewed journals. I've only had 0.5% published with no referee's comments. In other words, published like Dream, submitted it, published, it happened to be in a prestigious journal. I was pretty psyched about that. But you almost have to crave the response, getting it back from a journal. And I think he doesn't see, first of all, he doesn't subscribe to the peer review process. He thinks that is anathema to the way science is, and best interest in journals, et cetera, et cetera. I think you can have elements of peer review that are substantive and valuable. I think you have to learn from your critics. One of my conversations with John Mather, he talks about loving your critics in this book, but not being so open to their criticism that their criticism goes to your heart, and not being so open to their compliments that their compliments go to your head. It's a very tough Scylla and Charybdis to walk.
Well, there's something, I want to be careful here because I'd like to talk to Eric about this directly, but I'll just, from a perspective of a friend, I want to ask about the drug of fame. So there's also the public perception of the battles of physics, and so there's a very narrow community, but then there's the way that's perceived, the exploration of ideas is perceived by the public, and so there is a certain drug to the excitement that the public can show when they sense that you have something, and that in itself might become the thing that gives you pleasure. And I think that with theories of everything, or with any ambitious projects, and this is taking us back to when you were ambitious about trying to understand the origins of the universe, if you convince yourself that you have an intuition about the origins of the universe, and you have a platform like you do now, where you start to communicate your intuition. It's hazy, like all of science. You're still unsure, but you have a sense. Perhaps you don't have that as much as an experimentalist, because you always kind of start going, okay, how can I build a device to see through the fog? But if you're more like a theoretician who kind of works in the realm of ideas, in the realm of intuitions, it is also a source of pleasure. You mentioned dopamine, a source of dopamine that you can communicate to others that you're really excited by the possibility of solving the deepest mysteries of the universe. So there's some aspect to which you want to be a Grigori Grisha Perlman and go into the hole and get the work done and shut the hell up about I'm just speaking about myself, about, talking about the dream and planning and exploring how great it will be if my intuition turns out to be correct. If the sketches I have turn out to actually build the bridge that takes us to a whole new place. As a friend of Eric's, or a friend of, or my friend, what kind of advice do you give? What is your role? Is it to be a supporter, given that he has many critics? Or is it to be in private, a critic. Like a lot of my friends will say, hey, shut the hell up. Just get it done.
Well, first of all, I want to ask you a question I've asked him. And it comes from Animal Farm by
probably my favorite book, yeah.
So you remember Benjamin the donkey?
Yes.
And he's talking to the pig. I forget the pig's name. You probably know. Anyway, the pig says to him, "You got this long, lustrous, beautiful tail. You're so lucky. I got this short, curly, little squiggly thing does jack squat. Tell me, how does it feel to have such a lustrous tail?" And Benjamin says, "Well, the good Lord, he gave me a tail to swat away the flies. But you know what? I'd rather not have the tail if I didn't have the flies." So I want to ask you, as I've asked Eric, is it worth it? You know, you've got these beautiful tail, but there are flies. I'm not saying in a negative way. I'm just saying you get unwanted distractions, dopamine, you know, it's kind of the highlight, the spotlight effect. It's obviously allowing you to do things that you could never do alone. And I think, you know, first of all, I'd love to know how you answer that, because that's something I don't feel like I can relate to myself.
Well, this has to do with more like platform stuff.
Yeah, scale.
Oh, that has very little effect on me. I enjoy it. I enjoy meeting new people, but that has nothing to do with platform. Yeah, no, that has no effect on me. I'm somebody that enjoys the act itself. So this conversation, the reason I'm doing this podcast with you today is because it allows me to trick you into talking to me for a prolonged period of time. I don't care about platform. I assume nobody listens. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, and if it got it right, my whole test of it was a good podcast. Because how do you know? Like, podcasts been around, 12 years? How do we know as podcasters we're doing a good job? Like, sometimes you hear someone say, that was the best interview I ever had. That doesn't happen that often, at least for me. But if you realize that you forgot to put the SD card in that little guy and the Zoom didn't work, would you do it again? And I think if you say yes to that, that was a good podcast.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So in that space, yeah, all of it is worth it.
Yeah.
But the dream, I'm more referring to the psychological effects. Forget the platform. Forget all of that. You know, I maybe shouldn't even brought up the platform, because it really has to do, even in your own private mind, which is what I'm struggling with. I enjoy the planning, the dreaming, the early stages so much that I often don't take projects to completion. This is a psychological effect that I'm sure basically every engineer, everybody that does anything goes through. I just, in this case particular, I think it also applies. And I wonder, as a friend, what is the role?
So yeah, that effect has been documented. Everything from planning telescopes to dieting. So there's a tiny bit of dopamine that you get visualizing how you're going to feel. You don't need to know this, but you don't deal with losing 5 pounds. I said, I'm going to lose 5 pounds, and I'm going to be able to run a minute faster. So there's a part of me when I'm planning the diet and the meals and the exercise that I get a little bit of that thrill, and that actually saps a little bit of my willpower to actually complete the task that will take me to that goal. So that's a documented effect, and that happens in project planning and project management. It's a very, very important thing to guard against as a manager in a big project. With Eric, it's interesting because with him, first of all, we relate extremely well, on the friendship level, and very cllose. He does remind me a lot of my father. And I've called him that, just as a mathematician, as a big thinker, as, and in his case, as a father, the father kind of figure that I didn't have in a sense, but that he is a true lover of life. He knows he's got a huge platform. He knows he gets a lot of attention for what he does. And, I jokingly say, well, it's one thing, like, how do you know, Lex, that someone's an expert? An expert say, there's a good rule Ray Dalio writes about in Principles. He says, an expert is someone who's done something 3 times successfully. Like, you can do something correctly once, you can do something correctly. It's very hard to pull off, 3 projects 3 telescopes, 3 whatever, right? So look for that. It's arbitrary. It could be 4, it could be 2, right? But the point is, look at Eric. So how many things has he contributed to and made, pretty substantive kind of paradigm shifts for different people? I would say he's been right many times. Does that mean he's infallible, that he's ineffable? No, of course not. For me, so what I'm saying is I get a little bit of the joy of kind of learning something purely as a scientist, something completely outside of what I do, mathematics, gauge theory, the kind of very advanced geometry, topology that he's interested in. But every now and then, I will sneak in that I want, I've told him, I'm going to turn your son into an experimentalist despite you. He is not going to be a theorist. That was not going to be a theorist. He is working with me. He is learning from me. We're trying to get him into, he wants to bypass all of the, the kind of nonsense of undergraduate and go straight to graduate school. And I've tried to encourage him that maybe he can do it, maybe he can't, but there's no other way than to try. And so I've prepared a whole curriculum for Zev to basically bypass all of undergraduate. And to his credit, he's done earns all the credit. He's learned it to a level that matches many of my graduates.
Okay, hold on a second. I have to push back, and this is me saying it. And I'm sure I'll talk to Eric about this. But to say, you said Eric's was right on multiple things. I think Eric has a great, deep insight about human nature and how societies work, and he says a lot of wise words on that world. But I think if we're talking about experts, you kind of have to prove, it's like Michael Jordan playing baseball. Like, he's proved it many times that he can play basketball, but he's also got to prove that he can play baseball. And I would say the whole point of radical ideas is you're not, it's very hard to be sitting on a track record. When you're swinging for the fences always, there's not a track record to sit on. And like Max Tegmark is an example of somebody who has a huge track record of more like acceptable stuff, but he also keeps swinging for the fences in every other world. So he has that track record. With Eric, if you look at just the number of publications, all this stuff, he chose not to travel the academic route. So there's no proof of expertise except sort of an obvious linguistic demonstration of brilliance. But that's not how physics works.
So there's a polite way to damn somebody as a scientist and say he or she they really know the history of physics. like physicists always love it. Like Sean Carroll always jokes about it. Like physicists should never talk about history of physics. But it's more than that. So Eric has certainly contributed in finance specifically, and gauge theory and economics, and inflation dynamics, and non-cosmological.
It's yet to be proven. He has a lot of powerful
theories. Calculus proven. He has a gauge model for currency exchanges between different nations that is explanatory. It's not. Is it something? In other words, it's a model, and it's used for pedagogical purposes.
And it might be okay.
And it's unique to him. To him and Pia.
Yes. It might be a powerful model. It might be one that actually deserves huge amount of applause, celebration, but does not yet receive that. And that's one of the things that Eric talks about. It has not received the attention it deserves. But it has not yet received the attention it deserves. And so, like, the proven expertise thing, there's a lot of people that go to their grave without the recognition they deserve. And it's a tragedy. But the fact is, like, you have to fight for that recognition. The tragedy happens for a reason. You can't just say this person is obviously brilliant and therefore they deserve the credit in every single domain. It doesn't like transfer immediately. There's nobody that's, well, at least I wouldn't argue Eric is one of the special minds in our generation. But you still have to fight the fight of physics and prove it within the community. And I think the same applies in economics. You can't, I mean, as somebody that I've gone through the academic journey, just like you said, the peer review, all of those things, flawed as they are, that's the part of the process. You have to convince your peers, the people that are as obsessed for whatever the hell reason about that particular thing that you're working on. Yes, there's egos. Yes, there's politics. It's a giant mess. But I think it's a beautiful mess through which you have to go through in order to reveal the power of your idea to yourself and to the world.
Let me use an example. So, James Clerk Maxwell, and he invented the laws of electromagnetism, which is the first example of a unification principle ever displayed by the human mind in history. Purely mathematics, unifying completely disparate phenomena. In one case, electricity, charges, static electricity, lightning, and the other magnets, bar magnets, currents, etc. Unifying. You know what he did? I like to do a thought experiment. So imagine Twitter exists 1864. Maxwell's working away. And he goes, I have this wonderful idea with fluxions and inductive virtue and blah, blah, and it revolves on this thing called an ether. And by the way, there are these little vortices and gears, and the gears have these planetary things, and they suck up vortices, and the vortices determine the density of the electromagnetic potential. I feel like this guy's a freaking moron. And what would you do? Come on, honestly, you would say everything this guy does is wrong. I mean, he's got this idiotic idea. And it would be proven falsified a couple of decades later by Michelson and Moore. And in so doing, you would have thrown out a very beautiful baby with bathwater. Imagine a tweet storm, Clerk Maxwell, at Clerk Maxwell 1 would get. It would be brutal, right? And to the detriment. And that might even set back history. Imagine Yang Mills doing the same thing. Sharon Simons, all these things are very fantastic. But why, Lex? Why does Ed Witt? Why does Juan Aldacena? Good example. Guest, brilliant guy, love him. He is the reason that Stephen Hawking conceded his black hole information paradox loss issue. What did he concede? Conceded based upon Aldacena's calculation in ADS CFT and 5-dimensional wormholes. Is any of that? First of all, we don't live in an ADS universe. Second of all, we don't know if wormholes are traversable, if they exist even. These are devices that Kip Thorne has popularized for movies. Like, to say that this is something on which I would concede a bet. Now, obviously, Hawking is doing it for publicity. What is Maldacena? And he's got a pretty high H index, pretty well-respected guy, IAS. Love talking to him, brilliant guy. By the way, also had made use of Eric and Pia's work on gauge theory and economics, originally, and won, I believe, the breakthrough prize. I can't remember exactly what, but partially, credit some of the work that he did, which appears, there's a footnote to Pia Milani's thesis and some conversations with Eric, I think, in it. Anyway, getting back to that, why is there not the same skepticism? Is it because Maldacena, who's an eminent physicist, obviously, has published, realistic work and done. What about Witten? Witten gets a pass. I mean, if you
Witten gets a pass on which aspect? The string theory?
Yeah, the M theory is correct. I mean, let me just say Hawking. Hawking gets a pass. Hawking would say things like M theory. There's zero evidence for it. I mean, there's the famous meme that went around this weekend, like, what has string theory predicted? And it's nothing. And by the way, that's actually wrong. I talked to Kamran, and you talked to Kamran. Kamran says that string theory does make predictions. It predicts the mass of the electron lies between 10 to the minus 1 Planck mass and 10 to the minus 30 Planck mass. Okay, whatever, or electron.
It's a big range.
It's a huge range. Imagine Kamran comes up, and again, he's just some nobody, but he actually, he doesn't have a profile, he's not a Harvard, has 0 H index or whatever Eric's is. Why do we not in other words, why are we more harsh on people that are trying?
The answer to that. So I get a million emails, just like you said, yourself, where they provenize, in my world, as artificial intelligence. The equivalence of that is I figured out how to build consciousness, how to engineer intelligence, how to
you should send your emails to me, and I'll send my emails to you.
And we'll reply to you. I mean, I don't want to sort of mock this, because I think it's very possible that there is either kernels of interesting ideas, or in the whole, there is geniuses out there that are unheard, but because there's so much noise, you do have to weigh higher the Ed Wittens of the world when they make statements. And that's why you build up a track record. As you said with Ray Dalio, you have to show that you can like if you're Pollock and you show us a painting of a bunch of chaos, you have to, and this is a bad example probably because he probably never showed this book.
He could do, right?
Yeah. It's much more comforting to see that they can paint a good, an accurate picture of still life, of an apple on the table. So there's
meteorite,
because then there's something about the scientific community that they have perhaps an oversensitive bullshit sensor to where they're not going to give the full effort of their attention if you don't have the track record. Now, you could say that's a kind of club that only you have to have 10, you have to have this. Yes, that exists, but there's some aspect in which you have to play the game a little bit to get the machine of science going. Otherwise, if you're always saying, well, I have my ball and I don't want to play your game sucks, then nobody's going to want to play with you.
That's true. And look, inherent in all this is an underlying grandiosity. Look, how could you talk about doing what Cox said on here and elsewhere? You know, we're looking for the umbilical cord that connects our universe to another universe that will then reveal in a 1-inch equation that will surely win a Nobel Prize, the mind of God.
That's like a prerequisite, I guess, to tackle these questions.
I think it's detrimental. I think doing that, first of all, I think there's an element of almost snarkiness because none of these scientists are believing, Gnostics, or they're not theists, right? So they're using it as kind of a stand-in. And they always talk about Einstein, and he was like a Spinozan, and he wasn't,
God doesn't play that. Einstein's mentions of God, yeah.
Yeah, and then Stephen Hawking says if when we get an M theory understood, we'll know the mind of God. That's the title of Kaku's book, The God Particle, The God Equation. Do any of them really believe in God? No, is that a prerequisite? No, I'm not saying that. But the point being, you're talking about something that has to do with God, right? I mean, where else do you go from there? I mean, I think God for now enjoys a little bit more, kind of PR than Elon or Joe or whatever, right? So like, it's, God's got a pretty good, H index himself.
He has by the way, a Twitter account, just so you know, it's pretty good.
Tweets of God.
Yeah.
That's right. So if you look at that, you have to go in there. Again, you have to go with some swagger. You have to have a little bit of arrogance, but you should, I agree, mix with a little bit of humility. So he's doing something. He comes from outside of academia. Now, if he rails against Eric, I'm talking about Eric, if he's just railing like, the system, and I'm not going to publish it because F that, and that's only created by greedy journals, I don't think he's doing himself any favors. On the other hand, if he's shopping it, if he's talking it, if he's willing to expose it to criticism and to even embrace people who may not have the purest intentions, perhaps, but in the sense of like they're not arguing solely to get to the truth with a capital T. What they're trying to do is take down Eric. Hopefully those people aren't out there. But on the other hand, looking at what Eric does for other people, looking at the fact that he has courtesy, he will look at Wolfram, he will look at Lacey, who's one of his closest friends. I mean, he calls him his
nemesis.
Nemesis, right. Yeah. I think that's interesting that they're loving friends.
I really enjoyed that Portal conversation with Gary Lacey. Eric is torn about that conversation because I guess because of the nemesis of the beautiful dance of minds playing these ideas of theories of everything.
Some of these things, so fundamentally, now I might disagree with him, Eric, on a different aspect, which is the only one I'm capable of. But let me say one thing, which is experimental. But let me say one thing. I understand probably a third of what Eric's talking about with GU. I understand, GR. I understand mathematics. I understand some group theory, fiber ball. I can get a little of it, the H theory. But I also understand what I don't understand. And I understand that there are people like Witten, Aldacena, Nima, other people that can understand it. And they're not trying to understand. Sabina, she can understand it. She makes all these, I don't understand it. I don't want to understand it. I don't have time. And then she makes a music video, kind of mocking Eric and Steven and Garrett. Yeah. I'm like, you have time to do it. And I love Sabina, and I've actually promoted my show on her. And I love her, and she's doing a wonderful job. But you have a video that you said yourself takes 8 weeks to produce from start to finish, and you couldn't have spent 30 minutes, 2 hours. I had Brian Keating of them as an experimental cosmologist, and I have enough to say, like, this is interesting. It's part of the Assayer project, and it actually, I shouldn't say that there are no people. They're very serious. Louis Gal, Alvarez Gomez at SUNY Stony Brook, Simon Center for Geometrical Physics. So he and I are running this seminar. Hopefully this summer, we're going to reenact the famous Shelter Island conferences in 1900s, where Feynman got together and they calculated the Lamb shift. But what did that feature? The harmony, the resonant minds behind the best experimentalists in cosmology, particle physics, condensed matter physics is now teaching us tremendous things about lower dimensional systems that can be applied. Theorists and experimentalists, observers, cosmologists, astronomers, we all will get together, and we're just going to do it out of a spirit of love. But if it's just like, oh, this guy's like a loud man, I don't have time for that. I really don't. I don't think it's an interesting way to spend my time.
There's an aspect that I hope to see, and it goes back to our sort of discussion about Joe Rogan. I do hope to see sort of love and humility in the presentation. Like, let go of this kind of fear of your ideas being stolen and the ego that's inherent to the scientific pursuit. And now that everybody's established and known entities, let go of that a little bit so we can explore and celebrate ideas. I would love to see more of that. Just because you're saying, especially with these big ideas of theories of everything.
This isn't talking tales out of school, but he has made claims that I fundamentally disagree with, in terms of he's had this Twitter baiting, loving trolling of Elon. Why are you spending all this money to get to Mars? We should be spending money on interdimensional travel, and we can unlock it. And I said to him, and he makes the point, that the atomic theory, that unleashed the nuclear age, and that could lead to planetary destruction. But I make the point, pushing back with love on him, and I said, look, nobody looked into the equations. Like Fermi didn't look into all these equations of unification, which still doesn't exist, by the way. We spend all this time, Lex, and I don't know why it is. It's a phenomenon purely in theoretical physics. People are looking for the toe, and they're overlooking the gut. In other words, they're spending all this time in the theory of everything, the God equation. And there's this gut that unifies the three stronger forces. We don't have a single theory for that. And people like Glashow, they've tried and failed at it.
Yeah, for people who don't know, there's four forces, gut, grant, unification theories that unifies the three forces stuff. And I'm trying to get a shortcut to the theory of everything, which unifies the four. And then there's this whole thing that maybe quantum gravity is not even a thing. So, so we're trying to solve. We're trying to solve the puzzle of everything at the physics level, and then already before solving it, already saying once we solve it, here's going to be all the beautiful.
Or just level jumping again. Yeah, going to level 256.
10x. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I suppose you need that kind of ego, that confidence, that ambition in order to even have a chance.
It's the only two people in this book of 9 Nobel laureates who told me they don't have the imposter syndrome, or two theorists, Frank Wilczek and Sheldon Glashow. And, Frank is pretty interesting. And I know eventually we're going to talk about the meaning of life, but you talk about Frank. Frank invented this theory along with his advisor and a third person in the early 1970s, which from 1974-3 when he was at Princeton, all the way up until 2004 when he won the Nobel Prize, every day of his life, imagine this, Lex, you're going to have this startup, someone tells you you're going to win the lottery. You're going to win the lottery in 40 years. What becomes your singular focus in your life from now until the next 40 years?
Well, I'm not sure. Would it be winning a lottery, or if I'm so confident?
You're guaranteed to win a lottery.
Yeah.
Here's this wallet, Bitcoin wallet. It's going to guarantee to have as much money, stable coin, whatever. You're going to win it 40, but you have to wait 40 years. To me, you'll be surviving for the next 40 years. You wouldn't leave your house. You would go out in a bubble wrap hat. You wouldn't go out without 20 masks on, right? Your whole life would be consumed. Now imagine everyone's telling you you're going to win the Nobel Prize, which is bigger than the lottery. Many prizes are worth more than the Nobel Prize, and every person who wins a prize that's worth 3 times the money, like Malda saying that, he would trade the breakthrough prize for a Nobel Prize in a heartbeat. So these guys had to wait 40 years. Imagine the excruciating pain. What got him through it? He didn't feel like he didn't deserve it. Hell yeah, I earned it. He has that swagger. And what I'm looking for in this assay is to try to find ways that we can test stuff now, because I don't know if I'm going to be here in 40 years. Can we find shortcuts? Can we get shortcuts? What's called the low energy regime? And to me, that's what's interesting. Like, what can we do now? I don't care. Like, Isaac Newton came up with color theory, and he did something really interesting. Next time I come, I'll bring you some prisms. So what did he do? He took a white light, he took a prism from the sun, actually, put it through a slit, put it through a prism, and it made a beautiful rainbow, like you've seen. And then he took another prism, and he put it upside down, like, dark side of the moon, whatever. And the light went through the first prism, turned into a rainbow, and then the rainbow went into a prism and came out a white light. That's pretty cool. Then he took a popsicle stick or whatever, his pipe tobacco, and he put it in the beam, like blocked out the orange, and it didn't make white light come out. He showed like colors of synthesis. It's a combination. He didn't use like the Large Hadron Collider to do that. He used a very low energy experiment to prove a unification in his color physics and a different kind of color physics than chromodynamics. But nevertheless, can we find things like that? Are we spending way too much time and energy thinking about the future circular collider, which even if it gets built will cost $30 billion just to build? By the way, anytime now on, if I leave you with anything, anytime an experimental physicist tells you a number, always double it, maybe triple it.
How much is it going to cost
to operate it? So, like, do we build an aircraft carrier to build an aircraft carrier? Do we build a nuclear reactor, a semiconductor facility? And the rule of thumb that works pretty well in project management is it costs about 10% per year to operate a given object of sufficient complexity. And in this case, so in 10 years, it'll cost double the cost. So never believe a number, whether it's from our mutual friend Harry or whoever. Don't believe the number, double it, and then say, is it worth it? And so building a solar system size accelerator, even if it were possible, do we have to do that? Or can we use these two 30 solar mass objects colliding together to test the number of large extraspatial dimensions? Can we do that? People are working on it. I think it's fascinating.
So focus on building detectors,
experiments
that, like, where the cosmos is part of the experiment, I suppose. That's doing the hard work. Because when you're saying low energy regime, because for some of these, especially big questions like theories of everything, you need some high energy events. And so somehow figure out how the high energy events that are already happening out there, how to leverage them to understand here on Earth.
So one of the alternative theories of cosmology that is not singular, quantum gravitation requiring, as the Big Bang and inflation are these bouncing models. Some of them feature a similar kind of entity called a quantum field. And that quantum field, in the initial stages of the universe of our current, after the bounce, which is not a singularity, it compresses to a classical kind of rebound, and the universe starts expanding. During that process, the expansion is governed by what's called a scalar field, of which we only know one that exists. That's called the Higgs boson. Higgs is a scalar fundamental particle, fundamental field. That field then later does double duty, and it becomes dark energy. So it solves two problems. And I'm not saying it's correct, we don't know yet. But are there observations of, and so dark energy is manifest today. It's manifest in properties we see in supernova explosions, et cetera, et cetera. We see the effects of accelerating universe caused by presumably dark energy. Is dark energy a constant, or does it vary? That has to vary in order for this theory to be true, because that eventually has to decay so that the universe can not support itself and collapse again classically. So we could use low energy phenomena. It's hard to think of supernova as being a low energy phenomenon, but we use that as a tracer of the cosmic expansion field and see, does it change or is it a constant? That's an example of a low energy limit to prove a high energy phenomenon like this collapsing universe in the cyclic model.
Speaking of things that cost a lot but are super exciting,
page 2.
No, we'll wrap it up. No, there's more than page 2. What do you think this is? This is
Louis de Broglie's thesis was 3 pages long, and he won the Nobel Prize for the wave particle development.
So, size matters in different dimensions in life. I think the lessons I've learned about life is the shorter the paper, or the shorter the thesis. Actually, the shorter the paper. Some of the greatest papers ever written are short. I feel like some of the best ideas in this world, not to sound like a contradiction of Feynman, a contradiction on top of a contradiction, but it could be written on a napkin, honestly. It just kind of it tells you something about ideas. What are your thoughts about the James Webb Space Telescope. Is this, as somebody who likes telescopes, and this is one of the, I think it says, it took 20 years to build, $9.7 billion. Is that way too much, too little? Are you excited about this thing?
It's sufficiently different from what I do in my field that it's incredibly interesting to me because it's I have no horse in that race, and so I'm not competing with them for time or money or resources or people or whatever. So I can purely be an advocate and an aficionado of science. It is in some sense the successor to Hubble. It will do things that Hubble can't do. It will also may or may not have the impact on a visceral kind of artistic level that Hubble had. What are some of the most iconic things that Hubble did? The Hubble Ultra Deep Field, the pillars of creation, storms and imaging of these twisted deep sky galaxies. Those resonated with the public.
Just visually, they're beautiful.
Visually, yeah. When you look at these images, the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, you'll maybe put that in. You'll show every speck of light except for one. 4,000 blobs of light. There's one star in our galaxy. The rest are galaxies. Now that image is less than 1/10 of your fingernail held out at arm's length. It contains 4,000 galaxies. So now you can figure out how many galaxies there are in the whole sky just by seeing how long does it take you to move your fingernail over the whole sky. So we have a couple of hours. No, so it comes out to be, that's how we get 500 billion or more galaxies. Now, it's not exact to the galaxy, but it's a good order of magnitude estimate, maybe even better. Hubble produced that, and it was basically serendipitous. They pointed to some dark, blank piece of sky, what they thought was blank, and they saw it. Same thing that happened with the CMB. They didn't find. Same thing they found when they were looking for the deceleration of the universe and found it was accelerating. So what I hear is that we don't know what we're going to discover. I never think that's a good idea to spend billions of dollars on something. Like, you should have some guaranteed low-hanging fruit, and then there should be swinging for the fences. And I think in this case, it was really everything is swinging for the fences because it's kind of a single point failure. If that telescope, which is this origami construction of 22 hexagonal panels that have to unfold properly and then orient themselves 1,000,000 miles from Earth beyond the Earth-Moon distance by a factor of 4, and still transmit telecommunication back to the Earth, get solar energy, keep it away from the sun. You don't look through the telescope of the sun with your remaining good eye. And you do that, and you cover. It's going to be phenomenal. For science, for sure, if it works. There are a lot of people think, it's so risky. NASA sunk so much of their budget. It ate up, and what if it does fail? I mean, there's no guarantee. Yes, it's insured, but so what? You're not going to get back those 20 years of people. Well, let's start building it again. Like, they didn't build 2 copies of it.
And then if it fails, it kind of has a dampening effect on the prospects and the inspiration of the public for what science can do, what science engineering can do out in space.
It will make a huge impact scientifically. Let's hope for the best. Let's assume it does succeed. It's launched in a couple weeks. And when it does, it will transform our understanding of, we just discovered not only like extrasolar planets that have moons on them and asteroid belt. We discovered an extrasolar planet in another galaxy. This will be able to see crazy stuff like that, spectroscopy, imaging. But it'll be able to go back farther in time, such that we will be doing cosmology. Like Hubble did some cosmology. I measured the Hubble constant. That was its key project when it was designed and launched. But because it is the optical telescope is sensitive to more close-in redshift, so shorter distances. Now James Webb is much higher redshift. It can probe the darker, deeper, distant universe.
Okay, let's talk about not the distant universe, but our neighboring planets. First, I got to ask you about the moon. So there's a piece of the moon on this table that you've given me that we didn't have to pick up, that arrived here. So how did a piece of the moon arrive here on Earth?
So this chunk of the moon, if it were delivered by the Apollo and NASA missions, you and I would be guilty of a felony right now because it's illegal to own pieces of the moon collected by the Apollo astronauts. So don't even joke about that when you go over to Houston. This piece of moon rock was delivered via the old-fashioned way by gravity. So this was a chunk of the moon, which is blasted off because the moon gets bombarded by asteroids and meteoroids. Some of them eject material from the surface of the moon into space. And it will then orbit the the common moon Earth system, and it will then eventually enter our atmosphere. And if the piece is large enough and the trajectory is proper, it can land intact. And this one landed a few 100 grams worth, and they sliced it up. And then it was delivered via U.S. Postal Service to my house. So you can buy these pieces. And actually, you can buy a piece of Mars. You can buy a piece of Mars delivered by the same route. Now, what's so interesting about that? Well, if a piece of Mars can get here, a piece of Earth can get there, some piece of Earth has some life forms on it, it could get there, and if that can happen in our solar system, it could happen throughout the galaxy. So I'm actually not of the opinion that there is life elsewhere in the universe, at least technological life that we can see. I see this look of horror on your face. I view it, I am personally extremely pessimistic, would be extremely surprised.
I'm curious by the transition, because you just said that life could have arrived from Mars or like from planet to planet, but because of the meteorite striking it and so on.
Yeah.
And then you went to, you don't think there might be life out there in the universe? Technological life, advanced intelligent civilizations. Okay. Okay. So go on.
So that's a generalization of what the famous astronomer Fred Hoyle called, I know this is a PG-13 podcast, it's called panspermia. Panspermia. And
beat that out.
Yeah, please. And that's the exchange of genetic life form material from other reaches on Earth, which explains the origin of life on Earth, but not the origin of life itself, which I think is a much grander mystery and much more interesting. How did life get here? And we've talked with many eminent people about that. Like I had that much, but just thinking about the reverse process. Let's say life started on the Earth somehow, and then made its way out into the universe. Is there enough time for whatever material went from Earth via panspermic direction, spraying the love gun out into the universe? Did that then have enough time to incubate and go onto a planet that could support it? Certainly not within our solar system, which traveling at the meteorite speeds would require hundreds of millions of years. Then looking at the evolutionary history from bacteria to Bach, from rocks to Rachmaninoff. I can do this all day.
Oh wow, that's pretty good.
How do you get from those very simple inanimate objects to life? I just simply think there's not enough time for Earth to seed life, technological life throughout the galaxy. I don't think there's any evidence for that.
But so you really think that the origin of life on Earth is a really special event?
Yeah, if it did originate on Earth. My question for those that search for life outside the Earth is, what if you had a letter from God? And the letter said, life didn't originate on Earth. Like, would you choose a different profession? Like, it would seem hopeless. Like, in other words, we only have a sample of one. In fact, we only know of one conscious life form on one planet that has life on it, right? What if you knew for sure it didn't start here? That means that, there's almost nothing about Earth that is originated. It didn't originate the life process. So, study purely the origin of life, not life itself. I think that's so fascinating. But how can we learn about, the origin of remember, you have to go from inanimate object to living object, whatever that definition of life is. And I'm not an expert in many definitions, Max, Sarah, many different definitions. But how do you actually go from inanimate to animate? It's a huge question.
Yeah, but then you don't have to be the place where life originated to replicate the origin or to that's one way to understand something is to build it, but another way is to just observe it. You don't have to truly re-engineer from scratch. So but then yes, if it didn't originate on Earth, then your intuitions about basic prerequisites of life are off.
What's the governing principle, right?
Like, what is, and then you could have just almost an arbitrary number of possible, like, if life didn't start on Earth. To me, that's exciting because it's like we know even less than we thought. The thing is, it can prosper on Earth, though.
Yeah.
So maybe the origin of life is fundamentally different from the maintenance of life.
Right. And maybe the existence of the Earth-life symbiosis is critical. I think Sarah, and you talked about Sarah Walker, that it's a planetary phenomenon, et cetera, et cetera. So doesn't that make it less life? In other words, not only do you need special life conditions to create life, but then it's the sustenance of life, as you say, that also has to be maintained under very specific circumstances by very specific planets and with very specific tectonic activity and moon. And by the way, you need a Jupiter nearby, you need an Earth and a moon system so that you don't get bombarded too early. And I always think like this, like technological life. I haven't said this before, really, so I'm just speaking. I usually like to write down before I say things. But one of the things I thought about.
Somebody hosts a podcast should probably accept the fact that you're going to say stupid things every once in a while.
Not every once in a while. Every while. I claim that, to get to sending, people to the moon, our planet needed whales and dinosaurs, right? Like, you don't make a solar panel from another solar panel. Like, you made a solar panel from a factory that melted down glass, silica, aluminum, extruded that using fossil fuels. Where do those fossil fuels come from? Like, so any civilization that's going to be a Dyson, Kardashev, did they have dinosaurs? Like, did they have prebiotic life? Did they have a great oxygenation event? Did they have a dimorphism between prokaryotic, eukaryotic? All those hurdles, let's say there's 8 hurdles, and each one of those has a probability of 1 in 1,000 to go from, eukaryotic, prokaryotic, whatever. Let's say there's a 1 in 1,000 chance. I think it's like 1 in 10 to the 40th or whatever, if you really do. But let's say first generous nature, 1 in 10 to the 3. Let's say there's 8 of those hurdles. That means you have 10 to the 24th power, different possibility, and that's just with 8. Like, the moon has to be there, Jupiter has to be there, dinosaurs have to be there, all the different things that we have to get to technological life. There's only 10 to the 22nd, we think, planets in the observable universe, not the galaxy. So that's 100 times fewer than the probability to get 100% clearing these 8 very low hurdles of 1 in 1,000.
That's fascinating, because now I really need to listen to your conversation with Lee Cronin, who I believe you had, because he believes the opposite.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I'm gonna have a debate with him.
He believes that the way biology evolved on Earth could have evolved almost an infinite number of other ways. So, like, if you ran Earth over and over and over, you would keep getting life, and it would be very different. So, it's the fact that our particular life seems unique is just like, well, because every freaking life is going to seem unique, but it'll be very different. It's not like we shouldn't be asking the question of what's the likelihood of getting a human-like thing. Because that seems to be super special. It's more like, how easy is it to make anything that has the skills of a human? And I don't mean like something with thumbs, but achieving basically a technological civilization. And according to Lee, at least, it's trivial.
I know. I fought a little bit. I'd love to debate him. I think it'd be a lot of fun, because we debate with love. When I talk with Lee, I love him, and he loves me, I think. But let me ask you a question. I asked this of him and Sarah on the Clubhouse. So what do you think would happen the next day? Let's say we discovered life. It's Proxima Centauri B. It looks just like slime mold, like you got in your brie cheese or whatever. We discovered it. What would happen? And they were like, oh, this would be transformative. Total Andrew about this. But I said, I don't think anything would happen. What are you talking about? It's transformational. I'm like, I stipulate that life exists. Go down to like the river, I'm in San Diego. Go down to the Pacific Ocean, scoop up a glass, you're gonna find life in there. And what are we doing? What are we doing to our Earth? We're destroying it callously. We're like pumping crap into there. Like, we had this toxic waste spill a couple months ago in San Diego. I couldn't go to the beach. Let me take it a step further. You know how many people, I'm sorry, that you do know, but how many people died in the 20th century? Killed. These are advanced civils. This isn't slime mold. We kill, we maim, we harm, we hurt, we hate. I don't think anything would happen the next day. We go back to what we had. And I said, if that weren't proof enough, life has been discovered at least 2 or 3 times just in my professional career. Once in 1996, these Allen Land Hills meteorites in Antarctica, this microbial respiration processes. Still, we don't know. It was a press conference held by Bill Clinton on the White House lawn that's featured in the movie Contact, repurposed for that movie. And then there's this phosphorus life, this toxic life in the pools of Mono Lake. Many extremophiles. Crap. We continue to. So why are we thinking that like our salvation? From whence will our salvation come, as the Bible says? Like, it's not going to change how we are. It's not going to magnify how I treat you or you treat me. And we're pretty knowledgeable people, you and I, compared to, lay people.
Okay, that's interesting. It's a really interesting argument. I wonder if you're right, but my intuition is I can maybe present a different argument that you can think about in the realm of things you care about even deeper, which is like what happens once we figure out the origins of the universe. Like, how would that change your life? I would say there are certain discoveries that even in their very idea will change the fabric of society. I tend to see if there's definitive proof that there's life, and the more complex, the more powerful that idea is elsewhere. That I'm not exactly sure how it will change society, because it's such a slap in the face. It's such a humbling force, or maybe not. Or maybe it's a motivator to say, I don't know which force would take over. Maybe it would be governments with military start to think like, well, how do we kill it? If there's a lot of life out there, how do we create defenses?
How do we extract it? Or
mine it for benefits?
I mean, I just see there's 100 million little counterexamples of that. I mean, right now there's like 700 million kids in poverty, and how do we go about our life and just not deal with that? I mean, I put it aside. I eat hamburgers, and in 100 years I'll be canceled for being a carnivore or whatever. But so obviously to get through life, you have to make certain compromises. You're not going to think about certain things. But I just think there is a sort of wish fulfillment. Like every time there's a water, why are we going to Mars and digging and flying this cool ass helicopter? We're looking for water. Stipulate that water was there. I believe there was water. I think we should investigate and see what the geology was like.
But don't you think? So you're saying?
I don't think you're going to get meaning from it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not worth doing. I'm just saying there's a wish fulfillment aspect that people will find meaning for life from science.
Okay, but there's a complicated line here. What if it's this intelligent civilization living, obviously probably not on Mars, but somewhere in a neighboring galaxy that we in a neighboring star system that we discover? Don't you think that a profound change in meaning?
I mean, I guess again, I assume that because of this panspermia process or whatever, that the probability is much, much greater than zero. I mean, it's not 100%, but it's much likelier than not that at least some living material from Earth has ejaculated itself into the solar system, into the universe, right? To our galaxy.
Beat that, please. As well.
That's right. So the fact that could happen, and that you're holding a piece, from a planetary body, and one that couldn't support life, as far as we know. But I can give next time, if you play nice and you come on my podcast someday, I will give you a tiny chunk of Mars. So Mars theoretically could support stuff, right? So I believe that there could be remnants of Earth in this. So that means there could be evolution. I don't think there's any chance that there's people using iPhones and having podcasts and stuff.
No, there's some chance though, right?
I think obviously the simple statement to say it's much higher probability that life exists than technological life exists, right? I don't think we can argue that. It doesn't mean it's forbidden. Again, I'm not saying any of this is forbidden, not worth studying, not interesting.
It's a likelihood thing.
Yeah, and to answer I think you're wise to push back and what does it matter what I'm doing? And I like to think about that, because it's what is the value of what you're doing? You have to answer that question, or else at the end of your life you'll have these existential, kind of crises. Right, so when I think about who I am, part of my identity is answering and asking scientific questions. For me, though, there is a religious kind of undercurrent that does undergird, in some sense, this quest. Again, I'm not a practicing. I'm not wearing yarmulke. I'm not full on into my birth religion, Judaism. But at the same token, I think, as one of the things Einstein did say is that religion without science is blind or is lame, and science without religion is lame. It's blind and lame. Anyway, the point is that you can't get meaning, from just knowing facts. Wikipedia knows more than all of us will ever know, right? It has no wisdom. Wisdom, it means sapient. The word wisdom in Latin is sapient. When we are wise. And by the way, do you know our real name is Homo sapiens sapiens. So it's man who knows that he knows. Do you know what he knows? Do you know what the knowing is? It's that he's going to die. We're the only creatures that know that we are going to die. We don't know when we're going to die. But like, you know, I have a cat, a fierce attack cat. It's beautiful. She doesn't know I'm just gonna die. It doesn't mean I'm more valuable.
The survival instinct is fundamentally different from like the knowledge of death, and that's where the Ernest Becker comes in with the terror of death, and that's a creative force that seems to be more feature than bug about the human condition. Is that I mean, it's a gift of knowing our own mortality. To me, I mean, that's why, you know, I agree with you in some sense in terms of the aliens not being a thing that solves all mysteries. That's why, you know, my love has always been the human mind, so understanding who we are, what the hell are we, and I think your love has been an echo of that, which is, where do we come from?
Yeah.
Or basically, as cheesy as it sounds, you know, Michio Kaku is a word of words. If you can just like enjoy the, you know,
he speaks in complete. He's like Sam Harris of Cosmos. He speaks in complete paragraphs,
but like also unapologetically. He says, you know, we will know God, or we will know the mind of God, or whatever the quotes, those kinds of things. That's exciting. That physics might be able to find equations that unlock our origins at the very core, and like the fabric of it all too, not just our origins. You know, what's up? You know, what's at the beginning. Something tells me we're too dumb to truly understand what's at the beginning. But
I think we should be humble in that way. I mean, again, another thing is, you know, you ever hear the saying, like, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps or bonobos or whatever? I share, like, probably more than that. You know, sometimes I wish we shared, like, 100%. Like, that would be so much more interesting. Like, oh, well, there's 50% of a fruit fly or banana. Like, no. There's something, but that should make us feel more precious. And I almost feel like discovering life on another planet, whatever solar system, would cause a diminution of humanity. Like, the one thing I do hold fast to from religion, I don't know where I am with God. Like, do I believe in God? I think that's an unanswerable question. But I have some thoughts about it. But by the same token, I think the one thing I do get from religion is that every human has infinite worth, because we are, in religious capacity, considered to be equal to God. In other words, we are gods, not to be like, you know, but we can contemplate what God did. We have aspects of God. We have free will. God had free will. If he exists, I can't prove that God exists. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any credit for believing in God.
This is interesting. I mean, this like I'm talking to Einstein here, but let me ask anyway.
Can you clip that for my clips, John?
For somebody who's looking at the young universe, at the early universe, and are talking about God and are agnostic, who do you think is God?
So I thought you had just like one of the best podcasts with Sam Harris this past summer. And one of the things I liked about that conversation is he talked a lot about happiness and meditation. And he said something that's really resonated with me. I've been working around and trying to work on it my own way. He said, like, you can never be happy. You can only become happy. And I'm trying to take it a little bit further than that, because I think it's interesting. Like, meditation is like, you're not like, oh, I'm happy, and now like, oh, my kid came in, now I'm not happy. They're like, no, like, you can be satisfied. Kurt Vonnegut said, like, you ever catch this? Sometimes, Lex, you're like walking around, you're like, life is freaking amazing. Like, I'm happy. And Kurt Vonnegut said, you should say to yourself every time that happens, like a little mantra, like, if this isn't goodness, if this isn't happiness, nothing is. Just remind yourself how awesome it is every breath, everything that you do when you make an impact. Even some of the bad stuff that happens, good. It's good. So Sam said that, and it made me think, because I was like, well, what does it really mean to be happy? Because like I can think of about 2 or 3 ways that right now I could double my happiness. Like win the lottery or whatever. Like I can double my happiness. There's only a few ways though, right? Like I had this kind of thought, like how many boats can you water ski behind? Like you had twice as many followers. Now you got 2 million followers, 5 million, whatever. It doesn't do anything. It's called the hedonic treadmill. Like once you get to a certain level, it takes a lot more, change, followers, money, impact, women, whatever you want to make you have one more quanta of happiness, right? On the other hand, this is a concept from entropy. I can make your life miserable in an infinite number of ways. In other words, there's more space to make your life unhappy than happy. And so I thought about that in the context of what Sam said about happiness. So it's sort of like, yeah, it's an expression of entropy. And that what you should be doing in life is doing that which will cause you devastation if it goes away. Because those are the things that are where you're reducing entropy. Like a kid, like anyone who's a parent knows instantly what I'm talking about. Like how to make your life a billion times worse. But there's no way to make your life a billion times better. And so thinking about that, now turning it to the question of God's existence, I feel like there's no way that you can believe in God, to misquote Sam, but there's ways that you can become a believer in God. In other words, you could increase the Bayesian confidence level that there is some, and let's not call it God because it's a freighted term. Let's just call it some infinite source of goodness or our beautiful power in the universe, right? Simple things can do that. You can increase your credulity in the goodness of life. And we have this bias as humans towards negativity bias, well-known fact. So what I want to do is let's call God good, right? That's where it comes from. God good. Same words in German. And when we think about what is good, let's do those things that would devastate us. And a lot of that could be relationships. And there's a powerful concept from network theory, which is that, the number of connections in a network, I'm just saying, if you're on it, it grows as the square of the elements in the matrix in the number, right? So you think of a matrix with n people, person 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's 4 other people. There's 16 different pairs, but half of them overlap. The diagonal is where you know each other, you know yourself. But that still grows as n squared. So those connections increase and decrease, right? And you ever have 2 friends that are fighting and you're kind of upset, even though you're not fighting with either one of them? So a network grows like that. So you want to increase your network as much as possible, but only the kind of high quality interstices between them. And I think in doing so, you make yourself fragile, not anti-fragile. And I think that is where purpose and maybe approaching some notion of God can come from.
So that is a source of meaning, maximizing the goodness in life, and the way you know it's good is if it's taken away, it will devastate you.
That's one way. Think about your brand, your business, your spouse, your kids. I mean, parents can't contemplate. I've known parents that have. Jim Simons, here's a perfect example. He's one of my oldest friends and mentors. He is one of the richest people on earth. Gulfstream, mega yacht. This is all documented. The books about it. He lost 2 sons as adults. And I hear people say, I'm so jealous of Jim Simons. Would you take everything? I don't know where he has that strength. And his wife, Marilyn, and his first wife, Barbara. I'm not like that. But some people are. There are angels that walk among us. And, there's this famous part, it's like, God, there's an old saying that, one of the hardest tests there are in life is to be given a lot of money. And you see it, happens with, lawyers, people in the lottery or whatever, or NFL football players after their career's over, they're broke, right? And I was just like, God, please test me with money, that'd be great. But in reality, you should never say, I want what X person has, unless you're willing to take everything. And you'll find you won't want to take everything.
Yeah, I think a lot about the altering effects of fame, of money, of power on people. It blinds people. And I wonder about that for myself, because it seems like in themselves, these are definitely not the goals. I'm pretty much afraid. I'm not desirous, and I'm definitely afraid of each of those things. Money, fame, and power. But it seems the dreams I have as consequences can often have these things. And I'm really afraid of becoming something that would disappoint me when I was younger, that I wouldn't recognize. Because change happens gradually.
But are you using yourself as the as the touchstone, to use the assay, like, what is your rubric to a prize if you have lived up to that 12-year-old, whatever-year-old Lex? Like, how will you know or not know if you've let yourself down? Or, like, I always think, live to impress yourself. Like, I don't care if I have followers. Like, it's nice or whatever, but it's hedonic, and it's just never-ending, because you'll always see the next level. But I think it's pretty damn cool that, like, I've gotten to go to these places, the South Pole, and I've done these things, and I've made a family, and I'm able to teleport my values into the future through my children, and I've had ideological children that I've... So by what metric, have you not already, A, impressed yourself, and B, could you let yourself down? I don't want to turn yourself to therapist.
I should think so with psychology. For me, I'm very much just never... I'm highly self-critical. So I'm never happy with what I've done, but I'm always happy in the way that you describe, which is that the Vonnegut thing, where you just often during the day, I will feel, I don't know, I just remember just eating beef jerky and being truly happy. That was just last night, and I have that all the time, and that to me is why, that feels to me like a healthy way to live life, and at least for me, it's the one I really enjoy. A lot of people tell me that maybe being so self-critical, so hard on yourself is not a good way to go, but more and more as I get older, I realize it's just who I am. You have to a certain point accept this is how I'm always going to be, this self-critical.
It's like the Oracle of Delphi, right? You know thyself. But I want to leave you with one last thing, it's just to say, just on this topic, it could be different, right? We could go down to the ocean and get some krill instead of the 7-Eleven. It could be that we have no other taste buds, and Eric's talked about the 4 dimensions of the vibration of your tongue, right? It could be like there's one, and it's just like not Memphis barbecue, whatever you like in your Slim Jim. It could be something. It could be very boring. Similarly, what if that's a clue? Like, what if that's giving us evidence? Here's another clue. There are many animals. Most animals have single monocolor vision. They only see in black and white intensity. They only have rods and no cones. We could be like that, but we're not. Why is that not a clue? God's not going to hit you over the head and say here I am, because then everybody would believe in him. And there's very simplistic. I've had debates even with famous atheists like Lawrence Krauss. He's self-declared militant atheist. And I was like, well, I don't believe in the same God you don't believe in. Some guy in a white beard in a chair. That's infantile. I gave that away a long time ago. But what if there are clues? What if Yang-Mills theory and Maxwell's equation? Those are beautiful. If you've ever seen expressed in tensor notation, Einstein's equations or Maxwell's equations, and then Maxwell's equations riding on Einstein's, it's unbelievably beautiful. It doesn't have to be that way. That we can comprehend it, that's a crack. Maybe that's where the light gets in. And the light is what reveals what's beautiful. So I don't believe in God. I think that's a stupid notion. Do I believe in God? Sometimes I joke, I wonder if God believes in me, more than if I believe in he needs Brian Keating, it's one of my friends is a rabbi. He's what would I be doing if I were God? Exactly what God's doing right now. You think I don't want a God? Give me a break.
Leaving clues of beauty for these hairless apes.
Yeah.
And to see what they do with this, and then marvel at both the tragedy of what those apes do to each other, and the rare moments of when they understand deeply about how the world works. Ryan, you're an incredible human being. I'm a big fan, and I'm really honored that you, first of all, shower me with rocks from the moon, from space, dust, and
crystals, magical crystals, healing crystals.
Yeah,
that you can use for good.
And tell me your story and spend your really valuable time with me today. This was amazing.
That was a great pleasure for me, Lex. Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Brian Keating. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Galileo Galilei. In questions of science, the authority of 1,000 is not worth the humble reasoning a single individual. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The vote until what, December 3rd or 4th? If you have a signature issue. Oh my God! It just why don't we just give people 4 years to vote? You got to do it right the first time. If you botch the signature, it gets thrown out. Well, why would you get 3.5 weeks to correct your signature? Jesus.
Right. Remember on the SAT, if you screw it up, you don't get another shot.
Well, the source of energy at the origin of life is the reaction between carbon dioxide and hydrogen. And amazingly, most of these reactions are exergonic, which is to say they release energy. If you have hydrogen and CO2, you put them together in a Vulcan tube and you warm it up to, say, 50 degrees centigrade and you put in a couple of catalysts and you shake it, nothing's going to happen. But thermodynamically, that is less stable. Two gases, hydrogen and CO2, is less stable than cells. What should happen is you get cells coming out. Why doesn't that happen is because of the kinetic barriers. It's because that's where you need the spark.
The following is a conversation with Nick Lane, a biochemist at University College London and author of some of my favorite books on biology, science, and life ever written, including his two most recent titled Transformer, The Deep Chemistry of Life and Death, and The Vital Question, Why is Life the Way It Is? This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Nick Lane. Let's start with perhaps the most mysterious, the most interesting question that we little humans can ask of ourselves. How did life originate on Earth?
You could ask anybody working on the subject, and you'll get a different answer from all of them. They will be pretty passionately held opinions, and they're opinions grounded in science. But they're still really, at this point, they're opinions, because there's so much stuff to know that all we can ever do is get a kind of a small slice of it, and it's the context which matters. So I can give you my answer. My answer is from a biologist. That has been missing from the equation over decades, which is, well, what does life do on Earth? What is it this way? Why is it made of cells? Why is it made of carbon? Why is it powered by electrical charges on membranes? There's all these interesting questions about cells that if you then look to see, well, is there an environment on Earth, on the early Earth, 4 billion years ago, that kind of matches the requirements of cells? Well, there is one. There's a very obvious one. It's basically created by whenever you have a wet, rocky planet, you get these hydrothermal vents, which generate hydrogen gas in bucket loads and electrical charges on kind of cell-like pores that can drive the kind of chemistry that life does. So it seems so beautiful and so obvious that I've spent the last 10 years or more experiments. It turns out to be difficult, of course. Everything's more difficult than you ever thought it was going to be. But it looks, I would say, more true rather than less true over that 10-year period. I think I have to take a step back every now and then and think, hang on a minute, where's this going? I'm happy it's going in a sensible direction. And I think then you have these other interesting dilemmas. I mean, I'm often accused of being too focused on life on Earth, too kind of narrow-minded and inward-looking, you might say. I'm talking about carbon, I'm talking about cells, and maybe you or plenty of people can say to me, yeah, but life can be anything, I have no imagination. And maybe they're right, but unless we can say why life here is this way, and if those reasons are fundamental reasons or if they're just trivial reasons, then we can't answer that question. So I think they're fundamental reasons, and I think we need to worry about them.
Yeah, there might be some deep truth to the puzzle here on Earth that will resonate with other puzzles elsewhere, that will, solving this particular puzzle will give us that deeper truth. So what to this puzzle, you said vents, hydrogen, wet. So chemically, what is the potion here? How important is oxygen? You wrote a book about this.
Yeah, and I actually just came straight here from a conference where I was chairing a session on whether oxygen matters or not in the history of life. Of course it matters, but it matters most at the origin of life to be not there. As I see it, we have this I mean, life is made of carbon, basically, primarily. Organic molecules with carbon-carbon bonds. And the building block, the Lego brick that we take out of the air or take out of the oceans is carbon dioxide. And to turn carbon dioxide into organic molecules, we need to strap on hydrogen. And so we need, and this is basically what life is doing. It's hydrogenating carbon dioxide. It's taking the hydrogen that bubbles out of the earth in these hydrothermal vents and it sticks it on CO2. And it's kind of really as simple as that. And actually, thermodynamically, the thing that I find most troubling is that if you do these experiments in the lab, the molecules you get are exactly the molecules that we see at the heart of biochemistry in the heart of life.
Is there something to be said about the earliest origins of that little potion, that chemical process? What really is the spark there?
There isn't a spark. There is a continuous chemical reaction. And there is kind of a spark, but it's a continuous electrical charge which helps drive that reaction.
So literally spark.
Well, a charge at least, but yes. I mean, a spark in that sense is... we tend to think of, in terms of Frankenstein, we tend to think in terms of electricity. At one moment you zap something, it comes alive. And what does that really mean? It's come alive, and now what's sustaining it? Well, we are sustained by oxygen, by this continuous chemical reaction. And if you put a plastic bag on your head, then you've got a minute or something before it's all over.
So some way of being able to leverage a source of energy.
Well, the source of energy at the origin of life is the reaction between carbon dioxide and hydrogen. And amazingly, most of these reactions are exergonic, which is to say they release energy. If you have hydrogen and CO2, you put them together in a Falcon tube and you warm it up to, say, 50 degrees centigrade and you put in a couple of catalysts and you shake it, nothing's going to happen. But thermodynamically, that is less stable. Two gases, hydrogen and CO2, is less stable than cells. What should happen is you get cells coming out. And so why doesn't that happen is because of the kinetic barriers, is because that's where you need the spark.
Is it possible that life originated multiple times on Earth? The way you describe it, you make it sound so easy.
There's a long distance to go from the first bits of prebiotic chemistry to, say, molecular machines like ribosomes.
Is that the first thing that you would say is life? Like if I introduce you to the two of you at a party, you would say that's a living thing?
I would say as soon as we introduce genes, information, into systems that are growing anyway, so I would talk about growing protocells. As soon as we introduce even random bits of information into there, I'm thinking about RNA molecules, for example. It doesn't have to have any information in it. It can be a completely random sequence. But if it's introduced into a system which is in any case growing and doubling itself and reproducing itself, then any changes in that sequence that allow it to do so better or worse are now selected by perfectly normal natural selection.
Well, it's a system...
So that's when it becomes alive, to my mind.
That's encompassed into like an object that keeps information and evolves that information over time, changes that information over time.
Yes, exactly.
In response to the...
So it's always part of a cell system from the beginning.
So is your sense that it started only once because it's difficult, or is it possible it started in multiple locations on Earth?
It's possible it started multiple occasions. There's two provisos to that. One of them is oxygen makes it impossible, really, for life to start. So as soon as we've got oxygen in the atmosphere, then life isn't going to keep starting over. So I often get asked by people, why can't we have life starting? If it's so easy, why can't life start in these vents now? And the answer is, if you want hydrogen to react with CO2 and there's oxygen there, hydrogen will react with oxygen instead. It just, you get an explosive reaction that way. It's rocket fuel. So it's never going to happen. But the other, for the origin of life earlier than that, all we know is that there's a single common ancestor for all of life. There could have been multiple origins and they all just disappeared. But there's a really interesting deep split in life between bacteria and what are called archaea, which look just the same as bacteria. And they're not quite as diverse, but nearly. And they are very different in their biochemistry. And so any explanation for the origin of life has to account as well for why they're so different and yet so similar. And that makes me think that life probably did arise only once.
Can you describe the difference that's interesting there? How they're similar, how they're different?
Well, they're different in their membranes primarily. They're different in things like DNA replication. They use completely different enzymes and the genes behind it for replicating DNA.
So they both have membranes, both have DNA replication.
Yes.
The process of that is different.
They both have DNA. The genetic code is identical in them both. The way in which it's transcribed into RNA, into the copy of a gene, and the way that that's then translated into a protein, that's all basically the same in both these groups. So they clearly share a common ancestor. It's just that they're different in fundamental ways as well. And if you think about, well, what kind of processes could drive that divergence very early on? I can think about this in terms of membranes, in terms of the electrical charges on membranes. And it's that makes me think that there were probably many unsuccessful attempts and only one really successful attempt.
Can you explain why the divergence makes you think there's one common ancestor? Okay, can you describe that intuition? I'm a little bit unclear about why the diverge, like the leap from the divergence means there's one. Do you mean like the divergence indicates that there was a big invention at that time?
Yes.
From one source?
If you got, as I imagine it, you have a common ancestor living in a hydrothermal vent. Let's say there are millions of vents and millions of potential common ancestors living in all of those vents, but only one of them makes it out first. Then you can imagine that cell is then going to kind of take over the world and wipe out everything else. And so what you would see would be a single common ancestor for all of life. But with, lots of different vent systems all kind of vying to create the first life forms, right?
So this thing is a cell. A single cell.
Well, we're always talking about populations of cells, but yes. These are single-celled organisms.
But the fundamental life form is a single cell, right? So so they're always together, but they're alone together.
Yeah.
There's a machinery in each one individual component that, if left by itself, would still work.
Yes. It's the unit of selection is a single cell. But selection operates over generations and changes over generations in populations of cells. So it would be impossible to say that a cell is the unit of selection in the sense that unless you have a population, you can't evolve, you can't change.
Right, but there was one Chuck Norris, it's an American reference, cell that made it out of the vents, right? Or like the first one.
So imagine then that there's one cell gets out and it takes over the world.
It gets out in the water, it's like floating around.
We're deep in the ocean somewhere.
Yeah.
But actually, two cells got out. And they appear to have got out from the same vent because they both share the same code and everything else. So unless we've got a million different common ancestors in all these different vents. So either they all have the same code and two cells spontaneously merge from different places, or two different cells, fundamentally different cells, came from the same place. So either way, what are the constraints that say not just one came out, or not 500,000 came out, but two came out? That's kind of a bit strange. So how did they come out? Well, they come out because what you're doing inside a vent is you're relying on the electrical charges down there to power this reaction between hydrogen and CO2 to make yourself grow. And when you leave the vent, you've got to do that yourself. You've got to power up your own membrane. And so the question is, well, how do you power up your own membrane? And the answer is, well, you need to pump. You need to pump ions to give an electrical charge on the membrane. So what do the pumps look like? Well, the pumps look different in these two groups. It's as if they both emerge from a common ancestor. As soon as you've got that ancestor, things move very quickly. And divergently. Why does the DNA replication look different? Well, it's joined to the membrane. The membranes are different. The DNA replication is different because it's joined to a different kind of membrane. So there's interesting, this is detail, you may say, but it's also fundamental because it's about the two big divergent groups of life on Earth that seem to have diverged really early on.
It all started from one organism, and then that organism started replicating the heck out of itself with some mutations in the DNA. So like there's some there's a competition through the process of evolution. They're not like trying to beat each other up. They're just trying to live.
They're just replicators.
Yeah. Well, let's not minimize their. Yeah. They're just trying to chill. They're trying to relax up in there's no sense of trying to survive. They're replicating.
I mean, there's no sense in which they're trying to do anything. They're just kind of an outgrowth of the earth, you might say.
Of course, the aliens would describe us humans in that same way.
They might be right.
Primitive life. It's just ants that are hairless, or mostly hairless. Overgrown ants. Okay. What do you think about the idea of panspermia? That the theory that life did not originate on Earth and was planted here from outer space, or pseudopanspermia, which is like the basic ingredients, the magic that you mentioned was planted here from elsewhere in space.
I don't find them helpful. That's not to say they're wrong. So pseudo-transpermia, the idea that the chemicals, the amino acids, the nucleotides are being delivered from space. Well, we know that happens. It's unequivocal that they're delivered on meteorites, comets, and so on. So what do they do next? That's, to me, the question. Well, what they do is they stock a soup. Presumably they land in a pond or in an ocean or wherever they land. And then you end up with a best possible case scenario is you end up with a soup of nucleotides and amino acids. And then you have to say, so now what happens? And the answer is, well, they have to go become alive. So how did they do that? You may as well say that a miracle happened. I don't believe in soup. I think that what we have in event is a continuous conversion, a continuous growth, a continuous reaction, a continuous converting the flow of molecules into more of yourself, I say, even if it's a small bit. So you've got a kind of continuous self-organization and growth from the very beginning. You never have that in a soup.
Isn't the entire universe and living organisms in the universe, isn't it just soup all the way down? Isn't it all soup?
No. I mean, soup almost by definition doesn't have a structure.
But soup is a collection of ingredients that are like randomly.
Yeah, but they're not random. They're not. I mean, we have chemistry going on here. We have membranes forming, which are effective oil-water interactions.
Okay, so it feels like there's a direction to a process, like a directed process.
There are directions to processes, yeah. And if you're starting with CO2 and you've got two reactive fluids being brought together and they react, what are they going to make? Well, they make carboxylic acids, which include the fatty acids that make up the cell membranes, and they form directly into bilayer membranes. They form like soap bubbles. It's spontaneous organization caused by the nature of the molecules. And those things are capable of growing and are capable, in effect, of being selected even before there are genes. We have this. So we have a lot of order, and that order is coming from thermodynamics, and the thermodynamics is always about increasing the entropy of the universe. But if you have oil and water and they're separating, you're increasing the entropy of the universe, even though you've got some order, which is the soap and the water are not miscible. To come back to your first question about panspermia properly, that just pushes the question somewhere else. That just, even if it's true, maybe life did start on Earth by panspermia. But so, what are the principles that govern the emergence of life on any planet? It's an assumption that life started here, and it's an assumption that it started in a hydrothermal vent, or it started in a terrestrial geothermal system. The question is, can we work out a testable sequence of events that would lead from one to the other one, and then test it and see if there's any truth in it? All right. With panspermia, you can't do any of that.
But the fundamental question of panspermia is, do we have the machine here on Earth to build life? Is the vent enough? Is oxygen and hydrogen and whatever the heck else we want, and some source of energy and heat, is that enough to build life? Or well, that's, of course you would say that as a human, but there could be aliens right now chuckling at that idea. Maybe you need some special sauce. Special sauce. Your sense is we have everything.
I mean, this is precisely the question. So I like to, when I'm talking in schools, I like to start out with the idea of we can make a time machine. We go back 4 billion years, And we go to these environments that people talk about. We go to a deep sea hydrothermal vent. We go to a kind of Yellowstone Park type place environment. And we find some slime that looks like it can be tested. It's made of organic molecules. It's got a structure which is not obviously cells, but is this a stepping stone on the way to life or not? Yeah. How do we know? Unless we've got an intellectual framework that says this is a stepping stone and that's not a step, we'd never know. We wouldn't know which environment to go to, what to look for, how to say this. So all we can ever hope for, because we're never going to build that time machine, is to have an intellectual framework that can explain step by step, experiment by experiment, how we go from a sterile inorganic planet to living cells as we know them. And in that framework, every time you have a choice, it could be this way or it could be that way. There's lots of possible forks down that road. Did it have to be that way? Could it have been the other way? And would that have given you life with very different properties? And so if you come up with it's a long hypothesis, because as I say, we're going from really simple prebiotic chemistry all the way through to genes and molecular machines. That's a long, long pathway. And nobody in the field would agree on the order in which these things happen, which is not a bad thing, because it means that you have to go out and do some experiments and try and demonstrate that it's possible or not possible.
It's so freaking amazing that it happened, though. It feels like there's a direction to the thing. Can you try to answer from a framework perspective of what is life? So you said there's some order, and yet there's complexity. So it's not perfectly ordered. It's not boring. There's still some fun in it. And it also feels like the processes have a direction through the selection mechanism. They seem to be building something always better, always improving. I mean, maybe that's a perception. That's our romanticization of things are always better. Things are getting better. We'd like to believe that.
I mean, you think about the world from the point of view of bacteria, and bacteria are the first things to emerge from whatever environment they came from, and they dominated the planet very, very quickly. And they haven't really changed. 4 billion years later, they look exactly the same.
So about 4 billion years ago, bacteria started to really run the show. Yeah. And then nothing happened for a while.
Nothing happened for 2 billion years. Yeah. Then after 2 billion years, we see another single event, origin, if you like, of our own type of cell, eukaryotic cells, so cells with a nucleus and lots of stuff going on inside. Another singular origin. It only happened once in the history of life on Earth. Maybe it happened multiple times and there's no evidence, everything just disappeared, but we have to at least take it seriously that there's something that stops bacteria from becoming more complex, because they didn't. That's a fact that they emerged 4 billion years ago, and something happened 2 billion years ago, but the bacteria themselves didn't change. They remain bacterial. So there is no necessary trajectory towards great complexity in human beings at the end of it. It's very easy to imagine that without photosynthesis arising or without eukaryotes arising, that the planet could be full of bacteria and nothing else.
We'll get to that, because that's a brilliant invention. And there's a few brilliant inventions along the way. But what is life? If you were to show up on Earth, but to take that time machine, and you said, asking yourself the question, is this a stepping stone towards life? As you step along, when you see the early bacteria, how would you know it's life? And then this is a really important question when you go to other planets and look for life. Like, what is the framework of telling the difference between a rock and a bacteria?
I mean, the question's kind of both impossible to answer and trivial at the same time, and I don't like to answer it because I don't think there is an answer. I think we're trying to describe the process.
There's no answer.
No, there is not. I mean, there's lots of at least 40 or 50 different definitions of life out there, and most of them are, well, obviously bad in one way or another. I mean, there's for example, I can never remember the exact words that people use, but there's a NASA working definition of life, which more or less says a system which is capable of self-sustaining system capable of evolution or something along those lines. And I immediately have a problem with the word self-sustaining because it's sustained by the environment. And I know what they're getting at. I know what they're trying to say, but I pick a hole in that. And there's always wags who say, but by that definition, a rabbit is not alive. Only a pair of rabbits would be alive because a single rabbit is incapable of copying itself. There's all kinds of pedantic, silly, but also important objections to any hypothesis. The real question is what is, we can argue all day, or people do argue all day about is a virus alive or not? And it depends on the content. Most biologists could not agree about that. So then what about a jumping gene, a retroelement, or something that is even simpler than a virus? But it's capable of converting its environment into a copy of itself. And that's about as close. This is not a definition, but this is a kind of a description of life, is that it's able to parasitize the environment, and that goes for plants as well as animals and bacteria and viruses, to make a relatively exact copy of themselves, informationally exact copy of themselves.
By the way, it doesn't really have to be a copy of itself, right? It just has to be, you have to create something that's interesting. The way evolution is, so it is an extremely powerful process of evolution, which is basically make a copy of yourself and sometimes mess up a little bit. Okay, that seems to work really well. I wonder if it's possible to
mess up big time.
Mess up big time as a standard, as the default.
It's called Hopeful Monster, and it doesn't work. In principle, it can. Actually, it turns out, I would say that this is due a re-emergence. There's some amazing work from Michael Levin. I don't know if you came across him, but if you haven't interviewed him, you should interview him.
Talking to him in a few days.
Oh, fantastic.
So I mentioned there's two people that Andre, if I may mention, Andre Kapati is a friend who's really admired in the AI community, said you absolutely must talk to Michael and to Nick. This, of course, I'm a huge fan of yours, so I'm really fortunate that we can actually make this happen. Anyway, you were saying.
Well, Michael Levin is doing amazing work, basically about the way in which electrical fields control development. And he's done some work with planarian worms, flatworms, where he'll tell you all about this, so I won't say any more than the minimum, but basically you can cut their head off and they'll redevelop a new head. But the head that they develop depends. If you knock out just one iron pump in a membrane, so you change the electrical circuitry just a little bit, you can come up with a completely different head. It can be a head which is similar to those that diverged 150 million years ago, or it can be a head which no one's ever seen before, a different kind of head. Now that is really, you might say, a hopeful monster. This is a kind of leap into a different direction. The only question for natural selection is, does it work? Is the change itself feasible as a single change? And the answer is yes, it's just a small change to a single gene. And the second thing is, it gives rise to a completely different morphology. Does it work? And if it works, that can easily be a shift. Yeah, but for it to be a speciation, for it to continue, for it to give rise to a different morphology over time, then it has to be perpetuated. So that shift, that change in that one gene has to work well enough that it is selected and it goes on.
And copied enough times to where you can really test it.
So the likelihood it would be lost, but there'll be some occasions where it survives. And yes, the idea that we can have sudden and fairly abrupt changes in evolution, I think is time for rebirth.
What about this idea that kind of tried to mathematize a definition of life and saying how many steps, the shortest amount of steps it takes to build the thing, almost like an engineering view of it?
I like that view, because I think that in a sense that's not very far away from what a hypothesis needs to do to be a testable hypothesis for the origin of life. We need to spell out, here's each step, and here's the experiment to do for each step. The idea that we can do it in the lab, some people say, we'll have created life within 5 years, but that's what they mean by life. We have a planet 4 billion years ago with these vent systems across the entire surface of the planet, and we have millions of years if we wanted. I have a feeling that we're not talking about millions of years. I have a feeling we're talking about maybe millions of nanoseconds or picoseconds. We're talking about chemistry, which is happening quickly. But we still need to constrain those steps. But we've got a planet doing similar chemistry. You asked about a trajectory. The trajectory is the planetary trajectory. The planet has properties. It's got a lot of iron at the center of it. It's got a lot of electrons at the center of it. It's more oxidized on the outside, partly because of the sun, and partly because the heat of volcanoes puts out oxidized gases. So the planet is a battery. It's a giant battery. And we have a flow of electrons going from inside to outside in these hydrothermal vents, and that's the same topology that a cell has. A cell is basically just a micro version of the planet. And there is a trajectory in all of that, and there's an inevitability that certain types of chemical reaction are going to be favored over others. And there's an inevitability in what happens in water, the chemistry that happens in water. Some will be immiscible with water and will form membranes and will form insoluble structures. And nobody really understands water very well. And it's another big question for experiments on the origin of life. What do you put it in? What kind of structure do we want to induce in this water? Because the last thing it's likely to be is just kind of bulk water.
How fundamental is water to life, would you say?
I would say pretty fundamental. I wouldn't like to say it's impossible for life to start any other way, but water is everywhere. Water is extremely good at what it does, and carbon works in water especially well. So those things, and carbon is everywhere. So those things together make me think probabilistically, if we found 1,000 life forms, 995 of them would be carbon-based and living in water.
Now, the reverse question, if you found a puddle of water elsewhere and some carbon, no, just a puddle of water. Is a puddle of water a pretty damn good indication that life either exists here or has once existed here?
No.
So it doesn't work the other way.
I think you need a living planet. You need a planet which is capable of turning over its surface. It needs to be a planet with water. It needs to be capable of bringing those electrons from inside to the outside. It needs to turn over its surface. It needs to make that water work and turn it into hydrogen. So I think you need a living planet. But once you've got the living planet, I think the rest of it is kind of thermodynamics all the way.
So if you were to run Earth over 1 million times up to this point, maybe beyond, to the end. Let's run it to the end. What is it? How much variety is there? You kind of spoke to this trajectory that the environment dictates, like chemically, I don't know in which other way, spiritually, like dictates kind of the direction of this giant machine that seems chaotic, but does seem to have order in the steps it's taking. How often will life, how often will bacteria emerge? How often will something like humans emerge? How much variety do you think there would be?
I think at the level of bacteria, not much variety. I think we would get, how many times do you say you want to run it? 1 million times? I would say at least a few 100,000 will get bacteria again.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Because I think there's some level of inevitability that a wet rocky planet will give rise through the same processes to something very close. I think, this is not something I'd have thought a few years ago, but working with a PhD student of mine, Stuart Harrison, he's been thinking about the genetic code, and we've just been publishing on that. There are patterns that you can discern in the code, or he has discerned in the code, that if you think about them in terms of, we start with CO2 and hydrogen, and these are the first steps of biochemistry, you come up with a code which is very similar to the code that we see. So it wouldn't surprise me any longer if we found life on Mars and we had a genetic code that was not very different to the genetic code that we have here, without it just being transferred across. There's some inevitability about the whole of the beginnings of life, in my view.
That's really promising, because if the basic chemistry is tightly linked to the genetic code, that means we can interact with other life if it exists.
Well, that's potentially.
That's really exciting if that's the case. Okay, but then bacteria.
We've got bacteria. How easy is photosynthesis? Much harder, I would say.
Let's actually go there. Let's go through the inventions.
Yeah.
What is photosynthesis? And why is it hard?
Well, there are different forms. I mean, basically, you're taking hydrogen and you're sticking it onto CO2, and it's powered by the sun. The question is, where are you taking the hydrogen from? And in photosynthesis that we know in plants, it's coming from water. So you're using the power of the sun to split water, take out the hydrogen, stick it onto CO2, and the oxygen is a waste product, and you just throw it out, throw it away. So it's the single greatest planetary pollution event in the whole history of the Earth.
The pollutant being oxygen.
Yes. Yeah. It also made possible animals. You can't have large active animals without an oxygenated atmosphere, at least not in the sense that we know on Earth.
So that's a really big invention in the history.
Huge invention, yes. And it happened once. There's a few things that happen once on Earth, and you're always stuck with this problem. Once it happened, did it become so good so quickly that it precluded the same thing happening ever again? Or are there other reasons? And we really have to look at each one in turn and think, why did it only happen once? In this case, it's really difficult to split water. It requires a lot of power, and that power, you're effectively separating charge across the membrane, and the way in which you do it, if it doesn't all rush back and kind of cause an explosion right at the site, requires really careful wiring. And that wiring, it can't be easy to get it right, because the plants that we see around us, they have chloroplasts. Those chloroplasts were cyanobacteria ones. Those cyanobacteria are the only group of bacteria that can do that type of photosynthesis. So there's plenty of opportunity.
So not even many bacteria. So who invented photosynthesis?
That is cyanobacteria, or their ancestors.
And there's not many.
No other bacteria can do what's called oxygenic photosynthesis. Lots of other bacteria can split. I mean, you can take your hydrogen from somewhere else. You can take it from hydrogen sulfide bubbling out of a hydrothermal vent. Grab your two hydrogens, sulfur is the waste. You can do it from iron. You can take electrons. So the early oceans were probably full of iron. You can take an electron from ferrous iron, so iron 2+, and make it iron 3+, which now precipitates as rust. And you take a proton from the acidic early ocean, stick it there. Now you've got a hydrogen atom. Stick it onto CO2. You've just done the trick. The trouble is, you bury yourself in rusty iron. And with sulfur, you can bury yourself in sulfur. One of the reasons oxygenic photosynthesis is so much better is that the waste product is oxygen, which just bubbles away.
That seems like extremely unlikely, and it's extremely essential for the evolution of complex organisms because of all the oxygen.
Yeah, and that didn't accumulate quickly either.
So it's converting, what is it? It's converting energy from the sun and the resource of water into the resource needed for animals.
Both resources needed for animals. We need to eat and we need to burn the food. And we're eating plants which are getting their energy from the sun, and we're burning it with their waste product, which is the oxygen. So there's a lot of kind of circularity in that. But without an oxygenated planet, you couldn't really have predation. You can have animals, but you can't really have animals that go around and eat each other. You can't have ecosystems as we know them.
Well, let's actually step back. What about eukaryotic versus prokaryotic prokaryotes? What are each of those? How big of an invention is that?
I personally think that's the single biggest invention in the whole history of life.
Exciting. So what are they? Can you explain?
Yeah, so I mentioned bacteria and archaea. These are both prokaryotes. They're basically small cells that don't have a nucleus. If you look at them under a microscope, you don't see much going on. If you look at them under a super resolution microscope, then they're fantastically complex. In terms of their molecular machinery, they're amazing. In terms of their morphological appearance under a microscope, they're really small and really simple. The earliest life that we can physically see on the planet are stromatolites, which are made by things like cyanobacteria, and they're large superstructures, effectively biofilms plated on top of each other, and you end up with quite large structures that you can see in the fossil record. But they never came up with animals. They never came up with plants. They came up with multicellular things, filamentous cyanobacteria, for example. They're just long strings of cells. But the origin of the eukaryotic cell seems to have been what's called an endosymbiosis, so one cell gets inside another cell. And I think that transformed the energetic possibilities of life. So what we end up with is a kind of supercharged cell, which can have a much larger nucleus with many more genes, all supported. If you think about it, you could think